Hey, what's going on, Shar? Hope you can hear me loud and clear. You know what I'm saying? We about to get this kicked off, waiting for some of the family members to pop in. Yer, what's going on, CJ? Yer, what's going on, Neek? Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? Uh, you know what I'm saying? If you want to come on here, we chopping it up. It's the year in review. We're gonna do a quick stream at the end. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play some music. If y'all want to hit the link and come up, I'll just go ahead and run my mouth a little bit. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? What's up, Sean, man? Hotep, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I'm dropping the link, man. So if you want to come up here, say a few words. I know your time difference is a little way off, just like mine. But yeah, man, I'm gonna play some music. Let y'all come up in here. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be my music. It's gonna be some B more music. What's going on? Hey man, the link is in the back cave in the various places. You know what I'm saying? So let me play some music for y'all. Since we like to twerk on YouTube for cash apps and stuff, I thought we'd have some stripper music first. Yeah, buddy. Let's bring that back. Since we like to twerk on YouTube for cash apps and everything like that, we like to bring that back just a little bit. You know, it's the year end. Since we like to get on YouTube and throw, and make ourselves look like fools on YouTube this whole year beefing with a pandemic going. Since we going to twerk for cash apps, let's get the stripper music going. But some of us sometimes we act like old dude off a training day when we don't get our cash apps, when we're not hitting our cash app target for that day because we're not really doing content.
Jay, come back here. I need my money. Jay, 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 come back here. Oh, you motherfucker. 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 Oh, you motherfucker.
No, I ain't playing. It's the year end stream. You know what I'm saying? Since it's the end of the year, we throwing all kinds of shots, nigga. Subliminals, straightforward, coming after your neck. Yo, it's the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? We've been quiet too long. Since I'm the kangaroo court, we gonna do the year review. I'm throwing shots. I want the smoke. Let's bring the smoke. Let's bring all the smoke. We gonna put it out here before we go out the door because I'm tired of them fucking with the fam, throwing little offhand comments, acting like hoes out here. We about to go all the way to hell in. It's about to be Lord, let's go get it. I was gonna be nice. I was gonna be convenient. It was gonna be cool. And ain't nobody put a battery in my back. I was thinking long and hard. The petty ghost woke me up this morning and say, "Thou shalt descend from the mountain with the 10 commandments of get these niggas right." We gonna get these niggas right. If you don't want to be right, that's okay. No one's gonna beg you to be great, but show as hell, nigga, I'm gonna be petty enough to hold your bitch asses accountable. Nigga, I am live and wide. Nigga, I want the smoke. Bring the smoke. Let's go with it.
Oh, you. Okay, all right. I'm putting cases on all you. You think you can do this? Oh, you. Okay, all right. I'm putting cases on all you. You think you can do this? You think you can do this to me? You mother playing basketball and Celtics play when I get finished with you. You think you can do this to me? You mother playing basketball and Celtics play when I get finished with you. You don't think you think you think you don't think you think you think you think you don't think you think you think you don't think you think you think you don't think you think you. I'm the police. I run this shit. You just listen. Oh, you. Okay, all right. I'm putting cases on all you. You think?
No, see, I'm gonna stop it real quick, right? Because I don't think people are listening to what Denzel is saying, right? I'm gonna have to bring the Baltimore club music in to make it entertaining. But if you're listening to what my man is saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Bringing cases on all of you niggas. Niggas is out here putting niggas' personal business out on the internet, but it's okay until somebody get pulled up on. Swatting people houses, putting their family members at risk. And do you want to know why a person want to run up on you with a 4/5 of buffalo and a whole herd of them talons and them hollow tips? And then it's going to be like, oh, it's just the internet. He shouldn't have did such and yada yada squatter. Everybody's getting chronic amnesia or something around here. Nah, nigga, it's a whole pandemic, nigga, going on. People are losing their jobs, their livelihood. Nigga, the whole shape of the world is changing in front of your eyes. Automation is being shoved down your throat. Do you understand that they will make you get a vaccine that is killing folk? That ain't even right. They gonna make you get it so you can even provide for your family. So you got to take an unneeded risk so you won't be set out on your house. But yet we want to twerk in the comment sections for cash apps and motherfucking super chats in this motherfucker. Let me play this again.
Oh, you. Okay, all right. I'm putting cases on all you. You think you can do this? You think you can do this to me? You mother playing basketball and Celtics play when I get finished with you. You think you can do this to me? You program 20
What's going on? What's cracking lagging with you? Right, cracking lagging. What's going down? You, I'm going in a little bit, so give me a second. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my monologue cracking lacking real quick. So, what I'm saying here, and this is shout out to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And the views of just DeAndre is not the views of everybody else that's in the chat. So if it
Facts.
I want to smoke, I'm saying this. I'm saying this. I want the smoke. I want all the smoke. Nigga, I want the smoke, nigga. I want the soot off the dust off the smoke that started the fire, nigga. I want the flames, nigga. I want all the smoke, nigga. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of black people
We
sitting up
want
here.
all the motherfucking smoke.
For real. For real. Cause I'm really tired of this shit. Like I'm tired of niggas sitting up here day in and day out beefing over some shit from 3 years. Nigga, if the shit was that serious, go pull up. Catch a flight
Right.
for real,
That's what
nigga.
I've been waiting on motherfuckers talking about they gonna pull up. Well, where you at then? It's been 3 years, bitch.
3 years, 2 years. I'm looking at beefs, nigga. You've been beefing over the same shit, and it's only a couple of people in that sector that actually went and pulled up on a motherfucker. And the first thing they did is call the
Right.
motherfucking cops. Called the cops. No, when you weren't calling the cops when you putting the person's whole information out. You wasn't calling the cops when you was up there laughing and making hour long ass streams. You wasn't calling the cops. You wasn't calling the cops then. But I want all the smoke, right? I want all the smoke, right? You sit up here and you throw people underneath the bus all the time. Greetings, Supreme Elder, DJ Music. Greetings,
Oh,
greetings, greetings.
already. They told me there was gonna be some smoke up in here. I had to come and see this fire.
Oh yeah, I had to. You know, what I'm saying I'm not as good as a DJ as you are, but I had to at least dig into my Baltimore trick bag
Oh, I
and,
believe
and,
you. I believe you got it down pat there, brother. I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy the show and plug in if I need necessary, bro. So go right ahead. You got that.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna open it up. Let me get this monologue out the way. I see. You know what I'm saying. I don't care if people like or dislike what I gotta say, because the truth doesn't care about your feelings. We are at a precipice as people of color, non-white people. I'm talking to you niggas over there, not you niggas. You can be conservative, Republican, pro-black, no black, in your conscious mind, out of your goddamn mind. Fuck a woman, SYS, don't BM here, PM me in the DMs, in the back chats. You know what I'm saying? First of all, you talking about fuck black women, but that's all you talk about all day, all night. Oh, the retarded broad in the back. Yeah, come to the table too, because I'm holding you accountable. Black men ain't shit. Then where is your Chads? Where is your Luigis? Where is your motherfucking Marios? I want to see them. Provide me some motherfucking proof. I want to see them. I want to see them. I ain't seen them yet. Where you at? Now you're sitting up here. You're getting validation from a man. Listen, stop taking advice from people that have failed at shit in life. You're taking advice from single motherfuckers. Single motherfuckers. That's not a success story to me. Why are you taking relationship advice from motherfuckers that ain't? If I'm a woman and I'm asking, how do I get a high value man? What makes a man high value? What makes him? Because it ain't his money, because some of the most diabolical motherfuckers in the world got money and power. Shit, the motherfucker that's still in the office that said, nigga, I ain't leaving until you make me leave. That nigga's diabolical. He's more than six figures. Last time I checked, Jeffrey Epstein had a whole island with little kids and shit running around. Was he more than six figures? You got to be more than six figures to hold. Nigga got a whole island. R. Kelly in jail. Bill Cosby was raping white bitches for years, giving them quaaludes and shit. They in jail. Harvey Weinstein. I just named All these motherfuckers, and the only dude that looked like he shouldn't have to rape a bitch or mess with any little girls was R. Kelly. So most high value 6-figure niggas are ugly looking Quasimodo ass motherfuckers. Because that's all they got to bring to the table. So if you want a high value motherfucker, a high value 6-figure nigga ain't got time to be fucking with you because he busy working, making money. Facts. Facts. It's only 24 hours in a fucking day. You wanna? I'm gonna give you some shit for free. You ain't gotta cash at me. You ain't gotta super chat me. You ain't gotta at me in the thing, and I ain't gonna boot you out of the goddamn motherfucking comment section. I'm gonna give you some real life shit. Take it from a motherfucking nigga that raised himself from 15. Both his parents died at 12. Nigga ain't make no excuses for his life. I live in another country and I got fucking grandkids and I've been married for a long motherfucking time, nigga. So I guess I'm a success story. I live in another country. Passports on swole, nigga. I got 3 of them, nigga, with stamps in them that I had to add motherfucking shit to, motherfucker. Running my own business, doing my own motherfucking thing, and my kids are happy. And my youngest is 16 years old, nigga. So now, since you got my little backstory, maybe I'm a high value man, nigga. I'm world trotting, internationally global, nigga, with houses already paid for, and my kids' future and my grandkids' future is already motherfucking secure. So let's get the fuck really into it. So let me stop flexing and let me tell you something. For you ladies out there, yes, you in the back that needs the validation from a dude that may not be fucking straight. You're not on his list. You're not on his list for potential suitors. Okay, he's not looking at you. You either second, third, or no fiddle at all. So you're taking advice from your competition. Yes, taking advice from your competition. First of all, let me explain something to you. There are probably 20% of the women that call up there are real women. The rest of them bitches are paid to be up there to take that type of abuse. Oh, you thought Dr. Phil and Jerry Springer was real. Wrestling was real at a certain time until they told you it wasn't. Anything that's on TV is fucking scripted. Even reality television is fucking scripted. Even if they shoot it raw, they edit the shit and sensationalize it for viewership. I'm trying to tell you something. These are facts. I work in the entertainment industry. Shit is put to you for a certain way. The way entertainers are promoted to you and who they are really in real life is 2 different stories, nigga. I would tell you certain stories, but I can't because I like my money. Because I know a lot of shit that you niggas don't. But trust and believe, I got the receipts to show it. Go on my channel, check my motherfucking backstage shit, my nigga. There you go. You want a receipt? There's the receipt. Check my receipts. My credentials speak for themselves. I'm not fucking bloviating. I'm not sitting over here. I'm not wishing wood. I'm not waking up at 5 in the morning pulling $500 out of an ATM to show you that I'm that nigga. I ain't got to do all that, nigga. Just me having a passport, living in another fucking country and doing something that 98% of niggas can't do is enough to let you know who the fuck I am. And I'm not a 6-figure nigga. So how is these niggas sitting up here asking for $30 to $40 cash apps, screaming they gonna shut the stream down if you don't give them some cash apps? Nigga, what is it, bro? What is it? Now, I ain't knocking the hustle because there's a sucker born every motherfucking day. But why we, as black folk, with all this shit going on, gotta regulate our ass to the bottom barrel bullshit. Like we're entertaining ourselves. There's nobody else watching the fuckery that you're doing. Everybody shares the same fucking audience to the point where the viewerships are down. How is your viewership going to drop into the toilet where everybody got to be stuck in the house to watch TV because they can't go outside? How, Sway? How? How, Sway? And once one motherfucker break the line of sight, once one motherfucker says anything edgewise that's noteworthy or invest in his platform, What he's supposed to do, everybody jumps on it like crabs in a fucking barrel. I'm not attacking what the nigga doing because the nigga is making money off of you dumb niggas, and I'm all for it. Make your money, homie. But I'm just pointing out the problem that I have with the ideology of the people that's going up there seeking the validation. You black women, if you were sitting up here and you were saying, how do I find a high value man? Even if the nigga told you the absolute truth, you wouldn't know what it was because you probably passed up a whole bunch of high value men. Because high value has nothing to do with materialism. It has something to do with character. Character. Because at the end of the day, guess what? That high value man that was 6 figures, the economy tanked. You know who the high value men was? When the coronavirus hit, they was the one out there with that list in their hand shopping for their wife and kids and keeping their ass in the house so they wouldn't have to brave the elements. That's a high value man. Providing for his fucking family, no matter what. Laying his life on the line. That's a high value man. Waking up while someone's kicking in your door and putting shots and putting goddamn rounds down range. Breonna Taylor's boyfriend wasn't high value, man. He should have been. Why won't we got him up there? 6 figures ain't going to keep the goddamn white man for sticking his nightstick up your ass or got his goddamn knee on your fucking neck. Wasn't it an NBA player a couple of years ago? Stephalosha. He wasn't even from America. He was minding his business. The police officers tried to frame him up as a fucking... They didn't even know this nigga was a basketball player. And he started for the goddamn team. And they hit this nigga in the kneecap, broke his shit. He sued them. But ain't he a high value man? So you having all the money in the world as a black man means absolutely nothing. So your high value don't mean shit because the brokest, trailer parkish trashes of white dude still got more value than a 6-figure, 7-figure black man. So by any estimation, ain't no nigga a high value man in the light of society, of American society. So that whole argument is fucking mute. If you really want to get the fuck into it. So if we want to poke holes in the fucking argument and show the hypocrisy of what the fuck you talking about. Are there more white people than black people in America? I'm sorry to tell you this, niggas, but yes. You so high value men don't need to find women. Harvey Weinstein showed that. Bill Cosby, I've been leaking since 1970 and he was still fucking bitches. Still fucking them. That nigga been crying nonstop since 1970 inadvertently, and he's still... This is Bill Cosby. Think about that. Why was these white women going even in a position get... All right, I'm gonna stop talking about that. Let's move on to something else. Here's another one for you ladies out there. Character. Well, he got to have a job. Yes, that's basic requirements of a man. He has to provide. He has to protect, but he has to stand on something. He has to stand on something. What does he stand on? If a man don't stand for shit, then he ain't fucking high value. I don't care how many Gucci purses he brought. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you a perfect example. Was Scottie Pippen a high value man? Yeah, he was. He had money, right? Bust his ass. Why is his ex-wife running the fuck around fucking every little 19 and 24-year-old goddamn NBA player? Because she ain't stand for shit. He was wishy-washy. He didn't stand on nothing. You don't see Michael Jordan's second wife fucking around on his ass. You ain't see the first wife fucking around on his ass. You know why? Because Mike wasn't playing it. He was a fucking narcissist. Look at LeBron James. You see his wife out there running her mouth in the camera talking about nobody looks at me. But you see Steph Curry wife out there doing that shit. Look at the Wade woman. Look, I'm mentioning to you 6-figure, 7-figure, 8-figure motherfuckers damn near. And on average, I'm talking about people that are eclipsing almost they in mogul status. They only on media platforms doing shit. And I'm giving you the contrast. What is the difference between LeBron James and Steph Curry? When you think of anything, the head of any social justice or standing on any principles or doing what he's supposed to do for the community, you think of LeBron James. Does Steph Curry do it? Yeah, but not to the Clippers. LeBron James does it. He got the whole league on his fucking back. But let me ask you a question. If I were to tell you LeBron James has his children, multi-millionaire, mogul, media thing, brought his homeboys up from nothing, gave them opportunities. He didn't give them shit. He gave them an opportunity, and they doing the best they can with it, and they have an empire. If I was to tell you that who would you think his parents were? Oh, he got a mom and a father. No, his mom was a fucking drug addict. She was a single mama. So the whole, let's talk about these black mamas. Let's throw that in the motherfucking trash too. Because Steph Curry ain't at the fucking status that LeBron James is, and he was raised by a single mama. Now, do you want to count on that all the time? No, that man took agency. Now, everybody's not fucking, here we go with this. Now, everybody's not 6'8", 265 on the cover of Sports Illustrated as a high school fucking child, the chosen one, the next heir apparent to Michael Jordan, blah, 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 blah. But he took what he had, his gifts. So what is your motherfucking excuse, my nigga? What is your excuse, my nigga? What are you literally doing, my nigga? For your motherfucking people, your motherfucking community, for the basics of your own fucking family. Nigga, where your friends at? Where your friends? I want to see a live stream. Let's do fuck a cam up challenge. Let's do a show your friends challenge. Show the motherfuckers that know you 100, that been in your house, that know your kids, that ain't a fucking YouTube motherfucker that you ain't never gonna meet in real life. Matter of fact, for every nigga that's on a panel with somebody that ain't got a distance that go, nigga, catch a flight and meet up with each other and collab. In real life, nigga. Real life. I want to see two niggas in the same room on the same camera talking, and I want to see you pop off and talk shit like y'all talking to each other. I'm like, shit, I got my nigga sitting right there in the goddamn chat right now. My nigga CJ, hiatus black. Man, this nigga done fought niggas together. We done did tours together. This nigga been in my house, sleeping on my couch. This nigga know my kids. Nigga, he know my wife. Nigga, shit. The nigga know my dogs. Me and Cerulean probably met each other and kind of forgot that we met each other. Because we was in the same area. So it is whatever the fuck it is, my nigga. Yeah, CJ. So I really want all the motherfucking smoke. Now, what the nigga Kevin is doing, hey, he took the money. He reinvested. He invested in himself, and he's making money off of it. He's not doing no different than whatever them white coaches is doing. He ain't doing no different than old Steve Harvey is doing. He ain't doing no different. What's that nigga Jackson? That nigga sit up in the goddamn car? Derek Jackson. He ain't doing no different than that. Because Derek Jackson started off throwing bitch broads underneath the bus. My bad. Throwing them underneath the bus. And then he over there catering and slooping up underneath him. So it's just a ploy. It's to play and placate to your victimhood. The Supreme Elder did a radio show yesterday. The link is in the description if you don't know what it is. Go check it out. Very informative. Did a show talking about dude spent $120 to get dental advice from a dude that's not even licensed as a fucking dentist. Nigga, you could have Googled that shit for free.
Right, fucking dummy.
Exactly.
Shit, I got some lakefront property on Jupiter as timeshare. Just saying, anybody interested, you know.
But what I'm pissed off about, and this is what boggles my mind, for you to sit up here and actually hold court on niggas and have an audience for not 1 hour, not 2 hours, but for 3 to 4 to 5, 15, 20, 30-hour streams every fucking day. And niggas come back. That is a talent in itself, and you're not directing your energy in the right way. That's the shit that pissed me off. I wouldn't even give it a second thought if y'all niggas was trash. Because I ain't gonna lie, the shit is entertaining. The shit is entertaining. You can't pay for this type of shit. But here's the problem. This ain't the other person that you going in and understands. This ain't a television show where everybody's got a script, where everybody's playing a character. You're fucking with people's real lives.
Right, gonna fuck around and get murked down around this bitch.
Exactly. You fucking with people's real life.
Yeah, that's kind of why I just, been silent, because, I'm not gonna bother making any more threats. Motherfuckers just gonna catch that 308 to the skull cavity.
Yeah.
And because I know motherfuckers really ain't built a certain type of way, I know niggas is like, they'll talk that shit about the white man, but they'll call the white man first as soon as the motherfucker run down on their ass.
Oh, we done seen it live.
Right.
we done seen it live. We done seen it live. And you know what's the crazy part? Out of all these niggas placating and perforating, it was the females that was going to pull up on each other. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy?
Well, there was that one instance, a certain brother from that was about to pull up on another loudmouth, derelict Negro, and the Negro kind of ghosted him after talking all of that shit, and
act like he was in the wrong place. He couldn't find where the ass whipping was going to go on at.
Listen. I saw this shit. I thought this shit was hilarious, right? But I will say this: if y'all, nigga, I still got them hounds after you, bitch, nigga. I didn't forget you was going in on my family for like 2 weeks straight, you bitch ass nigga. After the fact. I still remember you. Hold on, Cerulean. I know you in the clouds. I know it's gonna get back to you. Yeah. When you hear that little twig break at nighttime and you hurry up and run up into your motherfucking truck or your car, nigga. When you don't like to be in dark places and you parking all in the light, my nigga. When you get them weird phone calls and they just hang up on you at night, nigga. That's me, bitch ass nigga. I ain't done with you. I'm going to torture you slowly, you bitch ass nigga. I'm going to make an example out of you. But when I come and when it finally happens, there ain't going to be no YouTube for you, bro. Ain't nobody going to care because you're going to be forgotten about. It's just going to be me and you bitch made motherfucker. No, that's all. That's just a public service announcement. The views of Dre does not affect the views of the rest of the regime. That is all. Continue, sir.
I mean, because this is literally the same person that, would lean on me to, and ask me for favors and the use of my connections to, do shit for the motherfucker, and like check in on his wife and see who she's fucking, because found out that she was about to get sent up for fraternization, but he didn't know that it was literally harder to demote an E7 to such extent to where it took an act of Congress. And then, them to find out, another situation, he wanted me to check in on his brother who, got popped out on a piss test because, he didn't understand the inner workings of how FMF corpsmen work. And for me, having been deployed with a great many of them on the expeditions, understand how tight knit that they are, and how they are given all the second chances, because not a lot of people really sign up to be FMF corpsmen. And the same guy that asked me to find his long lost son, who was in the custody of someone else who he abandoned before he joined the Navy.
Mm.
And I just think that it's so interesting that it's also this very same person who went and told a certain long-eared swamp rodent all of his business.
Mm.
All of his business. And it just so happens that that person went and ran and told another person who put all of his business out on Front Street. And yet, when everything went down, it was I who got blamed for all of it. And yet, none of the niggas that follow the niggas that, I used to try to correct the ship with, none of them niggas turned on any of them niggas. None of them niggas called that nigga out for hardcore simping. None of those niggas called that nigga out for hardcore blue pill, hopeless romanticizing over a certain long-eared, rather less than pleasantly plump swamp rodent.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. The hypocrisy.
And yet here we are again, certain same person is literally living with said long-eared swamp rodent out in those hills of North Carolina.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
I don't know if it was the rolling hills of the Blue Ridge Mountain Range, or
Mm.
maybe somewhere as closest to where his surrogate father, his E-daddy, lives.
Mm.
Ooh.
Mm-mm-mm. Say it ain't so.
And
Say
so
it ain't so.
I don't know the fella, but that don't sound good to me.
That don't sound
Mm-mm.
good. That just sounds messed up. It sounds terrible. Like,
Yeah.
And then I also find it rather strange how
There's more.
this very same person, because it gets better, because this very same person did a live stream trying to explain away this shit, a couple of days ago, and now he doesn't want any problems. Now, mind you, I haven't said anything about the nigga in like a year. I haven't said anything about them niggas over there in like a year. Matter of fact, there was another motherfucker he was colluding with who goes by a certain moniker, which is short for a artificial sweetener that is used for coffee and table foods.
They call that saccharin.
Well, when you when you name yourself after this
Sugar?
artificial table sweetener,
Yeah.
that is crystallized into little granules and put into things like coffee, and then you go on this spree talking about you're a real man, and you're doing this while all of the prominent actors that are being ousted now originally came from your camp. I mean, I think that speaks volumes to the lack of character that a person has more than anything. While those of us that are on this side are persecuted for actually having been associated with people who turned out to be pieces of shit.
Mm, mm.
And what that really speaks to is not our character, but the character of people who follow those people, which is why we have a tendency to block those people, because we want to keep our little corner disinfected.
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah, yeah. You
and I
gotta sweep every day.
gotta sweep, you know, and you know, for, you know, all of us that's sitting on this panel, Rice, Cerulean, Music, we've all had a run in with a variant of these people um, in this sector, you know what I'm saying? And at one time, we were close to these people, trying to steer them the right way or supporting them, being loyal in our support to it. Got to a point where they were doing too much. And let this be known and put on the record. It's not when they turned on us that we decided to go at them. It's that when they were doing too much to people that we had no involvement with. Like, yo, what are you doing? Like, don't do that. Like, what are you doing? You don't need to do that. Like, stop. Like, bro, just focus on on what you're doing. Focus on what you're doing. Like, yo, if you just right the ship, if you do what you need to do, and this is on both sides of the spectrum, male, female, cat, dog, rat, whatever, alike. And this is
But
what
I
I'm.
mean, but see, and that's why I've taken the posture that I've taken, because I think what happened was being known for my staunch pro-black stance on things.
Yeah.
Um, and especially for women, they somehow taken it to mean that I'm supposed to just accept anything. So after they go over here with a known suspected predator, that and that predator basically chews them up and spits them out, that they are supposed to come back to like the pro-black side and get the umbrella of protection, because I'm black, you black, and that's what it is. And that's not true, because that's not how pro-blackness works. Like in reality, pro-blackness works a lot like this: when it's our problem, we deal with it. And so therefore the order of the day is black on black violence is necessary evil.
Mm.
No truer words.
No. You know, I would like to, you know, because when I turn on, and this is why I say there's a separation from church and state, right? I have no dealings with them over there, right? I used to go over there just to, you know, talk, maybe, you know, because I got people that I am cool with that do hold some type of modicum of respect. They hold a lot of respect. I got people I know in real life over there. I got people from my same neighborhoods where I grew up at. I got people that I really do respect.
I mean, if you look at it, our side of the spectrum is the only side that has not changed. Like
Yeah.
e- everyone else is basically like flipped, right? Like,
Yeah.
isn't it funny how I get accused of being a flip flopper, but everyone that I have disassociated with is literally a flip flopper. Like, let's just be honest. The now
Mm.
defunct Black Order, how many name changes has it had? How many rhetoric changes has it had?
Hold on, wait a minute, man. I dare say it. If you say it, somebody might descend for the clouds and you be fucking with their intellectual property.
Yeah,
But I want the smoke. So go
he's
ahead.
scared. He's scared. He ain't coming
I
down
want
I
the
there.
mean,
smoke. Go ahead.
you had five or six name changes. Uh, the and don't think that what this thing that's happening with like Kevin Samuels, that he ain't taking notice, because every
Mm.
time somebody starts kind of like rising up or excelling past him, even though that person has literally been in YouTube like more than half of the lifespan of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. And you're watching people that have been in YouTube less than half of the lifespan of YouTube who came in after him, surpassing his viewership and his audience. Like, for instance, there was a certain thing where Kevin Samuels big upped O'Shea.
Right.
Like, he had a problem with that.
Well,
and you got to think of the level of mental illness you got to have with a person who has a problem with you complimenting someone else who's not them.
Exactly.
I mean,
well,
that's like hardcore mental illness.
I would say that, I know you guys are, not trying to pull names out of the hat, because you want to like to remain in the shadows. Me, I ain't got nothing to lose.
No, go ahead, do whatever you want to do.
I'm just gonna say, what I say. I think we're talking about in a roundabout where we're talking about this guy. I've followed him. I didn't know who he was at first. I met the cat over there at Sotomayer's stream. I listened to him for a bit. He had a stream, and I stepped into it. Young brother seemed like he had his shit together. He really did. So much so that, I would go visit his panel regularly to one of the folks that we associate here with now. We became friends. So I would ask this particular person about, how's my man doing? Tell him if he needs a spot to broadcast, because at this point in time, YouTube was taking a lot of people's streams down for, different contents or whatever. So I told him if you need someplace to broadcast, without any interruptions, I could provide a space for him. Lost contact with the brother. Now I see why, because he had, as you say, flip-flopped. He now calls himself the angry man. The fuck you angry at?
I mean, when I think about it, like, because whenever we all initially met him, it was on like some pro-black shit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, it was very, very pro-black channel. Yes, it was. So to hear from that stream, the one stream that I actually went on, called into his show because he had a call-in number, called into his show, spoke with the young brother. We had nice dialogue or whatever. He was all about us, the black folks.
Yeah.
And then I come back 6-7 months later, run into the guy, and it's like, he's on this tour of Black Women Ain't Shit. And as you say, how many streams can you do about that? It seems to me, I've known you guys for a little close to a year now. I'm in association with you guys close to a year. So it seems to me this flip-flop is from back and forth. 1 minute, I ain't fucking with you folks no more. The next minute, we taking wrenches from this, or we can't have women in these spaces. But then you're bringing women up on your panel. Which one you going to do?
And it's not even that you're bringing women up on your panel, it's that you're chasing them around in every space they go into.
Every space they go to. Absolutely.
Like
you
every
go challenge a woman.
Even every space that they try to carve out for themselves, you're following them around.
You're there. Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I know this YouTube space it kind of took the place of the barbershop, especially during the pandemic, where the brothers get together and chop it up about the the wears and tears of black society, good or bad. That's where we learn about that in the barbershop. But unfortunately, we learn it here now.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
And
right?
Then I look at all of the regime's opposition. They're all flip-floppers, no consistency. And the funniest thing about it is, how is it that you don't have any consistency while claiming to be a high-value man with no consistency?
Well, my question has always been, Cerulean, now that you bring that up, what do these folks have against what you bring to the table? What made them change from that side of being pro-black to going over there to them folks?
Because one, pro-blackness, if you're a pro-black person, you're not doing it necessarily for a reward. You appreciate the rewards, but that's not the primary motivation.
So it's not, you don't put on the stream and say, hit that link or I'm not going to start.
Nah,
because in pro-blackness, you understand that, one, if you're a revolutionary, that you are an expendable product.
Mm-hmm.
Someone should be ready to step up to the front.
And not only that, but whether you get paid or not, the people are gonna need to hear the information regardless.
And this is the next thing that I'm saying, right? You was pro-black, so you was ahead of the power curve when everybody was going right. Right? Let me get this straight, right? Then when everybody start being on the social justice bandwagon, which is in line with your pro-blackness, you go right while they going left. So if you was doing this for a paper chase, like Dr. Eric Dyson, that's a perfect example, right? Perfect example, right?
Okay.
Right? This is a perfect example, right? Because the only reason I know about the dude is the first time I saw the dude was when he was on ESPN and stuff. Whenever some type of social justice issue came up and the sports players would make a stand, let's bring in Dr. Eric Dyson. What do you have to say about this, Dr. Eric Dyson? And he'd get into his whole trick bag of that Southern preacher and start quoting Jay-Z and he'd get into that thing because he can rhyme and pretty much proverbial tap dance for the liberal media.
Tall as a tree, black as a crow, talk more shit than the radio.
Exactly. He get up there and do his thing, right? But when some shit was really hitting the fan, crickets, right?
Yeah.
Crickets. I couldn't find the nigga, right?
Not even just crickets, but like they were the crickets. In that they're trying to find excusatory reasons for why innocent black person getting murdered indiscriminately and extrajudicially is justified. Like Ahmaud Arbery, who would have gone on to be a real estate developer himself if he hadn't been cornered by white supremacists.
Yeah.
And you had Negroes making excuses for why he got killed. Oh, he probably did do something.
He probably did. See, and here's the thing. Here's the crazy part about this, right? And this is why I'm bringing it up. But he was just recently on the Tonight Show, right? He's been up there recently, right? Now, when the shit popped off and shit was really popping, right? If the shit pop off and the shit really gets popping, where was he? Where was he in this? Like, what does he do? He's a public speaker, right? So when shit was popping off in Minnesota, shit was popping off down in Georgia, shit was popping off all these other places. Why didn't he get up and move? Well, guess what? He just got a new position over in UCLA, right? He just got a new position. He moved from the East Coast to the West Coast. Now they got him parading around, right? All right. Y'all can, we gonna still talk about these social justice issues, give y'all a little thing, right? That's why I was saying a long time ago, me and Jay Sean was talking about it. And I said this a long time ago, and we was in the back chats having this conversation, and I think Cerulean was present. And what did I say? Right? And I think I even said it on the Elder show too when we was talking. I don't care about the motherfucking statues. Leave them bitches up. That's just a diversion. I said it.
I mean, that's real shit. I mean, what good is taking down the statue if the condition still persists?
Exactly. Fuck the statue. Where's my legislation? Where's my policy? Where's my tax force? Where is my motherfucking money that's being taken out of my check? Listen, you're taking money out of my check for the services that I am paying for to fuck me up. Think about that for a second. Now, listen, do you understand that there is a small percentage of black people strung out on drugs and fucking up? If every black person was a fuck up and a drug dealer and a drug addict, even if the majority of black people did it, there wouldn't really be no room for white people in jail in major cities. Let's think about that for a second. Let's just think about that for a second. Just think about it. If all like it boggles the mind.
I mean, there was an incident just happened. You know, brother just got shot and killed for having a Subway sandwich in his hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, here we are again. It's like, how many times does an animal have to show you its nature before you do anything? This is why I've become so disenchanted with like YouTube, just social media in general. It's like you're sitting here, you're still having the same issue that persists, and the way that I'm looking at it is, the game is over. Both the white liberals and the white supremacists got exactly what they wanted. They wanted Joe Biden. They got Joe Biden.
Yeah. Either hook
It's
or
only,
crook.
it's only the, you know, the poor rural whites who want to be openly racist that have a problem with it, because they feel like they can't be openly racist.
Without facing some type of repercussions. You
But
know,
see, now you get Joe Biden, which solves a couple of problems. The white racists get the policies that they want. Trump has already set up the courts the way that the white racists wanted them to, and now they got a president that can sit there and basically be the placater of black folks' feelings,
yeah. Yeah.
and make it seem as though racism is once again the thing of the past, even though he's one of the biggest racists of them all. You don't think that they're happy that they got a president who has tied hands, who's not going to be able to choose another Supreme Court justice, and most of the lower circuit court judges have already been selected? The only thing you have left right now, as far as any kind of political recourse, is for the state fight at the Senate, congressional, and the gubernatorial, which is the governor.
And which is Georgia. They're pointing at Georgia, but Georgia's going to be the domino effect. But what's going to actually happen is it doesn't matter if Georgia turns Democrat. The South was Democrat before the Civil Rights fucking Act.
Well, I mean, you look at it. Most of the South, what you call Confederate states, the Confederacy itself was mostly Democratic.
Exactly. So it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, people, high value men, because high value men have power in political sectors, right? Because that's where your power lies, right? Is that correct?
If you, here's my thing with the high value. This is why the high value argument doesn't have any value. Okay, if you think you're a high value man because you make a certain amount of money, if you think you're a high value man because you wear a certain type of footwear, eyewear, suit wear, your suit is made out of a certain type of material. If you think you're a high value man because you get a certain amount of views on YouTube, which is an actual high value man's creation, then you are a low value man. See, a high value man isn't a man that makes a lot of money. A high value man is the man that tells you what money is it, what money actually is. See, because it was another man that told you that if you made this amount of money, that's gonna make you a high value man. See, why are you telling people things that are nothing more than mainstream fallacies? Because this is what they tell kids in college. How do I know? Because I went to college as an adult, and they were telling kids this, and I had a problem with it then. Now, mind you, whenever I went to college, I was getting out of the military as a grown ass man, going to school with, you know, kids that are 6 and 7 years my junior. And they were telling kids this, like, you're going to get $250,000 more than a guy that didn't go to college. And then what happens? They go and get that degree, and they're, you know, damn near $250,000 in debt already.
Yeah, exactly. But the guy that went to the trade school that's coming in there overpriced, bloated mortgage home, telling them, "Hey, ma'am, you gonna have to get all this gutted. This plumbing has been leaking. The foundation's rotten. I don't even know why you brought this shit home."
Hmm.
And he jump in his truck and drive the hell off.
I mean,
To his-
it's a good selling point, you know, kind of like P.T. Barnum, right? It's a good selling point. There's a reason why P.T. Barnum started off in the circus.
Yeah.
But you tell people, oh, you're a high value man if this. Well, if you're a high value man, if this, then you're just making a bunch of arbitrary parameters that anybody can fit in.
Let me and this is the thing, right? And I'm gonna explain. And I'm gonna
Hell,
say this.
your average middle of the road single white mother could be a high value man.
Yeah, yeah. And here's a crazy part. And now that we're talking about that, let's talk about, because we're doing this year in review, right? So we cracking on we if you notice the diatribe that I went on, because we're going to go back to with January where the fuckery began, right? It was the beginning of the year, right? 2020, right?
Hell yeah.
The pandemic really didn't set in until February-ish. So when I went on my diatribe about the dachshund and the lion and shit, and then, we talked about the high value man argument that happened around about March, April-ish, going into the summer, right? Because, it was cuffing season, but cuffing season was delayed because of the coronavirus. The pussy's in the mail because of the Rona's here. Guys, it's coming, and it never came, and you niggas are still mad. So now you're talking about high value men all the way up until now and shit. But now let's switch speeds to the stoves and bunk bed argument. This is my wheelhouse. I love the stoves and bunk bed argument. Right? Should I bring some receipts to the table?
Please
Everyone
do.
on the panel.
Please do.
I'm going to bring some recent receipts to the panel for stoves and motherfucking bunk beds.
Okay, please do.
Right?
Let me sit
right?
back.
Now, I'm going to bring this up right here. Right? Now, I'm going to show this to the people, to the public. I love to do this. I love receipts. I love being prepared, right? This is the GOAT of content. So anyway, right? Oh yeah. If you thought that was a shot, it's a shot. If you want some smoke, you can come up here too, because I got something to say to you niggas too. Cash App First Network.
Exclusive.
Oh yeah. Everybody gonna catch that motherfucking work. But see, I ain't saying I'm not talking about the women. See, women can handle women business. I'm a man. I don't need to be focusing on what women do. Women are emotional, they're gonna do. Women will sit up there and they will talk about each other's whatever, and 2 weeks later, girl, I was just playing, girl. We men, we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't operate like that. And if a man operate like that, he's a bitch.
I don't even operate like that.
Exactly. You can't do it. We can't do that, nigga. We'll be cordial, but I don't fuck with you like that. I'm only fucking with you because my man is cool with you. And I'm only here when he finally figure out, because he got a good heart. So saith the judge, jury, and executioner of the so-called kangaroo court.
So saith the flaw.
Now, this is the SYSBM. Let's just break it down. Female boxer arrested on suspicion of beating her 61-year-old husband to death.
Well, it's funny because the derelict sphere kind of made a reputation off of using these overly generalized statements like, you want to get a woman in her prime years. Well, if this bitch is boxing, she's obviously in her prime years. And why you want to be some older motherfucker with a chick that can whoop your ass anyway?
Hold up. It gets better. It gets better, right? It gets better. A leading woman boxer has been arrested in Switzerland on suspicion of killing her husband. Viviane Abenoff, a 3-time challenger for the world boxing title, is reportedly being held on suspicion of beating her husband to death with a blunt object. She ain't even used the hands, right? The 34-year-old Miss Abenoff was born in Brazil. Dirty foot. Dirty Foot. We got a Dirty Foot
Dirty Foot
here,
alert.
y'all. Dirty Foot alert. Dirty Foot alert. Wash them feet. You know what I'm saying? Was born in Brazil, but is a long-term resident of Switzerland. Her husband, a 61-year-old Swiss restaurateur named only as Thomas F. They didn't even put the man's real name out there, right? Under local privacy laws. Wait a minute, you put the woman's whole name out there to kill them, but local privacy laws doesn't let you put out the 61-year-old Swiss
Well,
person.
yeah, she's the assailant. So when you're the assailant, you don't get the privileges of Privacy Act. While the Swiss restaurant owner and restaurateur, which means he owns more than just one restaurant or maybe even restaurant chain.
Well, so now was found dead at his Des Alpes restaurant. And now this is the Alps. So he has a restaurant in the Swiss Alps.
Do you know what it takes to even go to the Swiss Alps? Like,
A restaurant.
just ain't no regular motherfuckers just going on a trip to the Swiss Alps. Like, that's where people that you'll find going to conventions at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where they kind of go to get some relaxation. Like, that's kind of a place where they would dine at.
No, check this. No, check this out.
People paying $10,000 a plate.
So for you to have a restaurant in the Swiss Alps and he's got multiple restaurants, that means that his restaurant has to be 4 stars or higher. Like, we talk about some Gordon Ramsay shit, right? You know what I'm saying? So now the restaurant, you know what I'm saying? This was in October. He had suffered trauma from a blunt instrument and his injuries suggest a sustained violent assault. Miss Obanoff, or whatever the hell how you pronounce her name, has been in custody for a month, but has only now been identified as the chief suspect in her husband's death. Suspects are not generally named under Swiss law, and prosecutors have refused to comment on her identity. But the Switzerland Plick newspaper claimed to have confirmed it from 3 independent sources. Ms. Obanoff was married to Thomas F., a popular local figure. In January, despite the 30-year age difference, friends described them as a happy couple, but Ms. Obanoff reportedly moved out of their shared apartment to a nearby village of Oben's death.
So she basically beat a high-value man to utter death with a blunt instrument. It's funny because I said to laugh at his death, but a 1-star hotel in the Swiss Alps will run you about what a 3 or 4-star hotel in America would run you. I'm serious. Like, a 1-star hotel is like $150 a night.
150. Now, here's something crazy. Miss Obanoff was born in Rio de Janeiro and grew up in the Brazilian city of Juiz de Fora. Grew up in the city. Does that sound familiar? It's kind of close to a Bavella, right? She started boxing in 2004 at the age of 18 and turned professional in 2014. She challenged for the IBO female lightweight title in 2017, IBO female super featherweight title in 2018, the IBO female super featherweight title in 2019. She has 9-year-old son from a previous relationship. Why is a high value man messing with a single mother?
Well, that's the other thing about, like, wealthy dudes. They kind of do what they want. Consequences or criticism be damned. Kind of like Bill Maher. Bill Maher was dating a chick who sucked most of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And he was criticized heavily for it, but he's like, I'm kind of like popular and rich, so fuck you guys. Yeah.
Popular, but see, here's the question about that. See, this is why you got to read the article, because niggas don't read, right? You got to read the article. She's a 30-year-old boxer, and she challenged for 3 different titles. If you keep going up in weight classes, that means it's hard for you to lose weight, because boxing is a weight class sport. Then that means in female boxing, she wasn't good enough to win a title. So she was just on the cusp. She's been boxing ever since she was 18. She's 30 something. She probably got injuries, all this other stuff. She got a kid. She married this 61-year-old dude. And you know what she found out about marrying a high value man? That a high value man gets a lot of pussy thrown at him, especially at 61 years of age.
Well, it's either that, or you got to remember boxing is a really technical and political sport, right? So, if you're 30 something, there's not a lot of like boxing really commissions that even want to take you if you're over 30.
Especially but think about it like this. Blonde chick, big titties, gliding through at the age of 25, no kids, right? Just got fresh off the plane from Brazil, just got a whole boob job done, tummy tuck, ass lift, and you're looking at a 30-year-old getting punched in the face, single mama.
And who knows? He, the restaurant owner very well may have wanted to break into boxing, and is probably just, kind of fucking the talent.
Well, I'll be damned. Now, what I'm trying to say is this, right? This is a high value man, and he's Swiss, and he went and got a Brazilian. So
she killed him because he was getting some pussy? That
probably
bitch is crazy.
Probably so. That's probably so. Probably so. Or he's 61 years of age, and because he's rich, he can get some baby blood and some stem cells, because you can do that over in Switzerland.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna live to be like 100. so she gonna die before he
could be a number of reasons, because those types, like you look at the American Boxing Commission. There's not a lot of Americans that are even running the American Boxing Commission.
No, it's not. It's
most
actually
of those
international guys.
Yeah, most of those guys are from, places elsewhere, like the UK, Canada, Great Britain, somewhere in South America,
Australia. Yeah. And this is why it's funny. Or he could have caught her ass cheating, right? And he said, I'm divorcing, I'm kicking you out of my apartment. And she probably in a fit of rage caught him with that picked up something and smacked him over the head with it and lost it.
Or he found some younger, more vibrant talent that he was looking to promote to break him into boxing, considering that a lot of boxing leagues don't want to accept boxers that are either over a certain age, they're over a certain, they're over a certain weight. Like you think about it, in her weight class, like featherweight, like they have short career spans. Like, you don't really catch a lot of featherweights boxing beyond 30.
No, you don't. You know what I'm saying? Because
you do catch quite a few heavyweights boxing beyond 30, but you rarely see like featherweights, welterweights, light, ultralight. You don't really see a lot of those boxing beyond 30.
And Floyd and certain dudes are exceptions to the rule. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they were headliners. But they would only box once a year, once every 2 years.
Think about it. You remember when Floyd Mayweather boxed Oscar De La Hoya?
Yeah, Oscar was 30.
Oscar was like 30 something.
Yeah, he was 30. He was 30 something. And Floyd was 28, 29, something like that. Like he was in his late 20s. And here's the thing. This is what I want everybody to understand. Even if she became the champion, you can tell me who was the last couple of known champions in the UFC for women before you can tell me a boxing champion. A female boxing champion. Like you got what's her name? You got Nunes, you got Ronda Rousey, you got old girl that only had Holmes that kicked Ronda Rousey's head off her shoulders, and she was a boxing champion and a kickboxing champion. You know what I'm saying? So before she even came to the UFC, and she was in Bellator before. So you can't tell me the only two that you could talk about is the female, the sister named Shields, and the other one was Ali's daughter that retired.
Yeah,
Literally,
Layla.
yeah. Like and the reason why she actually put female boxing on the map because she was Muhammad Ali's daughter. You know what I mean? She was talented, don't get me wrong. She was good. But at the same time, and Shields is getting ready to go to the UFC because there's more money in it. It's more money. Would you rather see two women punch each other in the face as a man, or would you rather see two women in the cage wrestling on each other? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Like, look, I watched the Lingerie Football League. Did you ever see that, Cerulean Music?
I have not.
You ain't never see the Lingerie Football League?
No.
You ain't even know it was a thing, did you?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't really dealt with a lot of sports as far as being a watcher since like high school.
Was it?
Like I was briefly in when a good friend of mine got drafted to the Eagles, and then when he stopped playing for the Eagles, he kind of left football alone. And it's just like I didn't really watch a lot of it.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you these images. I think somebody's Ryan Leaf or somebody's daughter is really good, right? But these chicks, it's more exciting watching them play than watching some dudes play. Like they actually be hitting each other. But I'm gonna show you this, right? I'm gonna show you this. I'm not gonna show the thing because I don't want no copyright strikes from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If I'm gonna get my channel flagged down, it's because I ruffled the feathers of these bitch ass niggas. But let's just go with. Hold on, this is it. All right, so I'm showing these pictures. Y'all see these pictures? This is what they wear. This is what they wear.
Oh wow! So they're even less protected than actual football players.
But they got a like a lacrosse helmet on though.
They playing football in
but
panties.
They hitting hard.
Like
hard. Like you forget, like you watch them like, oh, look at old girl with the look at the black girl. Look at the black girl getting tackled, but she ain't getting tackled, right? Playing running back. It's like arena football, but guess what? You forget after 5 minutes that it's women playing football. They cracking each other, like clotheslining.
Sure.
Like, when the NFL used to be the NFL, the NFL's greatest hits, and they done made the game all soft now. You can't touch nobody. You can't do nothing or whatever. Like, man, we got concussions. Yeah, that's a thing. You run full speed and tackle somebody over and over again ever since you was a little kid with a helmet on while your head rattling around in your skull and see what will happen after a while. You no different than a punch drunk boxer. You know what I'm saying? But you got paid millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is the league, right? This is the league. But these are the things that, you know what I'm saying, like that are put out there. Now, here's another question about this, right? And this is where I wanted to bring that up because I just shot on those, SYSBM dudes, stoves and bunk beds, right? The fact that there's a pandemic, right? Can you still be SYSBM? Because part of SYSBM is actually traveling, right?
Well, where are you going to travel to amidst the pandemic?
That is true. That is true. And see, the reason why I really wanted to do this year in review stream is because through my constituents in the regime and from our talkings and stuff like that, we could no longer stay silent. And if someone's going to be the man on the wall and take the blame, I'll definitely step into that. You know what I'm saying? But even still, right, there is hope at the end of the tunnel. There is hope. So, in honor of what our esteemed brother Cerulean and our Supreme Elder DJMuziq here, I would like if Cerulean would give us and our esteemed elder here also is I would like to borrow something, and it will be if you don't mind, the Grey Regime honors. Can I do that real quick there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If the Supreme Elder don't mind also.
Don't mind at all.
Right. So because we've been throwing black people underneath the bus, and it would be hypocritical of myself to sit up here and say we just did a whole stream about talking about why black people ain't shit, why you niggas talking about black people ain't shit, and then we sitting up here talking the whole time about black people ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that would be hypocritical, right? You know what I'm saying? Agreed, right? So for the rest of the stream, I think we should talk about how we can bring some solutions, because that's another thing that happens. When we have these streams, we don't bring solutions. Is that correct? I'm like, we don't do that. We always suggest things for solutions.
Valid point. I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but there's no solutions. 3-4 fucking hours of talking, and there's no valid solutions. Even if they're disagreeable, there's still no valid solutions. You know what I'm saying? So let's bring it to the table right here, right? And and on grayregime.tv, there still is the initiative that's still up there. Is that not still up there?
Yes.
It's still up there. It's still up there. You can go check it out. All right, so I'm gonna bring this up here, and I want to, you know what I'm saying, and I would like to do an honors of sort for somebody, and of course he's black. So if you're asking the question, if you're trying to figure something out, yes, he's black. So yes, right? I would like to do a honors for Biden picks retired General Lloyd Austin to run the Pentagon.
Awesome.
Right?
Yeah, and that's significant in a lot of ways.
In a whole lot of ways.
Like, see, like when I was talking about, black males between 17 and 25 joining the military.
Yeah.
And then you get a pick like this to run the Pentagon. That's your chance.
Yeah. And this is and this is retired general. So the thing is he's running the Pentagon in a upper echelon civilian standpoint. So he doesn't have to just follow the law, the military, the last general order that your commanding officer is giving to you, because the president of the United States is the commander in chief of the United States military. So by him being there, he can actually hold people more accountable without being held to the Uniform Code of Military Justice as a pigeonhole, as being a retired general. Plus, he has the respect. And look at that combat regiment. He's a general. He's a black man.
Well, in other words, you got a black man that now has his hands in things that we need to have our hands in. Because when you're talking about the Pentagon, you're not just talking about domestic affairs. Now you're also talking about foreign policy as well.
Exactly. Okay.
And not only that, but him being retired, he doesn't have his hands tied the way an actual military service member would have his hands tied to where he just have to follow orders.
Now,
He literally just got the stamp of, I could tell the president to go fuck off.
I was about to say that, Cerulean. This appointment is almost as important as Barack Obama.
Now I'm gonna do a read through real quick, a couple of paragraphs here, right? At each paragraph, I would like the Cerulean and the Elder to go ahead and give their take on each paragraph, or as I do the write up, or as I pause, right? President-elect Joe Biden has selected retired General Lloyd Austin to serve as the Secretary of Defense, according to the three people with knowledge of the decision. If confirmed, Austin will be the first black person to lead the Pentagon. Wow.
To lead the Pentagon. Understand that. The Pentagon.
The Pentagon. Basically, a black man became president before they allowed a black man to have control of the goddamn armaments.
Okay. So he's in charge of the what? Military. Isn't that one of the things that they say that we need to, as black men, be? Once we get our own military established, we can protect ourselves a little better.
That literally means that in the rank and file order, when it comes to chain of command, that will put him as 8th on the list.
Okay.
Now here's the next thing, right? In picking Austin, Biden has chosen a barrier-breaking former 4-star officer who was the first black general to command an army division in combat and the first to oversee an entire theater of operations. Austin's announcement could come as soon as Tuesday morning. People familiar with the plans said Monday. The first.
Historic.
The first. This is black history in modern history. The first black general to command an army division in combat. In combat. He was the first black. Think about that.
How many wars have we been in?
Colin Powell, he was a general, wasn't he not?
Yes, General Colin Powell.
But he didn't command a combat unit. Did he? Because they saying this guy's the first.
I don't remember him being in charge of any combat units.
Well, yeah, Lloyd Austin, he was CENTCOM during the, global war on terror. He was basically, before Kip Ward left, he was the guy. He was the top guy for all intelligence and anti-terrorism operations.
Barrier breaker. He's so basically, if he's the first to, because 4 stars command combat divisions and such, so that means he was the first black 4-star general. You notice how they didn't want to highlight that part in the article.
And he's the second black dude to lead CENTCOM.
And the second black dude to lead CENTCOM. So that means he was actually getting the rank and the pay of the job he was able to do. Because if he was the second black dude to lead CENTCOM, that means the first black dude was doing a 4-star job with only a 3-star general pay.
Yeah. Do you know that guy was born in the same month I was? August 8th.
See this right here?
Oh, guess what? He's originally from the same state that I'm originally from.
Now, I'm going to read this. I'm going to read some more of this since we giving him the honors here. Austin, who also ran U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, as Cerulean was saying, before retiring in 2016, emerged as the top candidate in recent days after initially being viewed as a long shot for the job. Right? Michelle Flannery, Obama's former Pentagon policy chief, was initially viewed as the frontrunner, but her name was notably absent from Biden's rollout of key members of his national security team 2 weeks ago. Biden had been under growing pressure to nominate a black person to be his defense secretary. In recent weeks, he chose Austin after considering former Homeland Security Secretary Jed Johnson for the job, several people familiar with the discussion said. Lingering concerns about Johnson's tenure in Obama's administration improved Austin's standing among congressional black caucus members in recent days. According to people, including a House Democrat aide, Johnson has been criticized for his record on expanding family detention and acceleration deportations, as well as approving hundreds of drone strikes against suspected terrorists that killed civilians. General Austin is a Southerner, has impeccable credentials given his military career, and would be an outstanding secretary for the department. Representative Benny Thompson, Democrat, Mississippi.
If you know about this guy, he's the guy who, if you remember, so Barack Obama, 2010, basically placed him in control of CENTCOM. Actually, my last tour was 2007 November. That was when I left the military altogether as a reservist. But in 2010, he's the guy that was charged with ending Operation Iraqi Freedom. And when Operation Iraqi Freedom ended, we went into Operation Enduring Freedom.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. He's the guy who brought 150 some thousand troops back to the United States. Pulled them out. He's also the guy that was responsible for the new rotations, the new shorter rotations, so that you just didn't have soldiers deployed, for 2-year stretches in Afghanistan. That's who he is. Citing mental health reasons. But but the guy, because he's I think he's the Army or Air Force.
Army. Yeah, he's Army. And
the guy I work for, the command that I worked for, my last tour, General Sattler, was under him.
Now, here's the funny part.
But then it was Kip. But back then, the position that he was at CENTCOM was actually I think Kip Ward was the top guy then.
Now, Cerulean, before we even read, right, and this is why I say everybody has their lane, right? Cerulean is a book of knowledge, right? You know what I'm saying? So he was telling us and giving the bio on this man that I have never heard of up until I read the news article. Before I even read what the reporter had to go report to give you after I was reading the article in front of everybody, right? So he told us where he was from. He told us what was going on and broke down everything before I even got to the second and third paragraph in the article. So since y'all won't believe Cerulean, then the black coffee has to come through a white filter. I read the white man's report on the black man.
So you talk about this guy. You gotta remember when in OEF OIF, because black folk had got a reputation of dodging leadership positions. So when he was hand selected, it was out of a very small pool. Like, it wasn't just black folk dodging leadership positions. Operation Iraqi Freedom was literally such a disaster. Nobody wanted, as far as upper brass, nobody wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Kip Ward was one of the few. Those Kip Ward, and his replacement, which was Lloyd Austin here, and it's actually Lloyd Austin III He's a junior, and his family his family comes from a military background too.
Mm. Mm. Mm-mm.
So he's not the first generation to actually serve in war either.
So this is a generational thing. So if you start in your generation, it's more likely that that generation will keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have that lineage. I mean, black folk in the South, that's kind of like a heritage. Like I could go back home to my home state and I'll see, the old heads walking around in 15-piece suits, but they got their VFW hat on. You know what I'm saying? It's a heritage.
Now, here's the thing, right? Here's the other thing that I'm now this news. Now today is the 11th for me, so for you guys it's the 10th, right?
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah,
news
I even remember his original proposal was to put soldiers deployed in Afghanistan on these 3-month rotations. That was actually rejected by then it was the old Department of Defense who was selected actually by Bush Jr. Who remained there till Obama's second term.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Rums? Was it Rum? Who's it?
Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld.
Yeah, Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Rumsfeld, he was kind of like he kind of had the same sentiment of like a Nixon, during Vietnam, like, oh, we can't pull him out now,
Yeah, yeah.
Even though you had incidents going up of like friendly fire and motherfuckers attempted murder on their commanding officers and shit like that.
And
Yeah.
fragging each other.
Yeah. Because and this is the other thing is, and this the reason why I want to bring this up, Cerulean, is that this information came out. This is the 11th for me. It's the 10th for you guys. I suspect this came out on the 8th for me, which is the 7th for you guys. This is content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now news. It's news, right? If we're going to be sitting up here and we're going to be reporting stuff, there is news. Should I continue with some more news? What I want to do is give it an example of how you hold a panel in a constructive manner while you got people's attention, whether it's one person in the chat or 11,000 people in the fucking chat, and actually inform people on some viable information that affects their daily life.
Mm-hmm. Correction and instruction.
Exactly, right? So here's the next one, right? Here's the next one. I would like to do another Grey Regime honors. Can we do that again? Can we get another one?
By all means.
Can we, for the people in chat, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to bring this brother up on the screen. I want to bring this brother up on the screen, right? Since our esteemed Cerulean has been on hiatus, we got to do two.
Mm-hmm.
we gotta do two. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give him some hope. I gotta pull a Ruby. Give him some hope. So Trump signs a bill authorizing that Elwin Cashy to receive the Medal of Honor.
Oh yeah, Alwyn Cashy. Yeah, I remember that guy. He was Camp Lemonnier for HOA, Horn of Africa, and he pulled some.
I got it right here. I got it right here. I can read it for you. Read it. I got it right here. Right? You know what I'm saying? A bill that would clear the way. A bill that would clear the way. So it has to be a bill for this, right? That would clear the way for a legendary fallen hero of the Iraq War to receive the Medal of Honor is now a law. The President Donald Trump on Friday signed a bill waiving a 5-year precedential limit for Army Sergeant First Class Alwyn Cashy to receive the Medal of Honor. Cashy died November 8th, 2005. No, hold on. Let me get this straight.
Yeah, he was Army's mobile response unit. So mobile response unit is kind of like if you ever hear Charles Faulkner talk about QRF.
Yeah.
Sometimes you being a Navy guy, we refer to them as mobile infantry, and their convoy got hit with an IED, and he pulls 6 of his battle brothers out
while on fire.
While on fire.
Yeah, while his skin's still burning. Yeah.
Drenched in fuel oil and his skin, and that's a Bravo fire. We call it he's a screaming alpha, but he ain't screaming.
Right.
But that's a high value man right there.
Well, 6 soldiers lived while he sacrificed himself to save 6 others.
While he was on fire.
While on fire, yeah.
With fuel. It's not his clothes on fire. He can't stop, drop, and roll. He's just gonna stop, drop, and spread. That's fuel oil. It's on you. You got to be cut out of the clothes. They got to come and douse.
Matter of fact, they have since then, because this was in I think the early 2000s, but since then they've like completely changed up like the BDU situation. Yeah, like us Navy guys, when we would deploy with Marines, we have to wear the same thing the Marines wear.
Yeah, right? Now, you don't even. Yeah, now you can't even, man. I don't even want to get on.
There's so many like advancements now, like on the inside of like the newer ones that they made after a lot of these situations happened, after the whole IED thing started happening.
Yeah,
they redesigned them, and that's where you get the digis that on the outside they're kind of like water resistant. On the inside they have some fire retardant.
Yeah, material in the inside of them. Yeah. And they breathable. They breathe. So it's not like how we was in the space as engineers with them hot-ass fire retardant coveralls and shit. You know what I mean? Sweltering and dying damn near.
Yeah.
But, you know what I'm saying? But here's the crazy part about this, right? Weeks after sustaining gravest burns while pulling 6 soldiers out of a fiery Bradley fighting vehicle in Iraq, right? Now, here's the thing. He died in 2005. It's 2020. That's 15 years.
15 years.
So why does he have a limit on his Medal of Honor?
Why does it take a law?
Why does it take a law? Okay, so when did Bush get out of office? Junior, like
that was Bush Jr. got out of office 2008.
Yep.
He got out of office in 2008, right? Obama was in the office from 2008 to when? 2016, right?
16.
Right? Trump is out of office in about to be in office 2021, but he's out of office, right? 2020. So it took 3 presidents, 3 presidents, because he did it at the end of his thing, at the end of his term, to give this man his Medal of Honor?
Act of Congress.
And then you think, I remember being in that theater, and back in the day, if you were HOA, because that whole going to Afghanistan thing was much later. So if he's in Samara, he was definitely deploying out of Camp Lemonnier. Back then, like a lot of those outfits, like this is back when before Naval Expeditionary Combat Command actually is officially started, even though the pilot program for it actually began back in 2000. It didn't actually become a thing until 2006. But during that time, a lot of those outfits, whether they were Army, whether they were Marines, whether they were Navy, or even whether they were Air Force, which we called the overqualified mailmen, were always undermanned.
Mm-hmm.
They were always undermanned. They were seldomly rotated out. Well, if you were Navy, you were always rotated out. if you were a Marine, you're pretty much fucked. You're going to be there for some time.
Right. We ain't going anywhere.
And especially because Marines, they started getting smart. They was like, it was like if we stop doing such a good job and make the Army guys pick up the slack, maybe we can get rotated out like everybody else. And that's
true.
like the Marines always last to get rotated out. So
Always.
I'm like, you know what? Like,
especially if you get a good set of Marines, yeah, you're fucked. You're gonna be there for a minute.
Yeah.
You know what's the crazy part? Marines are like engineers on a Navy ship. The first there, the last to leave. Right?
Yeah. That's what we are.
Yeah. And
The higher your success rate, the longer you're there.
Exactly.
That's
Just like
exactly
anything else in the military.
It's like rewarding us for doing a good job. Y'all gonna stay longer.
Oh, you know what your reward is? More work.
Right, more work.
And you know what the funny thing is? I remember when I went on my second ship, they was always asking me, right, when we would see Marines on the base, and I would say, "Hey, what's going on?" You know, Marine or whatever, and they would ask me. The guys would ask me because the base I was on, it was pretty much carrier Navy, and they would ask me. They was like, "Dude, like, why are you like so cool with Marines and stuff, right?" Because the Marines, the Cerulean, the Marines in Yokosuka was pretty much that was their vacation, right?
Yeah.
They would send them from Okinawa or Camp Fuji, and they would be up there at the gun range, basically, and that was for the good Marines that they would reward them.
Well, that's why whenever they would come to like Yokosuka or if they got Sasebo, right? That's why it seemed like they was always crazy, right?
We call that liberty.
Yeah.
They just fucking wild out because
Right. They call that liberty.
you go down to Okinawa, all they doing is fucking training day in, day out.
Yeah, they running them into the ground. And you know what the funny part is? I told him, I said, man, my first ship was an amphib. I said, count this if you will. 20 young, impressionable young men, geared up, war paint smeared on their young little faces, piled into the back of a goddamn submersible goddamn tank and shoved off the back of a goddamn ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Hoping that the motherfucker that did the maintenance made sure it was watertight so they didn't go to a watery grave. And you know what they get for that? They roll on the beach. They roll up. They go, they fight. And guess what? Only a quarter of them get to come back to the fucking ship. And the ones that made it, they get to rinse and repeat again. So I have high respect for Marines.
You round level, dog.
That's it. I said, that's it. I said, you want to carry a Navy, so you don't understand.
Oh yeah, man. The amphib side, man.
Yeah.
The amphib side is relentless, man. Like being on like a LHD, LPD, any of those, like in shit, you might meet some friends on there that might be Marines, and you don't even see half of them.
Yeah. Until they leave, and unless they in the child line or something like that, you know what I'm saying. And this is the funny, and this is the crazy part. And I want to read this, right. Cash received a Silver Star for his sacrificial heroism, but the procedural hurdles, including witnesses and incomplete evidence since addressed, thwarted the previous attempts to recognize him with a higher award. First of all, he pulled 6 people out. They didn't magically get the fuck out of the goddamn shit by themselves. Right? So here we go. His family has not stopped fighting for Cashies to receive the Medal of Honor, and public support has grown as his 15th anniversary of his heroic actions passed this year. The conference version of the fiscal 2021 defense budget bill contained an additional provision waiving the time limit for Cashy to receive the medal, signaling a broader congressional support. Now,
that's because see, you got to remember the old regime, which is the Bush regime, they handled things business as usual, like Vietnam era.
Yeah,
like you look at like Vietnam era and previously, you'll see these tremendous acts of heroism and valor that black soldiers weren't even getting recognized for. I mean, you look at Dory Miller, World War II or World War II and Korean War, shooting down Zero fighters in Pearl Harbor as a cook who couldn't even technically wasn't supposed to even touch the 50 cals, but somebody had to.
Based on his color. That's why he wasn't allowed to touch it.
Yep.
And guess what? He gets the Navy Cross, not the Medal of Honor.
Yep.
He doesn't get the Medal of Honor until, almost 50 years posthumously.
Yeah. And that's the thing where, that there's a couple of things when you talk about these things, and that was for the honoring this brother right here. But I would like, and give that man his just due, and I hope he gets his Medal of Honor, right? Because he deserved it. Now, here's the other thing. Let's switch speeds. Now, remember our wonderful person, the little white kid that decided that he wanted to go from his home, pick up a weapon, and go confront the protesters
and guard the somebody else's property, his boss's property, whatever. End up killing two people,
killing two people, injuring a third person, doing damage to this person. And these, and actually, it was the guy with the skateboard that stopped them from hurting more people. Remember, the other three people had guns.
Yeah, he did.
It was the guy with the skateboard that actually saved everybody, right? The guy that didn't have a gun. So let this be a lesson to you. The gun was the great equalizer. All right, just let that be a lesson to you, right? So I'm going to bring this up, right? Because this is something that has something to do with you black folks' rights against police brutality. These are white folks deciding your fate while you're sitting up here in these streets, throwing each other underneath the bus. White folk have died. None of y'all was out there. Right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Any black people shot or killed in this incident?
Not one.
Not one, right? Okay. What was this incident about?
They were protesting the killing of a shooting of a black man, if I'm correct.
All right.
One kid got shot in the back 7 times.
And this was Minnesota, right?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Right?
They kicked off their new round
No,
of
this
protests.
was Milwaukee.
No.
Yeah, this was in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Not Minnesota.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. This was Wisconsin. This was Wisconsin, and the Bucks, the Milwaukee Bucks, decided that they wasn't going to play, and this actually was about to shut down the NBA in the bubble. Now, just to bring this, because y'all too busy beefing with each other about dumb shit that don't fucking matter. The shit that do matter, people forget. So I gotta bring it back to.
I mean, you got people, you got niggas online arguing about YouTube respect,
and you know what?
The real world is still happening all around you.
All around you.
So I'm going to bring this up here, right? And I'm talking to the men. I'm not talking about the women.
I mean, not only that. I mean, there's a nigga still crying about a fucking something that I did to him fucking years ago. Yeah.
Oh,
crying like a bitch, won't even fucking get over it, while proclaiming that he's somehow a real man. Last time I checked, real men know how to let shit go.
Yeah,
I mean,
hold grudges.
If I did something to you 2 years ago, and I gave you the opportunity to garner an apology, and you fucking spit in my face, look, you don't get a fucking second chance. There's no second chance for me to apologize to you, even if I was in the wrong.
Yeah, I'm like, for real. That is facts. Like, if
you're still crying about it and the shit happened in 2018, look, you need to really reallocate what the fuck is going on in your life.
Well, the thing is, you got to ask, why am I on your mind for 2 years later?
Right. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
But
What's
see, I'm
wrong?
not even really like upset about any of that. Like, what even makes me upset about the whole situation is the people that follow that, and the people that talk shit about me because of that, while the same person is around fucking terrorizing uh fucking men, women, children, and I'm the nigga that's got you upset while while motherfuckers have done way worse
Well,
to not only to you, but the person that I'm talking about has done way worse to other motherfuckers.
because I'm gonna say like this, and here's the thing, right? And with all due respect, the field marshal Cluster B did make a valid point, right? How can these people get down in the gutter in the dirt, but then you want to hold me to some higher standard where they are getting down in the gutter in the dirt and attacking me, but when I reply with such force and meet the energy where it's at, now you talking to me sideways. And here's the thing: what makes good and evil is power. Has nothing to do. Morality does not exist in certain cases. Okay? If a person goes out and massacres a lot of people, why do we have to treat them with the same respect?
Well, I always said that
To a certain degree. Like
that
is
morality is a tool decided by the powerful to continue to mentally oppress the powerless.
that is
That's the reason why nations have always created militaries, bodies that exist outside of the realms of morality. They'll tell
exactly.
you they'll tell you within their own borders you shouldn't kill a person. They run you down the math. 90% of black folk is killed by black people, black on black crime. And then whenever you measure it all out, well, 90% of white people are killed by whites, 90% of Asians are killed by Asians. Let's just put this into perspective. 90% of soldiers kill other soldiers.
That's
Okay.
true. That
I
is
mean, when you
yeah.
go to war, that's soldier on soldier
That's
crime.
soldier on
But
soldier.
You know what I'm
Ain't no
saying? Like
stats for that, is it?
we got
but
black
but
on
it's
black
Stats on
only
that.
yeah.
but it's only like the simple-minded Negro that suffers from like this manic self-inflicted shame to where they believe they gotta be some kind of high moralistic type of individual to be a good person that
But
don't
then,
really understand this fact.
but then they engage but then they engage in illegal prostitution in the back chats of YouTube.
High value.
Oh, we ain't gonna talk about that, is we?
Man.
We ain't
No,
gonna talk about that, is
no,
we?
I was actually while I was talking to you guys and listening to you guys, I was doing my little research in the back there, and for some reason or the other, this thing of this high value man kept sticking at me, kept poking at me, kept prodding at me. So I really couldn't, as you go into Webster or thesaurus or all these other things, there's no definition for high value man. It's all a matter of opinion. There's no
Look,
one definition for it.
I'll even put it like this. Like this is what I would say. And I'm not even hating on Kevin. I'm not hating on his hustle.
No, I'm not hating on the hustle.
But nigga, I don't give a fuck about no goddamn suit. I have plenty of suits. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Louboutins. I don't give a fuck about no Chelsea boots. Nigga, show me you know how to change a tire.
There it
Show
is.
me you know how to change the oil in a fucking car.
There it is.
Show me you know how to motherfucking really survive. Because
Okay.
guess what? My thing is this. If you really want to know what you need to determine that, let all of the shit that you have go away, and how you can get it back. The modus in which you get it back, that determines what your fucking value is.
Hmm.
Because I'm a person that has lost a lot of things.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting there fucking wallowing And that's really what it is. It's really a bunch of deeply deeply ingrained insecurities that a person likes to dress up with all of the fab and fervor, like suits and the glitz and glam, like fucking shoes and shit.
Exactly.
It's like, what the fuck good is a suit? And the only motherfucking skill that you have is bullshit, motherfuckers.
And to be totally honest, right? To be totally honest, being in the military, uniform of the day was what? Whatever was deemed for the job, right?
Right.
I'm like, we engineers, so it was coveralls, right? Cerulean, right?
Coveralls.
You know what I'm saying? The only time you wore utilities is when you was going off the ship, and this is an engineer, right? The rest of the people that was on the ship, depending on where they worked at, if they worked in combat and they was behind a desk or looking at a radar, they was in utilities, or we underway, it was different. Only doing certain points. Remember pre 9/11, before 9/11, motherfuckers was standing gate watches in they dress uniform.
Oh yeah.
Right? How you going to think about it? Nigga, 007 is not a real motherfucker. Ain't nobody running around with a goddamn suit with goddamn Uzis coming out of his cufflinks.
But if you really look even at military dress uniforms, they're actually made for combat. Because you gotta look at it. Look at a Marine Corps uniform, the dress uniform. That's actually a combat top. That's why the thing is up to the neck. Why? Because it mimics the old suits of armor that used to cover the whole neck.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right. That's why they call this leathernecks.
And here's the next thing, before we go to this Rittenhouse guy and shit, right? And this whole thing, it's,
I mean, even look at the dress uniforms, the garter belt that they wear. Those are utility belts. Why? Because you put stuff on them, ammo, canteen. Especially a Marine Corps uniform. Marine Corps uniform, you can put your canteen. You can put your entire ensemble of your weapons, ammo, canteen, your pack, maybe MRE pack or whatever else you want to carry on that belt can fit on that belt. It's a part of the uniform. It's built for combat.
Everything about a Marine Corps uniform has purpose. Everything, even from the camouflage utilities to the summer service dress blues.
Even the buttons can be used as a weapon.
Everything. Every part of the uniform is identified by something. Even that red stripe that you see down those dress blues, that is called the blood stripe. For the blood we shared. Everything about a Marine Corps uniform has purpose.
You look at the Navy uniform. It is clearly amphibious wear. That's why it's so airy. If I ever fell off the side of the ship while wearing some dress whites, guess what? I can use that motherfucker as a flotation device.
That's right.
Exactly. And your neckerchief comes off, and you can tie it to your friend that on the edge of the life raft.
Sustained damage, and you can make a tourniquet
out of it. Yep. Bandage. You know what I'm saying? Wipe your face because it doesn't hold oil. Like it's your Dixie cup can be used as a way of
why you think the dress whites in the Navy? Why you think the sleeves are made to rip off so easily?
Yeah. Well,
because every piece of that uniform, because the Marines don't have their own medical corps. The Navy does all their medical corps stuff for them.
Yep. Shit, even the Dixie cup is
cup.
The Dixie cup is actually used while you're at sea for so long for you to desalinate water. You can actually turn salt water to fresh water by using the Dixie cup.
Yep, it's used as a filter, a strainer.
As a strainer. You know what I'm saying? Like you can actually test the validity of your food because the Dixie cup is made of cotton. It's like it's a you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of things that people don't understand about certain things. So there's a purpose. There's a purpose for everything. And the only reason why you wear a suit is in business attire. There's nothing wrong with wearing a suit. I got suits. I got dress clothes. I got casual wear. Okay, yes, the clothes make the man. Yes, you feel confident when you look good. So you're selling confidence through materialism. Got you. Any man that you feel like $1,000,000 when you shit, shower, and shave,
That's
right?
right.
You know what I'm saying? But if you wanted a course on how to keep your shit together, ain't nothing going to build confidence while motherfuckers yelling at you and bullets coming over here and you made it out alive. Can a broad on the face of the planet turn you down after you've been shot at?
But I do find it interesting. I do find it interesting though that if we're going by money being the determining factor of a high value man, why is it that I find the wealthiest of men never having wearing a suit? I mean, tell me, when have you ever seen a picture of, say, a Bill Gates or a Steve Jobs wearing a suit? I mean, last time I checked, Steve Jobs always wore turtlenecks.
And he actually wore like what, them dad jeans and shit from Walmart,
Yeah.
and them, I call them them Air Orthopedics.
There's only two. Did you know in the old times there was only two types of people that even wore suits? Those were bankers and lawyers.
Yeah. I'm like, was it gangsters didn't start wearing suits until when the 20s, 30s?
The 20s and 30s.
And that would and all the way up until what, the 50s, because they was trying to blend into regular society.
And that's basically kind of what spawned black folk wear suits as daily attire, because that's how they chameleonized themselves into a white Jim Crow-esque society.
Yeah, code switching. Like I mean, that's what the whole thing with the code switching.
But I mean, your ass still got strung up from a tree in that suit.
You look clean. You look clean as hell. Matter of fact, what was the old saying? This nigga looks so good in the suit, he can go straight into the casket.
You came dressed for your funeral.
Exactly. And this is the thing where I'm not knocking on the dude hustle. He's making his money. I don't care about that. What I'm basically pointing at is we're talking about.
And then secondly, you don't see why is it that you don't see, if we're going by money on the high value man side of the game, you don't see no high value men wearing anybody else's brand but their own.
I see, and that's why I get I'll give the little bit of the pushback. This thing when you say not knocking his hustle, yeah, I don't knock his hustle if it was a hustle of some kind of substance. But for me, what I think with my major problem with folks like Kevin Samuels and those they portray themselves to be one thing, but they're really not. And I have this. I guess it's just this innate thing in me to expose liars. Expose those people that are out there, just those muckrakers, those snake oil salesmen. It's just something that's innate of a lot of us. Is like, wait a minute, I can't sit here and honestly say that I'm not knocking your hustle, but actually I am knocking your hustle. Go find something else. Why are you that kind of a person, as you call yourself, high value man? Well, a high value man would not. How do you say take advantage of someone else's vulnerabilities?
Exactly.
They wouldn't. Absolutely wouldn't. So in this case, I have to say, yeah, I am knocking your hustle, because you're no different from these same people that you so-called yourself despise. You're selling somebody else's product. You smelling like somebody else. You're looking like somebody else. Who are you?
Now, it's different if you're getting paid by these people to promote these products and you're partnering up with them. Okay, I'm cool. Either way, right? It's because people have sponsors. They have sponsorship. It costs money to run a platform and to invest, right? Like you're using the Rodecaster, right? You know what? Let me pull this down. We'll get back to this guy later, right? So, what is the cost of being a YouTuber? Like, what is the initial investment?
$0. Well,
just your internet. Actually, your internet and whatever computer that you decide to buy.
Now, let's move that up a notch. What is the investment of a proper content creator that does this on a regular basis?
Time.
Time, and there's also money. So I'm going to go ahead because I know Cerulean is not going to like this one. But DJ Kuda about getting your mic game up. He was right. If this is my thing, if you're going to charge people for a product, and when they come and tune in 6 months later, and you are still using the earbuds that came with your Android phone,
well, I'll put it like this. How am I coming in now?
Oh, you're coming in nice, coming in very clean.
I'm using a phone.
Yeah,
but I also have, what is this? The Galaxy S20 something or another.
Yeah, it's
the thing about the Galaxy S20 is that it doesn't even have it doesn't even have an earphone jack.
Yeah, you got a Bluetooth it, right? Like,
but I'm not using Bluetooth or anything. This just straight up using the browser, talking straight through it, not using nothing
extra shit. But see, the thing is, Cerulean, and to your credit, right? You know, you put up your information, you go about your business. You're doing it once a week, right? You put out some information and some content once a week. But if we think about the time invested, because you got to learn the software, right? If you're doing it right, like, you know, when we do the movie reviews on the Twitch channel, right? GrayRegime.tv, right?
Yeah.
You pulling up Zoom, you using OBS. You know, you gotta you invested money into your computer to make sure it's fast enough to handle the load to be able to do what you need to do. Look at the Elder Music. He owns his own radio station. His gear has to be up past the basics for him to be able to handle that load, for him to run his radio station for crispy audio, right? So, and this is why I say is, if you look around, even these dudes that stream and whatever they doing, it's only a couple of them that has upgraded their gear, right? I remember, you know, Kevin used to do his pre-recorded videos. His setup looked better. You know what I'm saying? When it comes
I would even say this, but even before they upgrade their gear, one, they need to have a fucking cohesive argument. And the reason I'm saying that, like, look at all of our opposition.
Right.
The Maybelline mercenaries.
You know, I don't even count them as oppositions, man, because it's like
they don't even have cohesive. They don't even have cohesive rhetoric like that's sustainable. Like, all of it's like a bunch of you know. Now it's just peddling, you know, snake oil. Matter of fact, you should be weary of any motherfucker starting off a sentence with "all you got to do is," you know. It's almost like a pastor in the church that starts off his sentences. Well, Jesus said, you know, all you got to do is, or Jesus said. I mean, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about Kevin Samuels. Started off hardcore. Has always said that he was the only thing consistent is that he's always said that he was an image consultant.
Yeah,
that's the only thing consistent about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Starts off hardcore, throwing women under the bus. To lightening it up just a little bit, to jump into the mating and dating, you know, Jesus gonna magically send you a man. Only all you got to do is such and such.
Derek Jackson.
Derek Jackson switched up the rhetoric altogether. Now trying to move into the Steve Harvey lane. But you notice something that both of these people have in common, like Steve Harvey and Kevin Samuels. Steve Harvey, I mean, failed at 2 marriages, barely making the third work. And you have another one that has failed at a lot of relationships, like 50-something-year-old man talking about high value in dating. Like, one, you 50-something year years old, man, you ain't got no business dating. Like you
Oh,
just doing
okay.
whatever the fuck you want to do at that point. But you're talking about like dating. That's what the youngsters do.
Hmm.
That is true. That is true. Like it is, and that is
Like
absolutely true.
dating to lead to what? Because see, you would think by 50-some years old, you already know what you want, right? So if you
And
already know what you want, what you dating for? Because dating is to figure out what you want.
Figure out what you want.
yeah, I'm like, you know what, I got something for you, right? I just came to this, right? When you get old as a man, right? We're going to speak on men, right? As a man, right? Once you're over the age of 45, everything's interviewing.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can
then
put
you
in the interview.
yeah, and then you
Like,
look at the other opposition. Look at Obsidian,
mm,
hardcore, throwing women under the bus. I mean, is a year and some change ago, it was women should die in a pool of their own fucking blood.
it was like 2 years
Hmm.
ago.
Yeah, there was 2 years ago, straight up San Bernardino killer syndrome,
Hard body.
hard to the
Bury him
max.
in the backyard.
A year ago, he's a man of means. I'm gonna go off and be a dating coach. I'm gonna write a book called the Book of Obsidian. Going around sending niggas invoices with no services rendered, even though they're accusing a certain YouTube couple of being scammers. Well, what do you call sending someone an invoice with no services rendered? Well, according to the SEC, that's called fraud. And fraud, by definition, is synonymous with scamming, right? But nobody
Scam.
calls the nigga out on the shit. And now it's 2020, and now he's full on, remarketing himself as a dating coach.
Has the book came out
Mm.
yet?
No, the book hasn't came out yet. Even though the when I had a debate with that motherfucker tried to say, well, it took you a year to come out with the white paper for the Great Faulkner Initiative. It was like, well, it's been almost 2 years that you've been marketing the Book of Obsidian, and that shit hasn't fucking came out yet. And speaking of which,
Mm.
a certain other person is also opposition who can't decide on a name that he wants to stick with. Because he had 5 name changes. Now he's down to Maybelline Sequitur. But
Mm. You
Limp
know,
Bizkit and all. And it's so funny, right?
was it
And
is it
it's
Boss Radio? What was
Boss
it?
Talk Radio.
man, look, niggas all
Boss
over the
Hog
place.
Radio. I mean, Boss Hog Radio. Boss Talk. Boss Hog.
Boss Hall.
Niggas all over. Niggas all over the place with
Well, you know what? You know who I gotta blame. You know who I gotta blame. I gotta blame you, Cerulean, because you ain't been live, so you can't give them some ideas that they can take and run with it and say it's their own intellectual property. So you've been quiet, so they don't know what to do. So you got to come back and you got to give them, you got to give them some ideas that they can take and run with it and claim that it's their shit. You know what I'm saying? It's your fault. It's your fault.
I mean, they've been doing a bang up job without me. I mean, I like I like seeing them squirm from the lack of creativity. Like, quite frankly, it's been enjoyable, watching these guys who pride themselves on their creativity still running with a joke I threw away over a year ago, based on a certain domestic abuser.
Oh
Uh,
Lord.
Well, you see, that's the thing I noticed. I mean, being relatively new to these streets around here, I notice a lot of things. It's they catch fire if it's said, and it's got a bunch of comments in the chat room, or you hear it. Next thing you know, it's in this stream, it's in this stream, it's in this stream, and then you hear somebody screaming about this belongs to me or this belongs to me. Last time I checked, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. If it's in the dictionary, am I entitled to use it freely?
Yeah. Um. Listen, I ain't seen.
Man,
You know.
look, I saw a goofy nigga try to say that a certain small hat, Ben Shapiro,
Mhm.
still already copywritten and trademark symbol that is out of a Street Fighter game, which is copywritten by Capcom, saying that he stole the versus symbol from him.
I
You know,
remember that. I remember that.
What? Whoa! Wait! Well, hold on.
Yeah, I remember that because someone had showed me that, and when I saw the logo, actually when I saw the stream and I heard him screaming about this particular logo, the first thing I thought about, wait a minute, I've seen this before. Yeah, we won't call no names because we're trying to get away from that. But if you listen in the clouds, you know who we talking about.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say like this, and this is the funny part about it is, like you know, people come up with stuff and it's sayings, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look, Cerulean, like Cerulean, you've been like you was knowing our associate friend Charles Faulkner for the longest, right?
Let's not talk about him. That's y'all's friend.
You know what I'm saying? And no one was saying Yerp until I showed up, right? One of the thing, right?
Hmm.
I'm from Baltimore. Charles is from Baltimore. Nobody heard him say it, right? Now it confirmed when I said it to him. He said it back out of reflex, right? Because that's a way that we confirm that where we from, right? You know, that's how you confirm somebody really from the place that you say that you're from, right? Just
Hmm.
like Cerulean knew that I was stationed in Yokosuka when I used the term "dirty foot" for the first time in the back chats.
Familiarity.
Yeah, it's very familiar. So, um, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm basically saying is a lot of people come up with ideas, have sayings, they're trendy. You know, like bling, you know, what's that? You know, a lot
Mm-hmm.
of, you know, people cross because it's what's hot, it's catchy. And if you came up with something like that or you use something in a certain way, then it's catchy. It's a thing. That's what remixes are, right? You take the old and remix it for the newer generation to run with it, right? And a lot of times, you know, like why did people love Ray Charles, love James Brown, but couldn't stand Little Richard? Because
Mm.
everything you heard out of Little Richard's mouth is what someone stole from him. He was the
Yeah.
originator of this and yada 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 yada, right?
And we say I don't get nothing.
I didn't get nothing. But the first time I seen Little Richard was on TV. So nigga, you getting a check?
Something.
Like your whole call of fame was the nigga complaining about how you don't get nothing.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and the only song that I knew that you made was Tutti Frutti, nigga.
He had a
Maybe.
few, he had a few hits back in the day, but again, like you said with Little Richard, he was a chronic complainer always. Instead of resting his laurels on his talent, he was worried about what other people thought about him, what someone stole for him or whatever. So, not to say that he wasn't a pioneer in the music field that he came up in. Of course he was, but he was still a bitch ass nigga.
Yeah. Yeah. And what was the other term that we thought about Little Richard? He was a fruity. He
Yeah,
was,
Tutti
you know,
Frutti. He
he was
coined
he
that
was
fruit.
you know what I'm saying? Because you felt that any man, um, you know what I'm saying? Any man that does that all the time, that complains about something all the time about what they started, well, dude, come up with something else.
Right. And that's basically the same thing that we're talking about here tonight, Dre. I mean, all these guys, they don't, they keep rehashing and keep doing this, talking about the same things over and over and over. I guess it's easy to pick a woman out of the crowd, bring her up on a panel, and let her be the sacrificial lamb, for the same content that you talk about, this using the same words that you bashed the last woman that came up on the panel. Actually, I was in the clouds listening to one of the four name mentioned guys earlier, and the young lady was on the panel and trying to get her point across, but it was like it was a cat fight in there, man
Yeah.
versus woman. It was, didn't understand it, but hey, that's how you run your panel over there, so it is what it is.
And that's the other thing is today we sitting on the cusp. Is like I said, I always like to put dates and times with stuff. The days. It's the 11th for me. So it's 31 days in December. So that's 20 days left, right? For everybody, what I'm saying, that's stateside still. They're stateside or whatever. It's the 10th for you guys. So that's 21 days.
21 days left in 2020.
It's 21 days left in 2020, right? Here we are, 21 days to 20 days left. The very gravity of the future of civilization as you know it on the brink of dissidence, and you are arguing about a whole lot of nothing.
Pretty much.
It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she thinks you're a dusty beta male coon. It doesn't matter if you think that she's she's a strag or whatever the hell. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, because if you don't have employment, you'll be dusty and she'll be a strag.
Again.
But the one thing that's different is a woman that look halfway decent can always find a home.
Okay.
It's hard for a nigga that look fucked up to be dusty and find a home.
I heard my man Kevin Samuel say, ain't not too many men out there are looking for 35-year-old women with baby mamas. Well, me personally, I don't know too many women out there that are looking for 51-year-old YouTuber men.
Nah. Listen, women ain't out here, and listen. If a woman is getting up there and she's asking a question, how can she get a high value man? Then she is seeking validation and she's asking a question, because if she's depending on who the source is, right? If the reply to that source is six figures and whatever, then that woman is up there looking for provisions. That's all she cares about at that moment in time. She is the loud minority.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And that's all I'm going to say about a female, right? That's all I'm going to say. For a man to walk around and think him being a high value man is basis on just provisions alone, you were sadly mistaken. I just brought a receipt of a high value man getting taken out by a low value woman that seeked him out because he wasn't judicious, because he really wasn't of high value, because his judgment should have been better. Is that not that, you know what I'm saying? So we see it all the time. All this high value talk is to give you guys confidence while you're sharing in this victimhood, to give an excuse, because when he's actually saying the reason why you can't get a high value man is because you can't get access to a high value man. Are there men in the chat? Then what he's saying is he don't even hold court with high value
men, because he actually said it. There's none around you right now, and that was at least 1,700 folks listening to that at that point in time. So no, he was right at that aspect of it. But again, as I kept looking for this definition of what high value is, and it only pointed out to what this person's opinion was, and what this think tank group was, but none of them had a could actually coin something for West Webster to say that this is what high value is. So as they look at it, as they defined it, those guys that walk around and thinking that perfume and nice clothes and a car and all that's just a lifestyle. It's not, that doesn't make you a high value man. That's just a lifestyle.
If you go into the forests of if you go into the forest of the Amazon, the high value man in the forest of the Amazon is a man that can go out, come back, provide, protect, raise his family. And the women in that village, by him competing against other groups of men and holding the respect within that village, he doesn't even have a choice on which woman he is given. It is picked for him.
Mm.
See, most high value men are all the women that they're paired with are already chosen for them. They don't have a choice because marriage in itself is built on legacy from a man's standpoint, right? It would be nice, you know, um, and that's a whole different subject as it is. But a high value man, you can be valuable at your level within your community. The validation of that high value man comes from other men and society and thereof. And a woman may think that this guy that works this job is high value and he's just he's a janitor. But what else? But he's a hardworking guy. He goes to work. He comes home. He gives his wife the attention that she deserves, that she wants, raises his family, spend time with his family, and is engaged. Where another woman might think, that's not her thing. Maybe she wants a man in corporate America, or he's an upper middle, upper management, blue collar or white collar guy, and he does the same thing. You know what I'm saying? You never know what it is that this is. But what I'm going to tell you, men, is that what value, what is your code? Because that's what it comes down to. What do you stand on? If I stand on certain principles and the women that I'm going after don't hold those principles, then I keep looking for the women that actually enjoy the principles that I stand on. It's not the other way around. I'm not going to reconfigure, especially if they're productive in my life as a whole. If I got behaviors that are unproductive, then I ain't got time to be worrying about what a woman is thinking about. I got time to be worrying about if I'm going to eat or not.
Mm.
But if I can do the basis of food, clothing, and shelter, and blase, blase, blah, now I have time to go and find a mate, and the principles in which I live my life, and the code in which I stand on. Then, if you're not finding women, and every woman that you run into is X, Y, and Z, then you looking in the wrong places. And I'm gonna extend this to the females too. Same fucking scenario. You don't gotta give me a cash app. You ain't gotta subscribe. You ain't gotta like, because this ain't a stream for that. This is my Christmas gift and Happy New Year's gift to everybody that's listening. Stop wasting your time engaging with folks
That
that
mean you no good.
mean you no good. Mean you no good.
If you, ladies and gentlemen, and them folks out there that don't call themselves ladies and gentlemen, not unless you're going to the grocery store, not unless you're going to some place where you're supposed to spend money at. If somebody's telling you, I can give you some information on how to be a better wife from a YouTube stream, and you pay for it, you get what you deserve.
You get what you deserve. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they're married and they have a good marriage,
Mm.
and there are some that are out there that speak and talk and stuff like that, and they don't ask for the super chats. They just put it in there and people give it to them freely. People can spend their money on where they wish. I'm not knocking whatever hustle or whatever. But if they have the receipts, they've been married, they got kids, they this, that, and the other, and they're happily married and stuff, and the way the person carries themselves is a professional manner, and they're just speaking from their opinion, but they got the receipts to back it up, you may want to listen to them.
Yeah.
You may want to listen to them. You know what I mean? But if they ain't showing you the bare basics, if a person's telling me this is how you get this is how you get a good woman. Do you have a woman? No. Off.
You can't tell me. You're automatically wrong. You mean to tell me you trying to tell me how to obtain a high value woman and you can't produce one?
You can't produce one at all.
So something about this formula that you giving me don't even work for you. So how's it gonna work for me? Isn't that like me going to what's the lady's name, Miss Cleo, and her giving me the winning lottery numbers?
Yeah. Did you win the lottery? Well, it doesn't work like that.
Don't work that way.
What? Well, I don't need the lottery. Why? Because you just paid me. See how that worked? Like it's like what?
Right.
What?
I don't need the lottery. I can tell you that you gonna win, and you give me $9.99.
And that's the thing. Like, would you go to a doctor like, hey, this surgeon's going to perform surgery on me? Oh, word? Well, who has he done it on before? I'm gonna be his first person.
Oh, okay.
What?
Well, good luck with that.
Let me know how that work out for you. You're not going to go to a mechanic and he's going to fix your engine and he's never touched the engine a day in his life, or even your type of engine. So why are you taking advice from people in a certain thing that have showed a track record of failure in that certain? The only thing they can tell you is what not to do because they fail. If they sit up there and say, look, in my experience, if you go after these type of people, in which I have done in my life, you have a high possibility of failing and it doesn't work out for you. Mm. That right there, that's a warning. That's a stop sign. That's a traffic light. Cool, I'm good with that. I don't got no problems. And if you want to pay that person for their time, hey, go right ahead. But if they're telling you this is how you be successful and they haven't shown no modicum of success in that avenue, we got a problem.
You know, going back a little bit, I was put on a mission, so I went to seek out the particular young lady that Kevin Samuel was talking about, and found her on a Facebook page. Looked at a few of her pictures. You know, of course, she had her, you know, standing up fully, of course, in different clothing attire and all that. Okay. For this young woman to be 35 years old. I found her to be, you know, I wouldn't say that she was an ugly woman. I wouldn't say she was an average woman. I would just say she is just a woman. But so looking at her pictures on Facebook and looking at her post on Facebook, I'd still, to this day, don't understand why she felt the need to be validated by that particular guy.
Exactly.
I can't understand that.
Well, here's the other thing, right? Okay, she said shit that she was a let's just say a woman's looking for a high value man, right? Let's just say that, right? High value man, according to the standards, right? We already know this is mute, but let's just have this conversation.
Okay,
high value man, for shits and giggles, right? For shits and giggles. She's looking for a high value man, right? Let's say I'm Kevin, I want to give her some constructive criticism and some advice and some solutions so she can go find a high value man. Mm-hmm. According to the standards of the 6 figures and up thing, right? The first thing I would ask her, well, what do you do for a living? Where do you work? She's a pet groomer. No straight man takes his dog to a pet groomer.
Okay. Without suspect anyway.
You know what I mean? A pet groomer, right? Now he may take him to the vet and they cut the nails and get the shots because the vet will do that. They'll cut back your dog's nails. They'll their claws and stuff like that, or they'll say, hey, he needs to get a haircut or something like that. But usually a man, if he's going to a pet groomer, he's either with his woman, right, or he was tasked by the vet to do so, and they were he volunteered, but just bringing his poodle to the pet groomer is not a thing that a man does, right?
No.
A Pomeranian, you know what I'm saying? That's weird, right? So, and even if he did have a pet groomer, You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If he did have a pet groomer, then with that pet groomer, he would have his assistant because that's an expense.
Yep. Can you take my dog to the groomer today?
So you take my dog to the groomer today. Now, most women take their dog to the pet groomer. Now, that means that this woman is in a profession where the likelihood of her running into a high value straight man is down to nil, down to about a 10%. We being nice. So
Two
the first,
choices.
yeah, I, I would tell her you need to get in a position where you will run into high value men at a higher clip.
Put yourself in play.
Put yourself in play, right? Do nurses run into high value men at a higher clip? Yes, they work with doctors all day.
Of course they do.
Right? Even the patients that come in. She would a nurse would have more access to actually knowing if the dude's high value or not just by his medical history, his insurance.
Who you got insurance with?
Who you got
You got
insurance with? Blue Cross
you ain't
Blue
got
Shield.
none?
You got Medicaid. Oh, I can't mess with you.
Oh.
Ooh, no, no, no,
Ooh.
no, 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 baby. No.
Mm,
Oh, this came back. Oh, he
mm.
look fine, girl. Don't mess with him, girl. Why? Look at this. Oh, he got the clap. Oh, no, girl, no.
Right.
Right? So you're not even in a position. She's not even in a position just from her profession to deal with a high value men. Actually, she's dealing with women that are married to high value men because if she's got a pet groomer and she can bring her dog and pay all that money where she can take care of kids, think about her job description, not disparaging what she does, right? Think about it. Her job description is to groom pets.
Okay. Now, in her defense, Dre, I'm going to say it must be a lucrative business
It is.
because you spent time doing it. You honestly said, I think that she said she makes pretty good money at doing
Of
it.
course she does.
And most of the men that she run into want to know, can they get into the business? They're not interested in her. They want to just know how they can get into the business. Well, that's to me, you didn't need Kevin Samuels to tell you were dealing with the wrong kind of folks. You didn't need me to tell you that.
Well,
No.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Elder. Who perforates that business? It's a luxury business. It's a pet business.
Exactly.
Women,
Exactly.
women.
Women.
So these men want access to women. If I'm
Okay.
a man and I'm grooming a dog, a Pomeranian for this woman that's coming in here, most likely it's either her money or the high value man she's married to, and she got too much time on her hands because he's too busy making high value money, right? So she gonna need me to entertain her.
Okay.
You see, so that means if she want to know who to get a high value man, why aren't you talking to your customers? Why are you talking to Kevin Samuels?
There it
That's
is.
one. That's what it is. So she's not in the business. So now I need to ask her, well, you spend most of your time at your profession, your job, right? Spend about 8 to 12 hours a day traveling to and fro 5 days a week if you work a 40-hour work week. So that's majority of your time spent, half of your day is spent at work. So that's 50% of your time of you being able to meet a high value man, you're not going to meet him because of your job. You're going to meet high value. You're going to meet women that are married to high value men that are already taken, but they ain't
You
going to tell you.
right. You got any friends?
You got any friends? So now, what do you do? What hobbies do you have? Do you go to a mixer? Are you a business owner? Are you trying to get into business? What about starting your own grooming service where you don't have to work with someone else that has this grooming thing? Because what about a certification or something like this? The reason I would ask this woman these questions, and this is where you're actually trying to get her some results, right? And if she says, well, I go here, I go there, well, how about you go to these places, these places? This is how you would meet these high value men. Like you were saying, go to these mixers, go to these things, go to this other stuff, like you were saying on your show. You would put yourself in position to run into these high value men on a higher frequency
That's right.
so you can get
That's
one.
right. You got to put yourself in play, and if all you're dealing with is the the folks in the, I hate to say this using her as an example,
Yeah,
but if you break that business down to what it is, chances are you're not going to run into very many men in that business anyway. It's just the
exactly.
nature of the particular business that you're in. I know I've owned dogs, uh, not no lap dogs or no Shih
Yeah,
Tzus and nothing like that the folks got to. But I don't take my dogs to the if they need to go to the vet. That's one thing. But hey, you shed in the yard.
yeah. Like, listen, I got a French bulldog. That's the smallest dog I have ever owned. Right, Sm- smallest dog I've ever owned. Right. The next one up was a bulldog. Right. All the rest of them were mastiffs, like bull mastiffs, Napoleon mastiffs, or whatever. Right. When I walk around with this dog, it's still a dog, right? It's a small dog, but it looked like it's a dog, right? My wife takes the dog to the groomer to get the nails cut, or she'll do it herself, right? When the dog need to get washed, the dog goes in the bathtub, or he goes outside and we wash him. Like, he's got his own little dog thing, and she wash him and stuff like that. When I see people taking their dogs to the groomer, if I see a man taking the dog to the groomer and he's there and he's got a little purse, backpack, man purse, he's holding the dog like Dr. Evil or something like that, I'm looking at you funny. I'm
Mm,
looking at you funny, right?
okay,
Because
automatically, we know who wears the pants in that family.
and that's I'm just saying, like, that's your little doggy or whatever, whatever. But at the same time, back to the lady in question, okay, now the next step that I have to ask you, because I just gave you some advice on what you should do, give you a rundown of these places. Here's a list of mixers.
Mm,
These are high value men looking for companions, right? Or looking for women they can talk to. Because sometimes a lot of high value men, they just want regular everyday Jane women because they can be themselves, right? They don't sometimes men don't want women in their same, as hard charging as them, right? They want to be catered to because they want to get the bacon. So if that's the case, this is my recommendation. But then I would have to go to another analyzing the situation. Ma'am, what do you consider as a high value man,
yeah.
right? With no judgment, listening to her, what does she want? She's the customer, right? She super chatted you money. She came up on the panel and she's asking for a solution to a problem.
And I wouldn't really consider that a problem, Dre. I would consider that a dilemma that she needed to
Or
figure out
request, right?
on her own.
Yeah,
Again, there's so many. Was reading some of the comments from the ladies down there in the chat, and I gotta agree with a lot of them. If you're looking for a man in a relationship based on the amount of money he makes, then you get what you look for. You know,
there you go, right?
you know
And
you
what Vonda puts up there, do people not care about character and personality in addition to earning status? Money is not everything. The most, you, you always see it, the most miserable people are the people that got the most money. It's
okay,
either, what's those two big problems? You don't got enough money, you got too much of it,
okay,
right? You know what I'm saying? So, and like Shar, she brought it up on Keep the Beat, right? With the she was pissed off at a Tony Braxton song off a
yeah,
new album. How
yeah.
she was crying, how the man wasn't never there because he was always out working. He was always late. She has a high value man, but she
Right,
left
right,
him because he wasn't
again,
there.
right. Another thing that goes that whole thing again. Put yourself in play. If you know the cat is out working, take that extra 15 minutes out your time a day to say, hey, I know you're out here working hard there. I just came to bring you some lunch or whatever. See if you needed something. I'm gonna go back home, take care of the kids now. You know,
Yeah.
don't go
And
ahead.
and obviously they must have not had no kids because she didn't mention it in the song. Just in that light. That means she was a trophy woman and she was
Trophy
bored.
wife, exactly. Again, so that's what you look for. You married for money, so that's what you got. You didn't marry for love. You didn't marry for companionship. You didn't marry anything. You married for money. So
Yeah,
don't get upset when he talks down at you or he controls you, because he knows if he cut that checkbook off,
yeah.
is what it is.
It
But
is what it is.
You're right. I mean, there's so many ways that your dude could have gone with that conversation. You know, you treat her customers always right if you want to look at it from that angle. You know, hey, I'm not here to disparage you, man. Like you said, there was a lot of you don't do's instead a lot of, well, what do you do to put yourself in play? Where do you go, man? What do you do past your job to find these six-figure men? It's obvious you put yourself in play financially, but what have you done to put yourself in play as far as your love life is concerned? Because she's
And
not a bad-looking woman. She
she's
really
not
isn't.
she's not a bad looking woman, and you got to get to the crooks. You know what I mean? And the first question you should ask is, well, what do you consider a high value man is? What are you looking for? It's just like when you walk into a car dealership, right?
Mm.
They'll ask you, hey, can I help you today, sir, or ma'am, or whatever? What are you looking for? Oh man, I really like that I really like that BMW over there, right?
But you settle for.
But your credit score only lets you walk around with a Malibu. You see,
But
you see what I'm saying? Is you want a brand new car, and you took it home, but then your credit score ain't right, and the payment couldn't do right, so you had to bring it back and get a
bring it
brand
back.
new used Malibu, right? Brand new to you, but used to somebody else. And this is why I'm saying this is, if you are the type of person, right, and if you're trying to give solutions to the problem, and right there, I just gave, if you were actually trying to help this woman. Now, if you were going the way that Kevin was going, it was just a way of, it was okay. Let me give it to you. Let me pull the veil off real quick, right? I'm gonna explain to you how this shit works. Okay. This lady comes up there. She's a single mother. She comes up there. They're having this conversation back and forth. He goes off on a tangent. Next thing you know, it hits numbers. Next thing you know, it's on World Star out of nowhere. Kevin Samuels, out of everything that World Star can goddamn report on in this pandemic of shit that's going on, is rappers dying left, right, sideways. Is people getting knocked out in the Atlanta streets left, right, and sideways. But
Rappers
Kevin
getting
Samuels,
shot.
rappers getting shot. We done had 4 or 5 rappers die over the last couple of 2 months, right? Right? World Stars out of Atlanta, right? Okay. The remnants of Niggerwood, Hollywood for niggas.
Hmm.
Okay, if y'all didn't
Glenwood.
realize. You know what I'm saying?
Glenwood.
You know what I'm saying? So what he does is he knows this woman. He's ran across this woman or these women. The last other woman that he done had this conversation with, that hit World Star. He talked to the woman. He has some real people that call in, right? But this woman was too poised, and she was able to take that disparagement too well. Yo, listen, there's no woman, especially a black woman on the face of the planet, that have enough gall to call into a show her face, and get put on blast like that, and don't go live or don't go explain herself. To take,
Okay.
that doesn't even happen unless she was paid to do so.
Yeah, kind of like Jerry Springer or Maury Povich.
Now it mysteriously gets in the hand of World Star, pushing this man numbers through the goddamn roof,
Roof.
in which he done slid it to somebody that he knew, right? That he knew, okay, over there, that probably worked at World Star, one of his friends or whatever that was in, one of his fraternities or people that he mingles with, right? Slid him, do me a solid, put this in their pocket. They run it on the website one day, it goes viral, right? That his shit didn't go viral, right? Then he waits until it marinates. Then he puts up the video, not the original video explaining himself, but the shit with the World Star on it. Not the original content, but when it was on World Star, so you know it was on World Star. So instead of going on his channel to get the full context of the video, you go and get the sensationalized copy of it on World Star.
Hmm.
So the next time that he says something, it will actually be more egregious. He can fully go in. People will want to participate to get some clout chasing, and he can spend less money. And actually, World Star will actually start paying him money or someone else. He's working on getting to the point where he'll get his own show.
And the copycats are coming out of the
Right?
woodwork.
And they're coming, and but the difference is the reason he's able to do it is he's mastered the art of presentation. And what a lot of you niggas don't understand with these dating coaches, what they don't tell you is confidence and presentation. Music can probably sit up here because of his confidence, but because of the skills and because of his voice, he can probably sit up there and tell a woman anything, and 9 times out of 10, she'll just accept what he has to say because of the presentation on how he presents it. Cerulean does the same thing, sometimes to his detriment, not even trying, just talking about regular shit, right? Some people got it. I got to be a little bit fucking in your face, blasty, kind of comedic with my shit. But that is my presentation. Jay Sean can just say anything out of his fucking mouth. and you know, but if another dude says it, you have to find your frequency. Then I'm giving you some game. Right? Because it comes down to the same thing. But that doesn't mean that your ass is going to be 100% successful. I'm only giving you the game in which you'll go from being a 0 successful motherfucker to a 20 to 40% clip of professionalism, of being successful, right? Of being successful. And if you get over that 40 to 50 to 60% clip of being successful when it comes to engaging with women, then that means you found the frequency and you understand what type of woman that you can get and you can deal with.
Frequency. Say the word again, because I don't think people understood you.
Tune in. Listen, I'm almost 40. I was born in 1981, so you niggas know what I'm talking about, motherfucker. Get them rabbit ears and turn them antennas and get that aluminum foil pop.
That way it comes in clear. Keep turning, twisting. That's right. Keep twisting and turning till it comes in clear. You're absolutely right.
But this is what it is. I'm telling you what happened. He waited till it marinated to explain, and he doubled down on it. He didn't get, and by him doubling down on it, he wants the smoke. He wants the women to get triggered. He wants the women to say this, that, and the third. He wants the woman to do this, and this because it garners him viewership. He gets him traffic. He went by 11,000 people in his chat from that spike. Now, don't you think it's ironic that soon as his numbers are dipping down to regular stuff, that all of a sudden World Star get their hand on a sensationalized piece of information? Listen, when you get information with TMZ, it's a lot of times it's these own celebrities leaking this shit to TMZ. If ain't nobody talking about you, bad publicity is better than no publicity. Straight off and down. That's how it works in the industry. Everything is concocted and pushed into a narrative for a certain point. He just understands this more because he actually sits up and read, and he gets himself around a group of people that mainly not black folk that are easily triggered. He triggers you, and he's just trying to build you up. Do not be surprised. What Kevin Samuels is doing is what Tommy Sotomayor did a long time ago.
Okay, here's a little information on your boy there. Here's his net worth as far as YouTube is concerned. As of December 2020, his net worth of YouTube is $28,000. Today, so far today, he's made $28. Yesterday, he made $29. His viewerships is 5.5 million, and he has 558 videos. Y'all wondering where I'm getting this information from?
And it's easy. It's easy, but that's why the cash apps are so important, because YouTube ain't paying that money like they used to, right? Because you can't get monetized, or you can be monetized, but you can't get no AdSense really put behind you with that type of content and the way that it comes across. Matter of fact, let's keep it a buck and 100. The YouTube algorithm is actually suppressing live streams.
Well, there it goes again. According to the YouTube algorithms, his audience factors is, I guess, since this last video, when he talked about his audience has gone up 257%.
So if his audiences went up 257%, and that's the 11,000, then that means without the help of a bot, right? That means that was actually organic. That was organic. Now, let me get this straight. You had versus battles that wasn't hitting those numbers.
Okay.
Some of the greatest versus battles.
Versus battles.
Like
didn't hit the
Loaded Lux.
You had Loaded Look shit. You had Erykah Badu doing what? Jill Scott, and then you had you had was it Jada Kiss? You had Busta Rhymes and some you then had some of the best versus battles, known celebrities. Right? The people that permeate this chat know these people that we're talking about. These are known stars with an algorithm. An algorithm. Right? Right? They have known these stars. And you're telling me. Now, did he pull it off? Maybe. Possibly. You got it. I'm a businessman. You invest in your platform. But if we're going to keep it a buck and keep it 100 for the people that are in the clouds that are listening, that are wondering how the secret sauce is, there's no secret to the secret sauce. He's been in YouTube for a long fucking time. He actually goes out and collabs with other content creators that are not in the YouTube sector, in the black YouTube sector. Right? And I can name a few of them, but I'm not. Because Cerulean, remember when I asked him that question when I first ran into Kevin on BGS's panel and asked him what he does. And he'll say, oh, I didn't know. I was looking for a black dude. I was looking for a black dude that did this. Because I was right? I was looking for a black dude that did this because when I started moving up in the entertainment industry, I had to dress a certain way. I had to wear certain type of attire just for business deals to get done. Because the entertainment industry is a flexing industry. Here's the thing. You're an image and style consultant. Most of the image and style consultants have left Atlanta and moved to California.
All the good ones, anyway.
They're gone. They're gone. And you don't even know who they are because they can't waste time even talking to you. Right? Now, the other one, now you have the everyday Joe image and style consultants that are for the everyday man that understands that this guy is not going to be able to spend this amount of money. First of all, here's the thing. A man spends less money on clothing per lifetime than a woman in her first 5 years of adulthood. This is facts. If a man spends $400 on a pair of Italian dress shoes, by hell or high water, them shit's gonna last about 5 to 10 years.
Yeah,
they'll be in the back of the closet dusty.
Not wearing them every day.
Not wearing them every day. They gonna have the look. I got pairs of shoes that are sitting in the goddamn closet right now with the pond, you know, the little pond thing that you put in the hold the shoe to make sure it keeps its shape and all of that shit. And I even take them out once every 3 months to buff and sit up there and buff them down and put mink oil on them and all types of shit because I want to keep my shit.
Actually,
and I don't wear them like that.
I want to add this, right? There is a secret sauce to the secret sauce.
Okay, go ahead.
As a matter of fact, I'm looking at some of the secret sauce. And what I'm looking at is how to be a successful used car salesman.
How to sell lemons.
Yeah, how to be a used car salesman. Now, I know that sounds awkward, but think about what you're really looking at. Used car salesman offers you an unreasonable expectation, right?
Right.
Beats down your confidence to subvert expectation. And what am I saying by that? Kevin Samuels has found a clever way to sell bullshit to the cow. And what do I mean by that? You're offering something to the males that any male can be, and you're offering something to the females that no female can qualify for.
Explain that.
See, if you've ever been to a used car dealership, and used car dealers have this thing that they do. Used car dealers, if you ever been to a used car dealership, on the front of the lot of a car dealership are all of their best cars they have on the lot. That gives you an unreasonable expectation. That way, whenever you go in, you think that you're going to get one of those cars off of the front of the line. Those are your high value cars.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you go in, what happens is the used car dealer runs your credit and all of that. And even if you have a good credit score, the idea for the used car salesman is to get more out of you than they're actually offering. In fact, practically offer you nothing because you still think that you're going to get that car that's off the front of the lot that's used to advertise the building itself, which their business is in. And then once they get you into the door, everything else is so dehumanizing and mundane that it's an atmosphere that tries to convince you into settling for anything that the car dealer offers you. So, in other words, you have the unreasonable expectations you're going to get a car off the front of the lot when it's only meant to get you in there to offer you the lemon or that piece of shit lemon that he actually has sitting all the way in the back.
Been trying to get rid of for 6 months.
While he's trying to get you to pay the front of the line car prices for that piece of shit lemon in the back. See, like a person that is trying to buy, say, a used BMW 3 Series, that he's going to pay what you could almost buy a damn near new 3 Series for. And then convince your stupid ass to go and go into a contract to buy it, let you drive it home even, only to come and confiscate it the next day. Say, well, there was kind of a problem with your credit. You don't really qualify for this car.
But we got one in the back.
But we have this other car over here that's a certified pre-owned. It's an American made, and it's not new, but it's not a BMW, and it's not new either, but it's within your credit and price range. But you got to have a cosigner. In other words, I want to get more out of you than I'm actually giving you. Hell, what's better than putting one person on the hook for a used car that you won't pay off for 8 years? Putting two people on the hook for a used car that you won't pay for in 8 years. That is the art of selling bullshit.
That is true. And that's true. And that's what I'm saying is, and you know, and like I said, I'm pro black. So if you're making your money because these same dudes were over in these other sectors with these dating coaches, paying them the same amount of money. Well, paying them more money than what they were paying that are paying you, right? Because I remember, Elder, when you did the show yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to what the black dating coaches was charging versus the white ones, the black ones were getting far less.
Far less.
Well, see, you got to remember, black folk have been late to the game for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And see, the black dating coaches, they think that they're undercutting the white dating coaches. But what they don't understand is because they try, and you notice with black dating coaches, they always try to be colorless or colorblind.
Mm.
Race is like a secondary or even third, fourth, fifth, last on the list. They don't want to talk about anything that involves race.
Well, there's a reason for that.
But the reason why the white boys charge so much is for the simple fact is that they know that they have the media, this long reaching, long standing monopolization of determining market value of things
and what's beauty and what's not,
to where they know the psychology. They know the psychology of people. They know that you're only gonna pay me this much money because I'm white, and because I'm white, I have trained you to take my word for it.
There you go. Right.
See, kind of like this, right? You ever see those commercials, infomercials?
Mm-hmm.
Infomercial it gives you this bullshit rundown, right? Like if you remember, like Carlton or Don Lepre. Don Lepre, he was the guy that was on the infomercials like, yeah, I'm going to teach you how to get into real estate the same way that I did by putting in these tiny ads into the different newspapers. You remember
into your local newspapers.
Exactly, right? And I'm going to teach you how to get into the real estate game using only $1. But in order for you to get that, I'm going to charge you 3 installments of $199.99.
You get 3 courses.
So $600 to teach you how to buy property for a fucking $1.
Wait a minute, but Nick says, but wait, there's more.
Right. But wait, there's more. If you call within the next 30 minutes, we'll discount the price of these 3 courses from $199.99 down to $149.99. That is a total savings of $149.99. Then you will be able to come out of this course for $449.99. That is a total savings of 25% if you call within the next 30 minutes.
And then they throw up the number scratching down on the screen.
So I can teach you how to get into the real estate market for only $1. But wait, there's more. If you send me a referral, we'll even knock that number in half. So instead of you paying even that price, we'll deduct another 25%. That's a total savings of 50%.
50.
That is
oh, my friends, this is a deal that you cannot pass up. Not
Hold on, wait a
tonight.
minute. So what you're telling me, right? Here's the thing. What you're telling me is we're doing a pyramid scheme and there's no pyramid,
It's like
right?
Well,
Like,
Greg.
see, the white boys have had it on lock, right? The white boys have had it on lock. That's why you don't see a lot of black Fortune 500 companies.
well, here's the thing I want to
There's
show.
one that's TV. The only one that exists is TV One.
Mhm.
Here's the thing that I want to show right here, right? Now these are the top dating coaches according to this site, and then I'm gonna show something else also, right?
But
So
wait, there's more.
There's
If
more.
you call within the next 5 minutes, we'll
Act
throw
now.
in we'll throw in this signature pin so we can make sure that you sign every single contract without reading the fine print because you have a fine looking pin. Look at this pin. It is,
And
it's gold encrusted. Yeah.
and
gold
keep the
And
pen
in the
as
fine print, it'll say
wait,
simulated gold.
wait, but keep the pen as a free gift.
no,
They, look, they have been doing it so long, they've conditioned you over and over again to just take their word for it that you're getting this total savings. So what happens with the black side, and the black side works a lot like the churches, right? Where the reason why you see so many black churches in the hood is because the hood is filled with fucking scam artists and confidence men.
yeah, was
Like what happens is that when you see the big church pulling in, $100,000 in a weekend, what happens is, some uh, nefarious, shadowy character, real shyster, says, you know what, I got a perfect idea. I'm gonna open up a church across the street,
Street.
and you know what? Instead of charging them 10% in tithes, we're gonna go 5%.
well, we gonna hit them with a love offering every 5 minutes.
Not the love offering.
Appreciate it. Hit the
Mm.
link.
And see
So
the whole time, and this is the other reason why you see the white boys charge so much, because the white boys, they compete with each other for clientele,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Black folk don't compete with each other for clientele. They only compete with those that they see are smaller, weaker, less views they have, and they want to see. This is where being an image consultant could be an arrow in the foot. You're so concerned about looking better than the man sitting next to you, right? You're so concerned with being better, right? By saying that you're better because you have 11,000 live viewers, and you just want to be better than the guy that has 5 viewers, 10 viewers, yada yada yada. So you're competing with the lowest common denominator.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's the crazy part. I'm reading off these names, right? Justin, and I'm gonna just read the little bios on these real quick. Justin is a national acclaimed life coach, author, entrepreneur, and speaker. He is the editor in chief of EliteManMagazine.com, the founder of Elite Life Nutrition, and the host of Elite Man Podcast, where he interviews some of the best self-help experts in the world, including guests like Robert Greene, 48 Laws of Power, The Art of War, all that other stuff, right? Grant Cardone, Dr. John Gray, Boss Rutan. If you didn't know, he's one of the forefathers of what you watch the UFC as of now, right? Dr. Dale Brinson, Kevin Harrington, and many others, right? Once anxious, insecure, depressed, and unhappy, Justin overcame his life's greatest obstacles and loves nothing more than helping others do the same. Check out Justin's latest work, find it on his YouTube channel. Zan is recognized as one of the most original, insightful voices on relationships and seduction in the world. Frequently featured as the guest and the presenter in many parts of the world. He's never varied from his concept of more natural approach to women dating life due to his wonderful ability to inform. Now, the third top one, Sarah Jones. Sarah Jones is the daughter of an engineer and the sister of an engineer, and she has dated many engineers as well. She has seen firsthand the dating challenges faced by reserved and intelligent men, and she has made it her life's mission to help them come into their own. In 2014, she founded a private coaching business called Introverted Alpha to support the highly capable. Is this the educated lane argument that they trying to go with?
I think so.
Thomas Edwards Jr. For the past 9 years, Thomas Edwards has served as a social strategist to professionals around the world and recognizing authority on social skills development and lifestyle strategies. He has been consistently celebrated for his effectiveness in the world of dating, lifestyles, professional strategies. Edward has, like, if you, Robert, Meany, David, Dita, Charlie, like, if you read this, I don't see, these don't sound like nigga names. Now, let's move over here to what I really want to show you guys, right? Now, notice this. When we look at these dating coaches, look at this guy right here. That's a dating coach, right? Look at this female, dating expert for men, Kezia Noble. Look at this guy. These dudes, right? These dudes, a lot of these dating coaches, male, female alike, don't look like they ever had a problem with getting anybody.
But see, like, that's what I was saying about, like, look at the white dudes, right? Like, they're competing with other white dudes and other, you know, just other groups of dudes in general that are at their level. Like, you don't see these dating coaches
Never heard
competing with Jim Bob in the trailer park.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like
so it's like, and this is what I'm saying about Kevin. Like, you're trying to compete, but you're competing with, like, you're trying to compete with, like, niggas in the hood while claiming you're high value dude. Like, how come you're not competing with oh boy, what was the other guy? He's doing those same kind of things, but he's more masculine with it. I can't remember the brother's name.
I don't know.
But you're not competing with those. But no, instead you want to compete with, like, niggas in the hood, and then you want to sell niggas the hood fantasy. Like, you can be a high value man, and not every woman can qualify for a high value man. As a matter of fact, according to those standards, no woman qualifies for a high value man. And see, that's the child psychology thing that used car salesmen, you know, play on consumers, right? Because in child psychology, the more I deny you of something, the more you want it. And so the car salesman is to beat down your confidence subconsciously, making you think that you're not good enough for the car that's on the front of the lot. Right?
Yep.
So to beat you down, you're not good enough for the car on the lot, but you are good enough for this piece of shit lemon that I got in the back that I'm not gonna fucking give you a warranty for, that's gonna fucking break down on you the moment you drive off the lot, because that's about all your credit is worth. A car that's gonna break down within 5 minutes of you driving off the fucking lot.
You got one of those, they call them the asphalt warranty. As soon as them tires reach the asphalt of that road, that's where your warranty ends.
See, there you go. And you're completely right about that. That is, like I said, is like, we were all high value men being in the military. Actually, we went from being multi-thousandaires to 6-figure niggas once we hit the Philippines.
Okay.
Because we're competing against other groups of men that are below the basic standards of living where we're from.
High value men in the Philippines.
High value. We was high value all the way up until the ship pulled the fuck out.
I doubt.
Until the next ship pulled in.
Right. It's like they say in the barbershop, next.
And guess what? And guess what happened? While you was up there flexing your high value, she was still fucking Hector Martinez in the goddamn graveyard and where they was up there on the hot pot cooking on granddaddy's gravestone because Hector
Okay.
done fucked off the goddamn family heirlooms and shit. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Like, is at the end of the day, right? Who are you competing with? You know what I mean? Like you said, Cerulean, like who are you competing with? Like it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, it is what it is. You know, like I look at a lot of people, right? I look at a lot of people, what they do. It's a thing. It's how you sell it. If that's your content, oh well. But what are the solutions to the problem? What are your solutions? Like, have you helped anybody? I have not seen there one woman that came up there to get your dissertation come up there and say, Kevin, thanks to you, I got a high value man.
My whole life has changed, Kevin. Thank you for that bit
Man,
of advice that you gave
man,
me.
man, can you at
Okay.
least can you at least pay a bitch to say it?
Right.
Can you pay a dude to say it?
Two
Can you
dollars
pay
or something. It's
now
two
he don't
dollars.
have to because you niggas are stupid. So I don't blame him. I blame you niggas.
But
I don't
no, but
blame
see,
him.
he can't do that because the illusion falls apart.
Yeah, yeah. But that's okay, right? It's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like this right here, right? Because you can't give a solution because it comes with self accountability, right?
I
If
mean, that's like Jerry Springer
yeah,
inviting the motherfucker onto the show that that don't even belong on Jerry Springer. You know, functional motherfucker with no,
yeah,
you
Yes,
know,
sir.
no
exactly.
fucking.
Yeah. Like, listen, at least Maury at the end of the show give you a solution.
Right.
You are not the father.
Damn
Ah!
it.
You know what I'm saying? She done ran to the couch and started crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a solution, right? It was a solution. He found out the DNA test shows you are not the
Not
father.
the father.
At least in the ratchetry and the fuckery on national television, they got to give you a solution. Gee Willikers, Batman, how are we going to get out of this? I don't know, Robin. If I could just reach my bat utility belt.
My utility belt.
You know, tune in next week for Batman. Like, you know what I'm saying? Does he get
Same
out
bat
of
time, same bat channel. Will
here?
Batman and Robin be foiled again? Tune in next week to find out.
and that's what it basically is. Like, that's what it basically is. And this is the overreaching problem. Here's a couple of solutions. I'm gonna give you a solution. Come close, real close. Come real close. Turn me up in your headphones. Get the fuck off of YouTube and go out in the world
Put yourself in play.
for science.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. He has not interviewed a woman yet that is deemed qualified, worthy
Qualified.
Well, what
of a
about the
high
dude?
value man.
Get the
What
fuck
about?
off of my channel.
Well, he brought a chick up there that was something, what, didn't he?
And see, that's another thing. They always, no disrespect to any of the women that are listening now, but they always find these soft-waisted, kind of laid-back, meek women that they just pounce on. It's like red meat for them. Hey, I got me one now. I mean, if you go back and look at that stream, there's again, you know, you guys said, you know, things that they could have paid for it. Now they're looking at it that way. Yeah, because I don't know too many black women that would have just walked away from it, you know, being told like that on and pretty much on YouTube and became a world star sensation and not say nothing about it. I would, like I said, I went to her Facebook page and nothing
But you mean to
was said
tell
about that.
me you are giving advice about getting a high value man, and you have not interviewed one woman whose credit score has qualified her for a high value man yet?
It's a long time coming. Take a while.
Hey, look, I'm look. Listen, we all know what to do. Fucking look, we know what it is, right? But see, if we point it out, right? Like if we point it out, like if we point the shit out, right? To a certain degree, it is, I'm just saying, like, look, man, this is entertainment at the end of the day. You super chatting him. Do not get mad if you buy some shit, you super chat him, and you don't get any solutions because it was entertainment at the end of the fucking day. You've been entertained. Look, shit, when we sit up there and watch this shit, we're entertained too. We laugh about it, right? You know what I'm saying? We're laughing about this shit. If I was to get up here and actually give y'all a solution on some shit, nobody would be watching whatever the fuck I'm saying. If no, I'm just being real. I'm just being real.
Well,
Like,
see, let me tell you the real reason why,
Not the angrier man. He's back.
Well, see, I gotta tell y'all the real reason why, these women don't respect you, you know what I'm saying? Or how about let me tell you the real reason why you ain't getting no pussy tonight. And the main reason why is because, you gone ahead and you out here, you living in this, the main reason why, the other reason why, by the way, right?
You
gotta
didn't give
keep
us
coming
the
back.
first man. You didn't give us the
You
first
gotta
reason
come back.
yet.
You gotta come back like 3 days later for the other reason why, because every time I tell you a reason, it's gonna be the real reason why you ain't got no pussy. But the real reason why you ain't got no pussy because you keep on coming to my show and hitting my super chat instead of taking the girl out on a date. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, for those of you see for the family, if you go on the movie reviews, this is no surprise to them. But for those of you watching in the clouds that are cracking the fuck up, I told you this is the end of the year stream. We want all the smoke. We don't give a fuck. Cause guess what? After this year, we won't be addressing none of you motherfuckers. I'm just
Got,
being real.
got bigger and better things to do. You guys, and come December 31st, you will be old news history.
See, I keep on telling these dudes, right, that if they want to be an 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year fiance like me, all they got to do is,
Hey,
be an ancient dude, right, who lives off, who claims to be a six-figure nigga dude on YouTube, and my girl's a six-figure nigga too, so between the two of us, that's like 12 figures, nigga, right? And like,
he can add.
y'all gotta realize, right? In order for you to have that 12-figure relationship, right, you gotta be able to yell at your girl like she ain't shit, even though she the one breadwinning and bringing in all the money. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm done. Oh, we,
Mm.
you know what I'm saying? What's up, Rubes? How you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? See, Rubes reserve her Kobayashi Maru for us later, right? We gonna hear it later from her. But it's great. Hold on, is Rubes here? Is Rubes here? Hold on, Rubes here? Oh, there you go. So is great and it's funny at the same time that it's just like I this stream had to be done because we've been too quiet. Like, yo, we have been acting above board for for a long time, and we got to give credit to Cerulean, you know what I'm saying? Because he have held back the goddamn gates of hell a lot of times. he didn't held back the gates of hell a lot of times. And no, he didn't know this was gonna happen. I just did it. So it doesn't so it was gonna happen. But
man, I keep more shit in than I actually say. Like, even about my opposition, there's so much shit I could fucking just say, and
yeah,
like, just letting these live. Like I'm over it. They should get over it too.
Listen, but that's what I'm saying. Like, and yo, at the end of the day, except for that bitch ass nigga Grinch, I'm joking about everything else. I'm serious about certain things. But what I said about that bitch ass nigga Grinch, I'm dead ass, nigga. I'm dead ass. I'm not playing with you. I'm dead. I'm dead the fuck ass, nigga. I don't care if you sunshines and rainbows. Oh, what's up, right? What's going on?
What's up, y'all? So I
Yeah.
want to chime in right
Oh yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? I feel exactly where you're coming from because some people on here try to, they go too far with it. Like they go to a level where they try to touch your family, disrespect your family, and do other shit that'll get their motherfucking wig split and their head knocked the fuck off and buried underneath their fucking back porch. But then when that shit happens, they want to cry wolf and act like they ain't do shit. Oh, I didn't do nothing. Or they want to blame it on somebody else like a little bitch. Getting people's houses swatted, trying to contact people's spouses, doing some hoe ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Calling the state on people's businesses, blaming it on other people that ain't had nothing to do with that shit. Keeping my motherfucking name in your mouth instead of keeping a dick in your mouth, bitch. You know who the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And
I'm like,
that's
you
why
go
your
ahead and say
nigga
whatever
left
you
you
need to say. It's the
because
end
you
of the
can't
year.
suck no dick, huh?
No, you can say whoever the fuck it is. We don't care. It's the end of the year.
Hole
I
in the
don't care.
throat,
Oh,
aka baby mama's fear,
oh,
aka
okay.
black woman's fear. Bitch, let me tell you something, you little hoe.
Go ahead.
Bitch, don't stop mentioning my motherfucking name and stop lying on me, saying that I've done shit I didn't do. Bitch, you called the state on Donini, bitch, and there's proof that you did it, hoe. But you a scary ass little bitch, and you scared of them, and you running from them. And you don't, and you want to act like you ain't do it, so you want to say I did it when there's proof that you did it. It's screenshots that you did it. You little fake ass bitch. And then you want to try to get people houses swatted and stuff, and then cry wolf and say, "Oh, why is people talking about my kids? Why is people coming after my kids?" But you sit on panels and make fun of women who can't have kids, who struggle to have kids, or who have miscarriages. Bitch, don't nobody give a fuck about them fucking gremlins that you got over there, bitch. Once you
Gremlins.
start touching people's, once you start getting people's houses swatted, contacting people's spouses, bitch, because you don't got one, because the last nigga you with is 12 years younger than you and is a fucking dope deal, a broke ass dope dealer that don't want to see his fucking kid is in a jail for armed robbery that you helped him do, but you snitched on him, bitch. Don't fucking play with me, hoe. Talking about you a boss of what, bitch? You can't even get no businesses in your fucking
You know
name, hoe,
that's
because you owe the IRS 50K. Bitch, don't play with me.
you know
You got
technically
me.
that's
You
like
got
an
me. Hold on,
oxymoron.
y'all. This bitch got me all the
Dope
way
dealer.
fucked up. She got me fucked up because see, when I cut the bitch off, because this was what happened. She keep going around lying to my yeah, I had to cut Rice off because um she wouldn't leave Donini alone. No, bitch, you kept crisscrossing me and Donini for no reason because you a scary fake ass hoe. Because you an agent on this bitch, causing confusion between women that really don't even got no problem with each other. Cause you a dumbass bitch that don't got shit going on for her life but welfare, collecting a welfare check and made a career off that shit in your fucking 40s. Bitch, you broke as fuck, you lonely, and don't nobody want your motherfucking ass. Keep my motherfucking name out your mouth, hoe. The reason why we really fell out, it don't got shit to do with Dinini. You using that as a proxy, you dumbass hoe. And bitch, before you start talking about you got a leisure, oh, I got a legacy. No, women don't give legacies, men do. Dumb bitch. Go back to school, hoe. Now,
Damn.
like I was fucking saying,
Oh
bitch,
God.
we ain't fall out because of Dinini.
No,
Bitch,
no
we fell
shit.
out because you got mad because I got cool with Black in Japan.
Mm-mm.
You want to suck his dick. He didn't want you because he married.
Mm-mm.
Okay? He married already and live in another country and you mad because he ain't want you. Just like the other niggas on here don't want your ugly ass. Because, bitch, you look like the fucking crypt keeper.
Damn.
And also, in addition to that, bitch, that's why we fell out because you mad because I got cool with him. He didn't want to have nothing to do with you because he know you a rat ass, dumb ass bitch.
Art,
And
Rat
he and
art,
he and I got away from
art.
your dumb ass because I know you a set up ass bitch. That's why.
Ooh.
The bitch, that's why we fell the fuck out. It don't got shit to do with Dinini. It don't got shit to do with none of that other shit, hoe. So stop fucking saying I called the state on her when I didn't, you little scary bitch. Talking about why y'all don't mention Rice. They don't mention me because they know I ain't do that fuck shit that you did. Matter of fact, I know that you and that fucking bitch that's living in hotels was working overtime to contact my spouse, telling him some shit I really did not fucking do, bitch. Keep playing with me, hoe, and you gonna see what the fuck is good. I'm not
Uh-oh.
playing with you at all, bitch.
Ooh.
Talking about some rice, go sit down somewhere and fuck your husband, bitch. You do you have a husband? Huh? No, you don't. You gotta jack off to Nyla and Taz's videos, bitch. You the third
Damn.
wheel, hoe. That's who the
Damn.
fuck you is. You the third wheel, bitch. Go stuff a dick in that hole in your throat and stop mentioning my motherfucking name. You clown ass big nose witch having bitch.
This ain't no smoke. This fire.
Mm-hmm.
You
My
don't
Well,
get the
neck,
fuck on
my back,
somewhere, bitch.
my neck and my back.
Well, when you no disrespect that rice, but when you clean that mouth up a little bit, if you ever thought about coming on the radio, you got a nice voice.
Listen,
Oh yeah.
listen, y'all. Listen. Let me tell y'all something. I gotta be like this. Y'all don't get it because where I come from, people try you because of the way I look. People try me because I look a certain way. So it's not that I have a potty mouth. I'm. It's not. Ask DeAndre. DeAndre know me. It's not that. I have to take it there with these bitches. Seriously, these bitches are socially and economically deprived.
Stop,
They
Rudy. I
don't.
ain't
This
recruiting.
bitch opportunities are limited. She can't go nowhere in life. She fucked her life up, so she's on here to try to mess other women's life up and bring them down to her level. The 3 to 4 different baby daddy having
Hmm?
level. That's what the level she wants you to be on. She don't want you to do good in life. She don't want you to be successful in life. And if you are, she done got people fired on here from their jobs. She done got people that worked in the fucking police department fired from their job on here. She done got other people fired. But you can't touch, bitch. Have you been able to touch my life? No, bitch, because my shit is set. Talking about, Rice only make 40, 50,000 a year. Talking about I got her tax information. Oh, come on, they got your tax information right. No, bitch, you had it. You had it. But guess what, you dumb hoe? I'm Native American and I get money from that. So that's
Well,
that's that's where my 6 figures come from, you dumb asshole. See, but you a broke dumb bitch and you don't know shit about that. Now do
no.
you?
Now let
well,
me ask you a question
Fuck
here.
out of
let
here,
me just
hoe.
add something real quick. Um,
Yeah.
it's kind of an oxymoron to be broke and a dope dealer. That's one. And to be honest, 40 to 50,000 is actually in this economy is actually pretty damn good.
Mm.
Right.
Cerulean, what is the medium income for minorities off the
I
top of
mean,
your head
I mean,
per year?
well, according to Sandy Darity, the average household family income for the black family is around 28,000 a year.
So that means if her tax returns state that she's making $50,000 after taxes, what that means is she's making the money of two black households by herself.
Yeah, nearly two
Okay,
black
okay,
households by herself. Yeah.
okay. I just wanted to. So basically, she just brought a receipt that you're doing better than her.
Right,
Okay.
and then on top of that, I get money from being Lumbee Indian. But see, because this bitch was begging me to, oh, please open up to me, Rice, begging me to open up to her about my life, and I never did, because bitch, I never trusted you, bitch, because I knew you never liked me, bitch, I never told you that stuff about me, because I know what type of bitch you is. You fuck with niggas on here that work for the government that dox people, and I don't want them finding out what the fuck I have. You whack broke
Whoa.
bitch.
Ooh.
You don't get
Whoa.
the fuck on somewhere.
Uh-uh.
Whoa. Whoa.
Little
Whoa.
I wouldn't.
girl.
I
Whoa.
wouldn't mess with you no more. I wouldn't do that.
But
And
see,
bitch, I know where the fuck you live at. So keep playing with me
That's even
So
worse. Catch a
well,
flight.
with your broke
I have
ass.
questions about anybody working for the government and using their government position uh, to violate the Privacy Act statement of 1974. And the reason I'm saying that is because do you know what it entails? Like people that get caught for violating that that Privacy Act. I mean, they just had a white dude literally get 15 years.
yeah,
I mean, and
Right.
he was a YouTuber.
yeah, that is true.
And she on her last strike. She on her third strike. She got identity theft on her record for stealing people's credit cards and identity.
Uh-oh.
She got attempted murder on her record. Bitch,
She
keep
a cri-
playing.
she a criminal.
With that mug shot of yours, with that fucking half an inch of hair on top of your damn head. Don't get the fuck on
I
somewhere.
mean, me personally, I would.
you you can go to a
me,
bar fight with me anytime.
look, me personally, I wouldn't suggest that as an avenue for anybody that works for the government.
Nah.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because you know, us Navy guys, right?
Yeah.
We come into the military a lot of times with clearances, right? And if you're caught abusing that clearance on the inside of the Navy, that is a UCMJ violation,
Big
right?
chicken dinner.
Big chicken dinner.
Yep.
But on the outside of the military, right? You have consequences that are even worse with that. Like you know, was it dude Bradley Manning got like 20 something years, you
Mm.
know,
Fed
and
Fed
now
time.
he's a girl. You know, now
Okay.
he's Chelsea Manning.
Oh yeah. That was the guy that got his thing in prison. He got his sex change in prison or something like that.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
the
like
brig, right? In the brig,
yeah,
right?
while in the brig, like ran into some lifers in Leavenworth that like fucked them all the way into having a pussy. Yeah.
Oh God.
Literally.
Literally, literally. Like, and see now, there's people descending in the clouds, looking and hooking and whatever. Listen, we said this was the end of the year stream. I began the stream with the smoke. I said, if you want the smoke and you want to, because all year y'all was talking in subliminals. Y'all were throwing pot shots. We stayed quiet. We didn't say anything. Attack after attack after attack on people over here where we just trying to mind our business and stay out of stuff. When y'all went totally off kilter and went left, we quietly just stepped away from you and let you do your thing, right? We talk about your content, the things that come out of your mouth that
Mm.
are receipts on YouTube, and we leave it at that. You take it to the personal attacks because you can't defend your position in an educated way. And for the better part of it, niggas just tired of taking the high road. Since you don't think we still niggas, okay, I got time today. I got time.
Yeah.
I got time to
Yeah,
give you
I
some
mean,
smoke.
I'll put it like this, man. I've been so fair. I've been so fair with things like all the way around that even when Q to General,
Mm,
right? If you remember when I was calling a certain um, suspected limp-wristed Negro who uses a euphemism for table sugar,
mm,
when I was calling him out on that very stream,
mm.
Q the General and Grinch got into it to
Yeah,
where Q was like, you probably one of them, general discharge niggas is trying to get your shit upgraded, right?
right.
To where I even shut down Q the General from doing that against the motherfucker that was being blatantly, overtly, straight out coming to the door disrespectful. So even to no motherfucking enemies have I given the benefit of the doubt to when I could just let fucking Q do what the fuck he do with his TSSCI clearance at his
Well,
government computer.
this is well. You know what, Cerulean? I would like to talk about that real quick. Since we talking about the smoke, since niggas got revisionist history, right? Because
Hmm.
since it's been a year and some change since this shit happened, the field marshal cluster be put it out that there was a certain person um that is called, that giving bunnies a bad name. Bunnies are wonderful looking, cute little creatures, but now I don't even want to look at them the same, right? And this person
Oh, you
said
must be talking about a certain long-eared swamp rat.
exactly,
Bound on the bayou.
right? So that person said that they were going to put this person's information out and dox the person and do all this other stuff. Not before, not previous, but recently, and it's coming soon to a theater near you, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter that this nigga got up there on his panel, I'm waiting for the
Hmm.
smoke.
Hmm.
And then what he proceeded to do was act like everything was sunshine and rainbows, and the person came in the chat of the accused. But when you was up there, Cerulean, knowing that you know more damning evidence and shit against this nigga, you never said nothing. Shut Q down, but this nigga went on a fucking tirade and was allowed to do so for 6.5 fucking hours.
It's a long time.
Right? And ran with the narrative until it was proven that you didn't say anything and it was all a setup from Jump Street.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, see, I like that shit to stand the way that it is, because it really, if more than anything, it displays my character versus everybody else's character who I disassociated with.
True that. True that.
You see what I'm saying?
Well,
And my thing is this: anybody that's following that crowd and still buy into that narrative, like you know how I was, like I didn't want the motherfuckers over on this side anyway.
That's facts. That's facts. Even though we had a couple of people infiltrating, you know, and doing some things. And listen, Q, I respect you as a black man that did service. I respect you as a man that is a mentor to some of these people and whatever. But when you went up on Cluster's panel and you was talking about how X, Y, and Z happened, how this happened, how that happened, I can't believe y'all did X, Y, and Z to me, blase, blah. I'm going to stand on it, nigga. I said it from day one, niggas were charlatans. And you swore me up and down, even though you was carrying all the water back that niggas was talking about to their doorstep. So please understand, nigga, I feel nothing.
And see, the thing about it, because I've talked about this with you, esteemed elder, that we do ourselves this whole disservice whenever we come on pretending like, you know, we these multi-millionaires, you know, balling out of control with champagne, and you're not really living like that, right? We actually do ourselves a great disservice,
Right?
because I want to like let's really review it, right? Going all the way back.
hey man, speak for yourself. I got these cigars, and you know, I got this cognac, and I got this $200 bottle of Jack Daniels, which is worse than that goddamn Uncle Nearest. But you know, y'all think I'm just fronting when I say I'm a 6-figure nigga though.
Because that shit actually hurts us, right? Like, for instance, there was that whole thing about you know, Nigel and Taz being poor and yada yada yada. Like, we pro-black niggas. We know that the collective of niggas is fucked up right now financially.
True.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, what good does it do when I know that the majority of black folk is struggling, hurting, and especially since COVID hit, is really fucked up now?
Yeah.
How can I sit there and have this expectation that, you know what, you should pay me for this information when I know what the economy is? And I know that because black folk, every time America gets a cold, black folk catch the motherfucking pneumonia.
Indeed.
Well, let me tell you this, right? Right.
But in turn, see, you'll have niggas, you know, straight, you know, poverty shaming, and you know what? Some niggas, and I'm gonna be 100 with you. Some niggas deserve to be poverty shamed. Like for instance, a certain nigga running around here trying to say that a certain someone is living in a motherfucking Astro van whenever they have filed for bankruptcy, they deserve to be poverty shamed. Because let's just be real. If a person was living in their fucking car, what do you think sends a better message? To sit there and be a piece of shit like, man, you living in a car? Or to be like, well, let me put you on to some things to help you get out of living in a car.
Okay. I think that would work better.
Well, hold
And,
on. Let me get this. Let me get this
but
straight
see,
though.
what happens is because we have this group shaming kind of mentality. What happens whenever you shame that person for living in their car? Guess what happens to other black folk that are really hurting and struggling and actually really living in cars? They pretend like they're not living in cars. And that's
Mm.
why niggas walk around here and they pretend like ain't shit going on with the black community for real, for real.
Because
And then
everybody's painting a facade.
because everybody's got it. So now whenever we look up in a generation and then we sitting there wondering, why is it that we're a generation down the road and ain't shit get done? Well,
Mm,
you keep giving everybody the impression that all black folk is all right. And it all stems from niggas continuing to fucking poverty shame motherfuckers. Like, I poverty shame motherfucker. I remember one time O'Shea called me broke. I told him straight up, nigga, my response, my fucking house, my front yard will fit your parents' house in it. And that's actually no lie, no cap.
okay.
I only do that shit to niggas that fucking try to
It
use that
asked for it.
poverty shaming shit.
That asked for it. Exactly it.
Yeah, we don't come out
Exactly it.
to look. I don't.
Asked for it.
You know what? And here's the thing, and this is where you can tell the temperature of black people in financial straits. I remember Rice did a stream, a video. Remember, Rice, you did that video about how you gave that lady that was crying, that was digging in the trash in the dumpster.
Yeah, like that was a few days ago. Yeah.
Right now, you don't live in a bad neighborhood. So me and
Right.
her had this conversation, and she told me about it. And I was like, "Well, you live in a nice neighborhood. So if this woman that wasn't black, because you live in a nice neighborhood, is digging out of a dumpster and she's crying, that means that it finally, like, it just hit her. Like, because most homeless people in broad daylight don't dig in dumpsters in broad daylight. They do it when the sun goes down. They do it when it's darker, so they
Right.
can go in there and get out, so nobody messes with them. Right? If she's digging in the dumpster in broad daylight, she's crying, that means that she's having a mental breakdown. She's having an emotional breakdown, and this is hitting white people. So if it's
This is
hitting white people,
new. It's all new because what she's doing is new. Like she's new to some shit, so she doesn't know that. Okay, if I'm caught digging in this dumpster in the daytime, I could be fucked with by other people. I could be fucked with by the police for being starving, right? And that's why most homeless people, whenever they got to dig in the dumpster, they do wait till the nighttime. Why? Because most of the stores are gonna be closed. Ain't nobody gonna be sitting there fucking watching them. Police ain't gonna be sitting there trying to fucking
Run
shake
them
them
off.
down.
Right. Run them off.
and then and actually they dig at nighttime right when the restaurant closed, because that's actually the freshest food they just got to throw out the next before it's over. So they just got food sitting there that they just got to throw out. And if you hanging around enough, the people that's at the fucking place, for a homeless person, they'll usually just give them the shit and not even hit the dumpster. But
Yeah.
that comes from understanding your environment and dealing with it. But you don't see homeless people in high-end neighborhoods. Now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing it. So that's telling you we're getting the whole dichotomy of the world is changing to a point where you're sitting up here and you're financially shaming. Now here's another thing. Any person that I've learned that lived out of a van on YouTube is a multimillionaire recently. People, it's called van life.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is actually making money retrofitting vans because they don't want no debt.
And that was started by some black kids out of Southern California that
Yeah.
they didn't want to pay all those high costs out in California, and these guys worked in tech, making 70,000-80,000 a year, but even at that $70,000-80,000 a year, couldn't afford to fucking live in a nice apartment in California
Yeah,
because
San
the cost of
Francisco.
living is so ridiculous.
Yes, indeed it is. I live
what
there.
Silicon Valley, what down in Frisco, what is if you live
Nigga,
over
that's
there in
why when I
the
was in
like
San Diego,
3,000?
I spent the majority of my time on the ship. Fuck trying to
In,
get
Yeah,
some BAH out there.
in the barracks. Thank you.
yeah. And you know what I'm saying? Like you got But see, this is the sign of the time. So, you know, and I'm not talking about somebody else that brought it up that was attacked, and they're just, you know, they're retaliating off of what happened to them. I'm talking about somebody that's bringing it up fresh in the face of whatever they're doing. Right? Here's the thing. Right? We need to take another step. We say a lot of shit between each other behind the scenes. We even fall out, have fights, have arguments, have disagreements, right? We do this a lot, right? You're going to fall out with your friends, you're going to come back, but there is a line. We don't go past a certain line. We keep it
Exactly.
above board, right? And then we have enough gumption to apologize to that person. Or we just won't be around that person until we feel as though we done cooled off or they done cooled off. But we don't
But see,
alienate each other.
that's why you know niggas are so used to doing shit against other niggas in such an egregious way. Niggas got all this motherfucking smoke, doxing motherfuckers, get motherfuckers' doors kicked in, but yet you're watching like people that look like you get killed, murdered.
Yeah.
Okay, where the fuck is the addresses and the doxing for the motherfuckers that's doing the murdering?
Exactly.
Come on
Mm,
with it. Come on with it.
mm.
Don't make sense on these panels.
Go ahead, go for it. Go ahead, man. Go all the way in. You got the
Don't
mic.
do that.
Go ahead. Go
And
ahead.
you know what's so funny about it? When Ahmaud Arbery got killed, got murdered in cold blood, it wasn't even a nigga that put the motherfucking doxing out there for them white boys. It was another white motherfucker that you had to get the goddamn address from. But you know what was happening while Ahmaud Arbery was being murdered in cold blood? You had niggas right here on this motherfucking platform making up all these excusatory reasons for why he got murdered.
Okay.
Matter
There
of
was another
fact,
kid got killed for playing his music too loud and got killed by some piece of shit because he's sitting at a fucking gas pump and he didn't want to hear that Negro music and
yep.
shot into a car full of fucking kids, killed one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And that case is
Why?
going on right now.
No,
We
he got convicted. They
He got
put his ass
we
in
had
jail.
to, but
Yeah.
we had to wait for the news to find out all of the
Okay.
motherfucking facts.
but
Like Nick, during that time, niggas was on here doing the same shit, antagonizing these black women. Where's the fucking the dossier
mm,
on the motherfucker that just killed that brother with the Subway sandwich? Motherfuckers got all this motherfucking energy to go find other motherfuckers, track down motherfuckers' family members though.
Through hell and high water, they can
hold on,
find
hold on.
information to dock
I, I
somebody,
see,
but they can't find
I seen the
information to
mother,
help the police murder.
I seen a
Hold on.
motherfucker run around here. I seen that one nigga that sucralose based table sugar. I seen that nigga. A matter of fact, docs O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been taking the stream down since then, but it happened.
Well, let me ask a question. Let's
Do you
let's
know the real reason why he and pun intended? You know the real reason why he doxed him?
Mm.
It's because he wouldn't let him on his fucking panel when he saw all them other niggas like Taz going up there. That's why whenever the shit was happening behind the scenes back before the whole motherfucking split happened, right?
Right.
Motherfuckers was trying to sell me the idea, man. We get this nigga to do it, yada yada yada. He's too stupid. He's easily controlled. Like, hold up, I'm supposed to be your guy. This nigga crossed me, but you telling me you want to use this guy? Like in the streets, I would have every street right to kill you.
Now,
For using a known op to even bring the known op into the camp. I would have every motherfucking street right to kill you.
let me ask a question.
That's according to the street rules. But you know what happened? The motherfuckers did the shit anyway, and then got mad whenever I fucking responded the way that I fucking responded. And just like I said, table sugar The nigga's a motherfucking pissant. So what? I fucking lied on his motherfucking name. That little motherfucking white lie while you been running around here lying on motherfuckers, doxing motherfuckers, and I could have been put a 308 in this motherfucking skull. Next time I'm in Ohio, it will be blood running off that nigga.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, Cerulean. I'm gonna say this. Let's because there's an
And
elephant.
the funny shit about it,
There's
that fuck nigga Grinch fucking did a motherfucking live stream the other motherfucking day, fucking saying the whole time from 2 years ago that Cerulean was right.
well. Here's another thing, Cerulean. Here's another thing. Here's another thing.
Got a 308 with the niggas' names on it, dude.
Here's another thing, right? And this is where I go, and this is I'm gonna keep it on the men because women they get emotional, they get in their feelings, they'll fuck your shit up, right? But I'm gonna keep it on the men tone, right? As a man, I'm not sitting up here having a fucking conversation with you if you got hold of my woman's social security number running around.
Man, ain't no motherfucking truces, treaties, or armistices to be had.
We ain't got no conversation. It's just when I see you.
When I see you, and the only time we gonna talk, nigga, is either in a court of law, or you on the other end of a 45, nigga, with hollow tips in it.
No, this is what that's what you're gonna hear from him.
That's all you gonna hear. I don't care, nigga. I don't care, nigga. I don't give a fuck. But guess what? To all of y'all looking in the clouds, if you think what I'm saying hasn't been said directly to niggas' faces, I got witnesses I said it to their face. A year from the day that it happened. Did I not say it, Cerulean?
Indeed.
The first thing I said when the truce went down is when I said it. I didn't stutter, simmer, or sing, nigga. And a lot of the shit y'all hearing about these other YouTubers that came out of that camp, we already, the information was brought to us to leak it, and we never did 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 months prior because we stay above fucking board. Nobody used us as a proxy to go at nobody because we saw the shit before it came.
And how weak are you to do that? How weak minded a person that you are, that someone sending you out to do their dirty work and you do it. How weak do you have to be?
And I'm talking about men. I'm not talking about
that's
women.
exactly
I'm talking about men. I'm not talking about women. Women operate at a different frequency, so I give a lot of women passes when they do questionable shit because they ain't a man. I'm a man. I think with a man's brain, there's certain shit that don't need to fucking be done by men. Women will do what they do because of how they're feeling at the time. And they can apologize, and they can be completely on I hate you, and they can completely on some I love you shit all out the same breath, and they absolutely fucking mean both ends of the fucking spectrum because that's how they were built. But I'm talking about these so-called masculine men that are running around here. Nigga, that's your woman. That's your motherfucker. Matter of fact, how you gonna let a straight windmilling, cupcaking, turncoat on some bitches for some views, nigga, come on your panel and disperse you up and down and wait for your woman to take up for you before you chin check the nigga? But these niggas scared. Nigga. But then you quick to go in on a woman. We B1, nigga. Where was the killers for Ahmaud Arbery? But you got a woman's medical history all plastered over your screen and shit.
I know. I noticed that tonight, Dre, when I was in another stream. You know, they had smoke for the woman, but as soon as the other dude challenged him, was like, that's not what I meant.
Oh yeah, we exactly, Elder. Exactly. Listen, I don't get into women's shit. Let them handle it.
That's right.
Let them handle it. They gonna handle it. That's their thing. That's their thing.
Nigga, women invented the art of frenemies and shit.
That's their
Frenemies.
thing. That's
Women
what they
can
gonna
be
do.
right. Women can be careless, and that's no disrespect. Men, we should never be careless. Women should be allowed to be careless just by the nature of who they are and what they are.
That's what they. That's
What they do,
That's
and
what they do.
that's no disrespect intended.
Listen, I done stepped on plenty of panels in the line of fire with fucking messy ass, fucking disrespectful ass women, and then had conversations with them, and I done kept it 100. Now, here's another thing. Y'all niggas got all the time and all the fucking resources to motherfucking dox people's family members that ain't on this platform, to go find information about their banking information and tax returns, but ain't nobody supplied a picture of Jessica X yet.
Cam up.
Well, someone has, but we are gonna talk about that.
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about that. I'm gonna just say, keep playing the Stove One network. Keep playing. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find out Jessica X is Mordecai. That's what you're gonna find out. Keep playing. I got smoke for you.
You was wrong for that.
We got smoke for you. We got smoke for you. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm pro-black. And when I mean pro-black, I mean ADOS pro-black, nigga.
But it's funny though, because I remember that time on Bomb Cherry's panel. A certain someone needed a female to come to his rescue.
Oh yeah.
You know, shame changer.
Oh man, look. Listen, and this is the thing right here. Conjuncture, right? When I said what I said about him, and niggas was trying to like, man, here you go again. No, that's what the nigga said. He said it out of his mouth. When he said he provided a woman with a stove, no one asked him. He provided that on his own. Did anybody put a gun to his head? Did anybody tell him that shit? Did anybody bring it up or dox the information? A lot of times when you put out information publicly, not something that you had with a private conversation behind the scenes in the back chats with somebody, when you put out a public thing and someone speaks on it, it's for the public. You already put it out there, right? So they have a right to speak on it, right? Like somebody can disagree with our viewpoints all day. We can discuss the viewpoints all day, but I didn't get on going on nobody's family. I didn't go in on nobody's life and shit like that, particularly whatever. I keep it right there 100. Even in my anger, when niggas tried to ambush me and attack me and tried to piss into the wind, it was raining on BGS's panel, trying to triangulate my ass into getting mad, and then because you can't get the Cerulean because you won't pull up on his motherfucking platform and talk to him. Yeah, nigga, I know what y'all was planning. It didn't work. And the shit didn't go over so goddamn well that you niggas had to go on a 2-week tirade on making a name called a maggle, and it was me, but you niggas was maggling, and you still are. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
you niggas still are.
Niggas saying a maggle, right?
And don't even know what a maggle really is, nigga. The actual definition of a maggle is a pathfinder, nigga. It gets you to the safest destination possible, nigga. It's actually used to find your direction. Early sailors used the fucking maggle. You niggas don't even use the shit in the right definition, because if you niggas were pathfinders, your life wouldn't be fucked up as it is.
Well, actually, it first began out as the name of a dog, right? So the runt of the litter. The reason why they would have the runt of the litter was because that runt would be used and raised to kind of be at the front of the pack, because dogs from the pack, those are the ones you want to sacrifice. Stronger dogs you want closer to, like, the sled or what have you. Yeah. And because dogs were always taking on these Antarctic like expeditions, they actually made a tool that could basically do what a dog did, because dog can see a little further than actual humans.
Yeah.
And so what it does is basically lines up a path for the bow of a ship.
Yep.
But dumb motherfuckers that use these things or think that they're making up something new, they don't really know these terms like that. So
Big words.
Well, my boy, right? He came up with the word strag, and we figured, the word strag and mag will kind of rhyme a little bit. So, it came from like a Dr. Seuss book or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say, can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
no, actually, strag isn't even original either.
Nope, it's a Navy term for stragglers, and those are the holes that you come slide through late at night and snatch up from the bar. These the barmaids,
i.e., they come straggling in.
They come straggling in. And they already know what they is, and you smash them down, and you go on about your business, and they accept it. That's what a strag or straggler. We call them stragglers.
That's what we call. So I just say that we came out with words first in the YouTube streets, because we out here, we pushing content, so y'all need to go and hit that link. Hit that link.
It's so funny.
What content are you guys pushing? Let me ask you that right now. What content are you pushing? What is your claim to fame? What have you done? What have you done that you can actually say that you push content?
Well, see, I'm one of the red pill leaders of the space. I'm one of the founding fathers of the Black Manosphere. You see, the Black Manosphere is even my intellectual property, and all the other things that attributed my name, because y'all got to put some respect on my name, right?
Now, see, I'm gonna say this real quick, right? It's amazing because we're giving y'all this year in review, because the fuckery started before 2020 started. It's actually started, but we're giving you this year in review. And and if we're going to go down memory lane a little bit, after the ambush failed, and the person that stayed over there that's been consistent in what he was talking about, or whatever, was Charles. He said, you ain't got to agree with what the man's saying or how he's whatever, but leave that man family alone. What happens? A nigga without a kid, haven't seen pussy or his dick since he came out of his mama. Nigga got rashes around his mouth and his neck.
From
his skin rubbing against each other.
Yikes.
Has the audacity to go at a man that actually did something in life, raising his kid, talk to him sideways, and ain't nobody chin checking or stopping this nigga. And he just stood up like, yo, leave the man family out of this shit, right? So, and this is within their own camp. Then they tried to isolate and ostracize the man out. And that shit didn't go over too well. But the petty gods were not pleased. So there was a stream. Cerulean remembered the stream. There was a stream where Kevin Samuels did the whole Kobayashi Maru and bigged up O'Shea to keep Angry Man off his ass, because they were falling out with Kevin because he was separating himself and he was starting to make a name for his platform. So he wanted to separate church and state. So he bigged up O'Shea. They got into it, I think, on Bernard Riley's panel. It was Obsidian, Angry Man, and O'Shea all on one panel. The founding fathers of the manosphere. It was a sight to behold, right? Because you didn't know who was going to argue with whoever.
Another video. Today we're going to be taking a look at.
And this is the funny part. What I thought, you would not tell me that Obsidian, O'Shea and Angry Man could be on the same panel and Obsidian was trying to moderate the conversation between O'Shea and Angry Man. I would never seen this in a million years, but I saw it that day. And this would actually really boost it and push Bernard Riley's channel, boosted it up. Now, O'Shea goes through the whole thing, says his thing. David Johnson's there, Platinum Elite's on there, blase blah on O'Shea's panel, right? Now, I jump on the panel because I know what everybody wanted because the person with the real tea is Cerulean. He was the brains of the operation over there, right? Everybody played their role, right? So I stepped up there because I knew what the play was. If Cerulean flips, it will be a total fucking destruction of Angry Man. But Cerulean won't do that. Because even if he hates his enemy's guts, if he's going to take his enemy out, he's going to do it with his own hands. He's that type of person. But Dre is not. Dre don't give a fuck. I use any means necessary. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Especially when you fucking with my peoples. I will use any means necessary. Plus, I needed to pay you niggas a visit because now y'all had amnesia because y'all hit all y'all streams talking about my peoples. And I did promise BGS when I got off that stream that I know them niggas is going to do what I know they're going to do. And I'm not going to say a fucking word about it until somebody actually brings it up to me. So what I did is what I always do. I came up with a diabolical plan, but unlike other people, when I bring up my diabolical schemes and plans, I want the people that are involved that may cut some collateral damage to at least know what's going to happen and do they approve. Cerulean approved of said plan. It was a joint venture. I went up there and spoke my piece. Now, one time did I talk about any of these niggas' families. Now, one time did I talk about any of these niggas' kinfolk. And if you don't believe me, they were pirating the stream while I was up there. And I spoke nothing but facts that everyone knew. But since niggas on YouTube's got memories as long as fat babies' dicks, you forget. Right? So I had to make them remember. But there was one thing that I said that made them niggas shut the stream down and act like the shit didn't happen. And that was their treatment of Char Willie. See, people forgot how Char Willie was disrespected on BGS for Women week after 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 week by Miss Madam Merck. The woman that damn near built the manosphere off of her hard work and her back. Modded niggas' channels far and fucking wide. No one dare speak about Char Willie in a bad way. But these niggas decided to make jokes and talk shit. I remember that bitch ass nigga was talking shit about Char Willie on his panel. Grinch. Char Willie has done nothing but support people left, right, up, down, and sideways. She will not argue with you. She will not. None of that. She'll just leave you the hell alone. If Char is in your chat and she is modding your chat, you have gotten her seal of approval, and that means that it is content that she deems classy.
Can't argue with that.
But you niggas, if you can't say black women don't support shit, nigga, that's a lie because Char Willie was right there. All black women is fucked up. Char Willie's a black woman. She supported you niggas from day one. She modded your channels. She didn't ask for a cent or a dime, and neither did you bless her with one. And even when she stopped fucking with you, nobody knew until I opened my motherfucking mouth. Which was impeding her growth, but it's okay. She's good now. She free from you niggas.
Yeah,
Until
I
you
mean,
do right by me.
but you see, and that's the other thing is like, see, I know a lot of like negative connotations um come with me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I didn't, see me, going on to Char Willie's panels a lot. Because I don't want to bring that bullshitting ass I want the smoke now when that's not the time or the place.
Yeah.
Because they have a tendency to do that. Like the certain sucralose based table sugar sweet ass nigga popped up in her fucking chat a couple times.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of other motherfuckers that went over there to shamelessly promote in her motherfucking chat room, literally unwarranted and unpermitted.
Yes. Char is so nice. Char is so listen. Y'all don't understand the lives she have saved. she Char keeps us in check a lot of times just by her having conversations with us and asking certain questions, right? And actually holding us accountable to keep ourselves on the mission. And when we feel as though we want to stray off the path, she'll agree that we need to take a break. Take a break, decompress, get away. It's okay. Don't go down that road because I can't follow you to that. And that's loyalty. That's true loyalty. That's accountability. That's accountability right there. That's accountability
And
right
just
there.
and just to keep that negative energy away, I just kind of peruse from the chat, as a spectator, and that's the reason I do it, because there's a lot of motherfuckers that's still waiting to get they get backs on me and be following me and fuck around, and I don't want to be on the panel and these motherfuckers want to start some shit that diverts the very productive conversations that go on the JustaskChar channel.
Oh yeah. I'm like, listen, I enjoy stopping over there, having a good time with Char, Ruby. Vonda's over there so much. Vonda, you're there, so you're there. But Vonda and listening to different perspective and getting that and just listening to how you can have a differences of opinion, laugh and joke and just have conversation and hang it the hell up. Like, Char right now is probably angry because she has the rule that we usually follow. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Get the fuck off.
Click.
But this is the end of the year stream. We haven't done it in a while, Char, so please forgive us because it's smoke time. Because we've been quiet. We've been saving this up for 12 months. We've been quiet. We've been attacked repeatedly, fucked with, and we've been turning the other cheek. I got whiplash from turning the other cheek.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw something that I should my eyes couldn't see. So
But
the shit funny as hell though.
But here's the other thing, and I want to mention somebody else. Did we forget a little bit past 2 years to the date that a certain person that is a part of the crew was doxxed in front of everybody for cash apps and validation? Did we forget that? That was Ruby.
Say it ain't so.
The person that did it was Angry Man.
Say it ain't so.
And Ruby has not publicly, never one time, said a bad thing, aired his ass out with receipts, anything that she got. She has kept her mouth shut. And for still happening a little bit to this day, people are still running around harassing her about some shit that's vehemently untrue. You talking about cold. You can't get no much colder than that. But for Ruby, I understand. It must be a Canadian thing, I think. Y'all are very patient. So I'm going to do you one better. Lord Petty himself shall come down and bless thee. I shall be the man on the wall I want to know.
Petty officer.
Petty
I
officer,
shall be petty.
Lord Petty, come on down.
I shall be petty. I shall be petty. You know what I'm saying? Now we do tell Ruby from time to time, hey, Ruby might want to watch being over there with somebody because they kind of a little flip floppy. But
Mhm.
Ruby sees the good in everybody. I don't think
Yeah,
people are
her
stupid
and
in
Shar. I tell Shar that a lot behind the scenes. You know, you see the good in folks. You give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, that's one of your good qualities. And
I,
Ruby the same. They give people the benefit of the doubt. But I ain't nice like boss.
listen, I get you know what it is? I guess when you go to these dirty foot countries and you see a grown man send his daughter down the street to suck dick for a quarter, and instead of him going to go work, you kind of look at people differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then have his wife bringing up the ribs, she can't do it right.
Yeah.
And then kiss her in the mouth.
Yeah.
She ain't even rinse it out with no
That's even
Listerine or
nasty.
nothing. But we've
Nothing.
seen these things. I've seen
No
people at their
Listerine.
best, not I've seen people at the best and I've seen people at their lowest. And there's no difference because humans are humans. When you put humans in a bad environment, they're going to act a certain way to survive. If you put humans in a conducive environment, they're going to act a certain way. You'll have
Conducive to their environment, aren't they?
and Cerulean has been saying this.
Mm.
So how can we have a conducive environment, right? How can we build a conducive community of putting information out there, being content creators, if our environment is totally toxic by bringing bullshit in and fuckery and foolishness all the time? We can't. So we got two choices. We can sit up here and and try to swim upriver, or we can damn that shit the fuck up and move the fuck on. So since I got everybody's attention, or a lot of people, or this is going to get to you, no, I'm not taking the stream down. Yes, I said whatever the fuck I said. If you want to
Okay.
leave a comment, you can leave a goddamn comment on a goddamn video. You can do all your goddamn live streams and do whatever the fuck you want to. But here's the thing. On the East Coast right now, it's about 12 o'clock in the morning.
12:44 a.m.
12:44 a.m. Guess what?
Mhm.
It is goddamn 2:44 p.m. in Japan. So by the time you make your live stream, nigga, it was already in the past for me in the fucking place. Because
The
by the time
next day,
you wake up, nigga, I'm already doing some other shit. So I
day
don't.
laid down short.
After this, nigga, I don't care. I'm not going to publicly speak on you because I just ran down a couple of news articles. And if anybody's a part of my server on Discord, they see that I'll sit up there and drop 5 news articles in a day in my server. And this is for the sole purpose of content creators having something to talk about. There are better things to talk about than to talk about other YouTubers and their personal lives and their relationships with people in the goddamn back chats. Nick, listen, I don't give a fuck if a bitch up there selling pussy pics for 50 goddamn dollars in the goddamn back chats of fucking YouTube. If she getting paid, then that nigga dumb for sending it to her. Or that
Mm.
female's dumb for sending it to her too. Because some of y'all over there code switching too, sweetheart. So let's just stop playing. Let's just call it what it is. I don't care. What is your content about? Is it conducive to helping folk? Is
Like,
it
yeah,
conducive
man. Like,
to helping
look,
folk?
like there's some there's some YouTubers that I actually like, right? And I like some of their original content.
Yeah.
And the only problem that keeps me away is the fact that it's always addressing individuals.
Hmm.
Mm.
And the thing is that what a lot of people don't understand, even some of my favorite YouTubers, what they don't understand, if they went back to their original content, they'd be 100 times more popular than what they are addressing a bunch of motherfucking low lives. This is real shit.
Yeah. This is real shit. People, listen. If you can hold the audience, so because for the field marshal, and I'm quoting Cluster because Cluster got some quotables. If I was to sit back and go through all the Cluster stream of the funny shit that she done said, that'll just be a 2-hour stream by itself. The shit is fucking hilarious, right? But like Cluster said, because see, I'm going to give people credit when I quote them and they say something. See, we do that over here. We cite our sources. We bring the receipts. We have cliff notes. When you had to sit up there and write a report, you had to cite your sources, have your cliff notes, sit up there, put it down there where you get your sources from. So when Cluster said for the retarded people in the back with the Adidas shoe on one foot, the cowboy boot on the other, with the football helmet on, this is for you. What we're basically saying is we're not getting on what your platform is. We're talking about the accountability of you taking it to personal attacks, going past that, trying to destroy people's lives, and putting out information that people don't know that has nothing to do with anybody or anybody else. That is what we're saying. Even when we talked about Kevin Samuels or what he was doing, we talked about the method in which he presented the argument or whatever he was talking about and how it was mute. We didn't get on nothing else past that. Now, anybody that we talked about personally, they personally attacked us, brought some shit, put some shit out there, and tried to fuck with us in real life outside of this fucking space. So that was a retaliation. So there's no hypocrisy here. So I'm going to debunk the argument before you dumb niggas start doing it, because my niggatry crystal ball started blinking and said I needed to address that. Then I'm going to leave this stream up, right? And I guess all of us here that said whatever we said, I don't think we need to address these people past this year, because 2 years of dealing with this fuckery and this foolishness is far too fucking long, especially when the world is upside down on its fucking head. Y'all got all the resources.
Look, you know that I've been contemplating on whether or not to even come back to YouTube and instead just be a spectator and participate on the panels. The thing is this 2021, I have dubbed this as going into the decade of decline. You got to think, if you have articles that come out 2018, 2019, black wealth going to be reduced below zero by 2053. Nigga, it's already 2020. 30-something years is not really a long time, even though we like to imagine that it is. You're looking at 33 years. What happened 33 years ago? Well, 33 years ago, you had Sega Genesis come out. You had the first Apple computers. What else you had 33 years ago?
Don't leave Pong out.
Oh, you did Pong? Yeah, Pong, Atari. Yeah, Atari. Master
you had a period of time to where you just started literally seeing black folk leave that era of the crack epidemic 33 years ago. Like real shit. Like you're like 33 years ago. Think about that. Where was 33 years ago? That puts your ass in what? 87?
80, I think, yeah, about 87. Yeah, 1987. Yeah, 1987.
Yeah. 1987. Shit.
And we start leaving the crack epidemic around what, 95? So you look at 33 years ago, you were 7 years old if you were born in 1987. If you were born in 1987, by the time black folk leave the crack epidemic, you were about 7 or 8 years old.
Yep, that's true. And was it 95, 95, 96? That was my freshman year in high school.
And
That was
95, 96 was the crime bill.
that was a crime bill, and that crime bill came down right after who died first. It was Pac, then Biggie.
Mm.
Yep, and that's when O.J. Simpson got off too.
Mm.
And that's when the Columbine High School shit happened, and the other little. That's when the school shooting started happening with white folk.
Exactly.
It's crazy how when the crack epidemic stopped, white folks started acting crazy.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so you only got 33 years before that figure actually happens, unless you do something about it right now. Like, we are on borrowed time, and the only thing we can think to do with borrowed time is like really like just shit on each other, and then doing ourselves a disservice, shitting on each other for the most mundane and menial things like being broke.
Like, well, you know, but I'm gonna say this, Cerulean, right? It's not the majority; it's the loud minority, right? It's the loud minority. It's the really loud minority, and that's why I say dim over there, dim over there. The separation of the fuckery, right? To those of you that in the clouds, or those of you that's in the chat that are and you decide to go on this person panel, whatever, you're free to go watch whatever the fuck you want to watch. Involve yourself in whatever you involve in. Right? That's your God given right. I'm not here to make you choose anything. Right? But after this stream, if I'm going to address anything that I deem fit or necessary, it's going to be an overarching theme that is affecting people in its entirety, especially our people.
Like, I just want you to imagine something, right? If you're if you're blaming a particular gender for the reason why your life is so shitty, the problem ain't the gender. The problem is you.
Mm.
Well, you know, that's the real reason why, but I ain't allowed to say that because I'm gonna lose all my
Well, see,
viewers.
the reason I'm saying a gender because it's not specific to male or female.
Mm-hmm.
If you think a gender is responsible for your situation,
Mm-hmm.
you are the problem. You're coming into an era. Why do I dub 2021 the beginning of the decade of decline? Well, look at what's already happening. You've had such a loss in revenue as far as America is concerned. You've had more job losses. You literally have more people unemployed today than there were unemployed during the Great Depression.
That is facts. Yeah, that's facts.
That is facts. Absolutely.
And those
It
jobs
is.
ain't coming back. That's the problem.
There are more people unemployed today than there were unemployed during the Great Depression. I want you to, like, when you really let that sink in.
The Great Depression.
Yeah. And at least
like, you ain't got time. You ain't like niggas don't even really got time to be addressing like little menial motherfucking issues between individuals. Like if you a nigga and you still talking about somebody did you wrong in 2018, look, there's a lot of shit that I could be airing out about individuals that I just keep my mouth shut on. Why? Because that is not pertinent to what I am trying to get across now. Like, nigga, you only got 33 years to get your shit together. And those that are still alive in 33 years, what you're going to see is a massive decline of the black community. And I'm talking about both in population and in finances. You're seeing all of the signs right now for why you need the initiative more than anything else. All that shit that these other motherfuckers talking about, high value men. Look, I'm gonna just be 100 with you. Obama created more white millionaires than any other president. And you know what? You know what happened over the course of this COVID situation? There was more white millionaires, more millionaires in general, that literally became broke just over the course of this COVID outbreak.
Mm-hmm.
More millionaires went broke over COVID outbreak because it turned them into hyper consumers.
Yep.
If people can't interact with your business fails.
Yep.
If you cannot interface with your people that you sell products to or services to, your business fails. You literally had what was that bar owner? I forget where he's at. It might have been Colorado. A bar owner, white guy, opens up his bar because he was on the verge of bankruptcy.
And that was in Colorado. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the verge of bankruptcy, and he knew he had to make some money or he would completely lose his business. And you know what happened? The marshals came and shut his ass down. And you know what the state did? They took away his license to even operate his business.
Yep.
So if they'll do that to them,
now, if they'll do that to their own, what you think they? What kind of recourse you think they got for your ass?
Thank you.
Well, remember you heard about the dude in NYC, right? That ran over the deputy. They peacefully arrested after he ran over a police officer. The bar owner that defied the order of social distancing in New York, the lockdown order and shit.
And so you got this thing where these niggas trying to clown folk for this shit, and you're seeing the shit happen in real time right before your eyes, and you talk about, man, you broke. Don't you know 40% of America is broke right now?
Yeah.
40% of America is broke to such extent you got poor whites in the rural South literally threatening to march with arms on their Capitol buildings in places like South Carolina.
I live here, so you're not going to tell me he's lying.
They just literally tried to pass a bill, which is still on the floor being decided on, to where the next stimulus check, they might try to make it a mandatory thing in order for you to get the next round of stimulus, for you to take that fucking shot. And you know what? The majority of the scientific community in the medical field, they're literally walking off the job. You have scientists and doctors literally walking off the job saying the shot is not even ready. It's experimental and theoretical at best.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
And so we're doing ourselves this great disservice because you're living with the shame of not wanting to be broke. And so you come online, you tell motherfuckers lies that you just got it like that, and then all you niggas is six-figure niggas, but you ain't got shit to show for it. And what it's doing is leading these onlookers in such a way to where they feel ashamed if they don't have six figures. This is a subtle type of poison. This is like some nightshade level poison. It's subtle because you can't smell it, you can't really taste it. You just put it in a little wine and you could poison an entire body of people with this bullshit. To where they feel ashamed of being broke, so they pretend like they fucking got it when they really don't. And so what happens is people that can offer them help, people that can help them, they don't even fucking think to look to them, and because they don't even fucking tell them that they need help. And what happens is people that can give them help and can offer them help and relief, they don't even think about helping or relieving these people. And the reason why is because you keep saying that you got it when you don't.
That is.
I think these guys, when they get on these panels talking about their six figures and all that, they kind of paint themselves into the box. If they do need help, they can't come out and ask because, wait a minute, you making six figures. That's what you just told us.
Well, you know, right? I got this straight figured out, right? So I'm gonna come on the panel. I'm gonna come on and say I'm a 6-figure nigga, and I'm gonna tell niggas to hit the link because they gonna pay me.
Just based on just telling them you a 6-figure dude, and that's when the money start ringing in.
Yeah, because you know, when I tell them I'm a 6-figure nigga and I got this red pill for them, and I tell them I'm gonna shut the stream down if they don't, you know, hit that link, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I make sure they hit that link. And then I bleed money from people who ain't got the money to give because, you know, this COVID situation, but I don't care. Just hit the link, man.
You use the right word there. Bleed.
And see, the thing is like, you think about it. If you all notice, and it's very easy to tell. It's very simple economics while all these motherfuckers running around here talking about their businessmen. How are you telling me you're a businessman and you don't even understand the basics of economics?
Mm-hmm.
If people aren't going to work, that means people aren't making any money. And if people aren't making any money, that means people can't cash app you. But see, the funny thing is that it's not even the people's fault. Okay? It's not even their fault. They can't go to work based off of something that is completely out of their control and something that is completely within the government's control, but they won't do it because they have these deals with these, you know, these big pharma corporations, drug corporations, and they got to make sure they make their cut off of big pharma in order to come up with something that's going to keep people sick that the government can make a pretty penny on while they invest billions into these corporations that are supposed to provide these cures while the government makes money off the back end of them.
These is facts.
And that's the folly of capitalism. Because why is it that we find we could go to a socialist country like Japan?
Yeah.
A socialist country, very heavily authoritarian. There's capitalism still is there, but what the Japanese and even China, what they have done is made it to a way to where if it came down to making $1 or helping the population, they're always going to pick their population. Because what the Eastern philosophy understands is that, okay, everything is based on the Eastern philosophy and the people must come first. Because the people is where you get your profit. And so if you prioritize profit over people, you'll eventually have all the profit in the world with no people. Which means that you'll be a snake eating your own tail if you prioritize profit. Why? Because you need people to make the profit. And if there's no people, there's no profit. And so what you do in Eastern philosophy is you prioritize the people. That's why you're seeing the numbers of COVID contractees going down in places like Asia or in the Asian theater, while they're rising in the Western theater where they've just let capitalism run amok. But see, if you don't understand basic economy, you understand that your audience really can't keep cash apping you every single day, every single live stream.
It's not even possible.
It's not possible.
Well, see, that's why I run like 4 live streams a day, because I realized the volume of the cash apps was going down, so I had to go ahead and pop that extra live stream. I do one in the car, I do one in the house, I do another one in between, and then I run on somebody else's panel, so I can go ahead and show my face over there and have them cash at me over there too. Yeah.
Hey, I would like to interrupt this real quick. Sean, what's going on? It would not be a year in I Want to Smoke stream if we didn't have Sean up here.
Hey,
What's cracking?
Oh, Jay
what's going on,
Shizzle.
man? What's up, y'all? What's up, brothers?
What's up,
What's
good brother?
going on?
What's up,
Sean,
Jay?
man?
It's MrDJMuziq. What's going on, Dre? Look, man, I'm just pulling the chaos. I'm just getting my thumbnail up here, nigga.
No, man. They come out the gate.
Fuck it. I want shout to chaos, my homie. You know what I mean? Fuck it. You know what I mean? That's the homie right there, but I'm gonna just pull it.
He came in throwing chairs.
Hey,
Nah, Cass the homie. That's my brother. I was on Cass panel the other day.
Oh, word?
Yeah, for the first time ever. Yeah.
How's it from the land, man, of schnitzels and stuff, man? How's it going down over there?
Shit, they should have shut down over here, man. Merkel ain't playing over here, man. Merkel ain't playing.
It's the gynocracy shutting it down. Them good German men can't go to work and go hang out and whore in the whorehouses.
Listen, man, they got socialism over here, so they don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know?
Listen, man, look. But you know what I mean? I know you didn't heard from the clouds, man. We was just.
Yeah, I was listening when you first started, man. Then I fell asleep and I woke up. Y'all niggas still going.
Hey, man, we gotta pull a rumble, man. We only do this once a year, bro.
Yeah.
Stream team.
I didn't hear everything, man. I think when I woke up, Rice was lighting some bitch up. I don't know what she was talking about.
Yes, she lit a motherfucker up in here tonight.
Yeah, she was lighting up Angela, man. She was going in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's my baby. Rice, leave my baby alone.
Light motherfuckers up.
Hey, Rice, leave my. I want her. Rice, leave her alone. I want her.
Hotel, bitch.
Yeah, that's right. Shit, I want trifling pussy, nigga. What? Trifling sex, nigga.
I'm like, man, but what do you? I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because man, you was in it from the beginning, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is anything far as understanding where they're like when they first started, right? The whole thing of from what I've talked to you about, how that started, where it was actually brothers giving each other information, actually holding each other accountable. Like, yo, like, what is your dealings with the mother of your child? Well, I ain't giving a shit. Well, that's where you fucking up, nigga. You fucking up. Like, in your estimate, how did it go from men talking about their problems openly, having a forum, building on shit, being constructive and conducive to the environment and unfucking they fuck ups to this whiny bitch assness that we see as this and going down into some bullshit?
I'll give you a short answer, man.
Go ahead.
It's not. I think Cerulean will probably back me up on this. Some of us came to the space with good intentions. You know what I mean? And what we've learned over the last 4 to 5 years is just a lot of, cats that came here to make a living. This is it came here to make a living, and you got dudes that came to this space just to be heard. I mean, this is what they got. This is chairs to them. You know what I mean? This is norm. They norm in this space. They don't have any real life outside of this. This has become their life. You know what I mean? I was joking the other day about I think I was on Chaos panel, and I was like Charles panel. I was on somebody's panel, one of those two panels, and I was like, I'm gonna cape for the black women if y'all don't give me a chance to cape for black women. Look. And they was like, go ahead. I said, look, the women that's in this space, they might be messy, they might be a lot of different things, but they're not hoes. You know how we know? Because they fucking live in these goddamn chat rooms. We know exactly where these bitches at. You know what I'm saying? We know exactly where they at every goddamn day, day out. So I said, you know what I mean? But you know what? Now I'm gonna add to that and say, you know what? We know the same thing for these niggas. All right,
Yeah.
the same fucking thing for a lot of these dudes, man. You can't have a life. You can't be productive. You can't have anything going on if you sitting on panel at the panel at the fucking panel at the panel. You know what I mean? Talking about the same shit day in day out. It's not manly. You know what I mean? So we've squandered the last 4 or 5 years of time and energy. We had a lot of good dudes in the space who are not here no more. Um, and
Right.
probably next year, I'll probably be removed from the space. You know what I mean? And um, it just is what it is, man. Unfortunately, we're in a bad situation. Like Cerulean was just dropping. We in a bad situation. I'm talking about outside of YouTube. I'm talking real life. You know what I mean? The condition in the world is changing, and black people is in a terrible situation. Like right now, Clyburn and Al Sharpton, they can't even get Biden to take their phone call. That's how cold the game is right now.
Okay.
That's how fucking cold the game is. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They about to put another like 500,000 Indians on top of your asses. And when they bring their asses in the country, where you think they putting them at?
And if it wasn't for Clyburn, Biden wouldn't be where he's at.
At all.
Yeah.
It's a cold game, man. It is what it is, man. So you think your baby mama's cold. Goddamn. You know what I mean? This is a cold world, fam. So, if we're not working together, practicing economics, having a black politic, you know what I mean, where we working and worrying about ourselves and taking care of ourselves, then, it's all bullshit. You can see the charlatans running around. These so-called hood conservatives, these street conservative bitch niggas. You know what I mean? Like, these niggas is horrible. And one of them I helped, build this platform. He's a bitch nigga. I'll say it. You know what I mean? Fuck them. You know what I mean? And it is just what it is, man. Like, these motherfuckers is out here just trying to get money. This is I guess they see it as a way of survival, but they're doing at their own expense of their own people. You know what I mean? They create these fucking YouTube churches. They'll fleece niggas day in, day out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's the coldest thing about it, because okay, if you're here to make money, that's one thing. There's plenty of avenues on YouTube that can easily make you money.
Yeah.
But you're making money literally at the expense of people that literally was supporting you. You're doing this at the expense of treating your friendships, or what we thought was friendships, like a script in a reality TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, it's just for the show must go on. It's just for the script.
Yeah.
But no, you'll throw your brother under the bus for a high rated show.
Yeah.
There's another thing. There was another situation that black folk used to really get mad about whenever they did this. It was called the news.
Why they got that bitch looking crazy on? They always got looking crazy. Yeah.
Why they always got the black eyewitness? They always got the worst black eyewitness.
Yeah.
Making us look crazy.
Well, I always got to find a nigga with a shower cap on. This is bullshit.
Right,
I feel you.
But now we do it voluntarily.
Yeah, and it's really, I gotta say, man, I can accept my, when I'm wrong. I was wrong to support some of these niggas, man.
Yeah, so was I. So was I.
Not willfully wrong though. I wasn't willfully wrong. It wasn't like these niggas out here now. See, you motherfuckers who are supporting these cats now, you willfully wrong. You know they full of shit.
Yeah.
You know they full of shit now. You know what I mean? You know these niggas now. You know they're lying ass niggas now. You know they ain't shit. You know what I mean?
And you still support them.
Yeah, fuck single mamas, but I'm a label one. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, these are fake dudes, man. Like, yeah, I'm a master this and master that, but you ain't master nothing in real life. Like, it's like this, so this is not real.
You need to stay away from the strags. But I'm gonna lay up with the biggest one that I ever had.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly,
man. Nigga, the bitch so big she can't even be a straggle, nigga.
Nigga, that's nothing you talking about, Dre. I tongue prostitutes in the mouth, nigga. What are you talking about? I tongue kiss a prostitute, nigga. Damn me.
Yeah. God damn.
You know what? What music and Cerulean, when we would see, when we would see a nigga, that dude that never been nowhere, he done paid his money to the prostitute, and we sit up there and watch him, right? And we sit up here, bet you $10 he tongued that bitch in the mouth. And she done sucked 5 upstairs. Watch him.
Straight out the back room.
Kiss her mouth. Ooh.
Right. Straight out the back room.
Here's a baby white baby.
Right. Take that
No,
off.
not even that. No, not even that. He took a shot.
Right,
He took a shot and tongue kissed the bitch. Drunk it out of her mouth.
Yep.
Matter of fact, she just did a donkey show with about 5 ass to mouth shots.
Not a peso show.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This shit crazy.
But the stuff, listen, but you done seen this, but the stuff we talking about, this is what white dudes would do. So these niggas are emulating dysfunctional white
seen it with my own eyes.
behavior.
But see, I called it years ago that niggas are suffering from the secondhand smoke of the white man's leisure.
Yes.
Is that why certain channels have been renamed street conservative?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let's go deeper than that.
Hey, but
Let's go deeper than
the
that.
funny shit about that whole shit.
They throw
Niggas is naming they channels after a fucking movement that the white boys was abandoning in mass. Like, okay, let's just be honest, right? What's a more powerful movement? And what has been in America since the 60s? The conservative movement? The one that tried to catch its steam back under Reagan, who was dubbed the king of conservatism. Or was it the liberal movement? The one that has been going strong since the 60s, brought in a free love era, gave you sex, drugs, rock and roll, and free coke.
This shit crazy.
Hold on, which one's stronger? But see, the white boys down in the rural South, the red states, the old Confederacy, which used to be blue states. Then under Reagan, they became red states, and now they want to be blue states again. But make no mistake, niggas ain't fucking get Joe Biden to be president. That was white folk in mass trying to get that motherfucker in. Why? Why was they wanting to get Joe Biden in? Because now that Trump has set the fucking courts the way that he set the courts, it doesn't matter if they get a liberal in there.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if they get a liberal in here. What they got is a liberal president that's gonna still give them all of the motherfucking handouts.
No, he's not even a liberal president. He's not. Hold up, time out. I gotta correct you, Cerulean. He's not even a liberal president. Joe Biden's a Dixiecrat. He's a conservative. He's Joe Manchin. He's one of those guys. That's who he is. That's why he's giving the feminists his ass to kiss right now with his appointments.
No, but what I'm saying by liberal, liberalism, based on what? Based on the biggest thing that liberals prided themselves on was immigration since the beginning.
That's true. All right, so yeah, that liberal policy, yeah, no question. That's a liberal policy.
Women's right, pro-choice. Don't give you the equal pay, because we can't go all the way liberal with it, where you still get equal pay as well as all this other shit. No, we'll give you pro-choice. We'll give you all the immigrants you can.
And guess what Joe's going to do? Joe, now that Trump has taken care of the white rich, Joe's going to take care of the white working class. Y'all niggas is done. Ain't nobody looking for you. Nobody's going to be looking out for you, man.
That's what he's there for.
That's what he's there for.
The reason why white folk in mass started fucking abandoning that conservative shit,
especially white men,
was because the rural South needed an injection of capital.
People don't understand how close in points, technically, how close Texas was. Texas wasn't that far off. Texas was not that far off, man. If you talking about another injection of an immigration or some more white people dying and another infusion of some people moving to Texas for economic reasons, and they're gonna flip that state. That state's gonna start looking like Virginia.
But you look at
I'm like, they doing it
you
already.
you have states like Texas, you have states like Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona. You have states like Florida, all these places.
Look, I don't want to throw shots. I'm sorry, I gotta say this. I had a big argument, as I know, earlier this year with BGS. And not throwing shots at BGS, not trying to start no shit with them, but fuck it. It happened in public, so I can talk about it. Man, so what happened is, when we argued about California, I said, California's done. He said, so where the fuck we want to move to then? I said, well, move to Arizona. There's a bunch of black people moving to Arizona right now. My family got, at the time, they had 2 houses. They got 4 houses down there. Out of 5 households in my family, I got 2 stepbrothers, my sister, my mother, and then my mother's husband's sister. These are 5 different households down there. 4 houses, man, over in what county? Maricopa County, right? Maricopa County went Democratic for the first time, and since when? You know what I mean? And exactly. So this is how Maricopa County breaks down. On the east side, you have Scottsdale, all the rich whites and all that kind of stuff, and then you have some working class whites in the middle, and then on the west side of Maricopa County, you have the Mormons. You know, all of them vote Republican. What's happening in Arizona is that tech is moving into Arizona because California is becoming too expensive. All right, so I see this happening. They even have a website called Arizona Soul. You know what I mean? So they welcome in blacks, and they got Franklin Beverly Mays down there doing concerts. This is shit he don't know nothing about. But he's arguing with somebody who does know something about it. Because, you know what I mean? I have family members. So even me saying my family's there did not fucking matter. Because we live in this echo chamber now. Because now my favorite YouTuber is speaking. He has to be right. When he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So now we're sitting here looking at 2020, which is way ahead of my schedule, that now you see slightly tilting into the Democratic Party. Why? Because it's more diverse now. You have younger white people moving into to that space, into Phoenix area. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what's going on. All right. If you just paid attention to the sports, if you paid attention to the Phoenix Suns alone and see what's going on with the owner with the Phoenix Suns and what's going on with that and what they're trying to do with the money and people complaining about using states taxpayer dollars and all that kind of shit. If you just pay attention to that alone, you would know the politics was changing in that space. All right, so my people are actually down there, and the fucking demographics shifting down there, and niggas don't want to listen to when you tell them motherfuckers what's actually happened. And you look at this election, what handed Arizona to Biden was Maricopa County.
If you look, see, this is one thing that the Dems know, especially those old white Dixiecrats like Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. They know. Wherever they put a lot of immigrants, instead of just putting them in, these black concentration camps, they put the young working age white kids. That's where they're going. They're going to the San Antonios, the Austin, the Dallas, they're going to Colorado, right? They're going to Arizona, right? They're going to Tucson, right?
Break it up, boss.
Hold on, you're borging a little bit, Cerulean. You're Cerulean. I think he was moving around. I think he's on the phone.
Nah, he's telling the truth, man. A lot of people are getting priced out of California, and they already have moved to Texas. That's already been a movement. You know what I mean? To Austin and to Richardson and Plano. These are things that I know about because I know people all over the place. My last supervisor just left and took a job in San Antonio and is building a brand new house out there. You know what I mean? So when I'm talking to people who are actually living this shit, I got to sit and argue with niggas who are just talking about some shit they read in an article. You know what I mean? This is, I'm talking about people who are actually putting down money, putting down roots, people who are spending paper, people who are spending their goddamn VA benefits. And I got to sit and argue with niggas who ain't never been nowhere, who ain't going nowhere, who won't let shit go. California is done. They priced us out of there. Black people cannot even migrate back to California if they wanted to en masse because they couldn't afford to live there. So when they you know what I mean, if anywhere you want to be a conservative, it should have been in California. Y'all should have been Republicans a long time ago in California.
But see, now that you see the majority of the white, but specifically the young white population, the majority of the young white population is moving into these rural states, these red rural states, and the reason why is because the cost of living is cheaper.
Yeah, yeah, and the super rich is moving back into the cities.
And wherever they go, they know the influx of cash is going.
Right.
Yeah. And to say this, when Cerulean was saying, like you were saying, Arizona, Texas is shifting. Joe Rogan just left California and moved his whole operation to Texas.
Yeah, he's in Texas. Yeah.
Right. So if you got, and then what's that, South by Southwest, the Silicon Valley, they what Elon Musk moved to Texas, did? Well, he's going to move.
He's got his operation right now. Yeah, he's moving some of his stuff to as far as SpaceX to Texas, but his Tesla stuff is out there in Las Vegas, which is another place. Yeah.
It was in
Not
Vegas,
Las Vegas,
right?
Nevada. I said Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Nevada. So, and then you were saying Oklahoma. Here's the crazy part about Oklahoma, and people don't know this. As conservative as Oklahoma claims to be, medical and recreational marijuana is passed in Oklahoma. Do you know that Oklahoma has more dispensaries? Like for every 10 people in Oklahoma, there's 7 medical marijuana dispensaries. They give away medical marijuana licenses like it's candy. They have more than Colorado, and they're the ones that kind of started the shit. That means people from Texas crossed the border to Oklahoma, so Oklahoma done made half of its Indian land. So guess what?
Well, that's because Oklahoma's weed law, unlike California's, like California, you have to have a dispensary that is separate from a residential area.
Yep.
Oklahoma, that stipulation doesn't even exist. So you could literally use your home address as your business address for your dispensary in Oklahoma.
Yes, you can.
Yep. And so what this says is this, right? This, and what is and like, you know, they put a bill to decriminalize marijuana and stuff. You know, I guess it got through the House, and then the Senate's probably not going to strike it down or whatever. If they get the majority, they're probably going to pass it as a pacification for minorities. But Texas is going to be Democrat, right? And the and you're going to get all of these black people. Well, black people probably be at the back end of the spectrum because they're going to be late to move. Because by the time black folk migrate, they ain't going to have nothing to migrate to, really. Because they, you know what I'm saying, they're behind. It's like when the Southern migration came, by the time black people decided to migrate north or into the major cities, the only things that were left was service jobs that were low paying. Right? Where everybody else that was migrating, they already got the higher end jobs, even though black people had better skills in labor because they were in the South.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You see, and like you was saying, get the hell out of California. There's nothing there. It's either on fire or it's on fire.
but it's not even just California, because you look at the highest cost of living. You have that young white crowd moving from Chicago, Illinois, from New York, from anywhere in the New England states, really, all of that coast. They're literally bypassing Virginia, which is oversaturated now.
Yeah,
because Virginia's, especially if you look at certain cities in Virginia, because I remember when I was looking for a new house in Virginia, I noticed just within the 2 years how property values in 2 particular cities that I was looking at had increased. I mean, like not by a little bit either. Like talk about an 8% like increase in 2 years. What does that let me know? That means within the last 5 years, they had a major influx of population.
Yeah.
And with more people means the cost of living goes up as you know, resources have to be spread out across a larger population. Now things they have to import more volume, which causes the price of goods and services to go up.
And well, you been talking about goods and services. So let me ask you a question, Cerulean. What's the main tool that they're using to move around like this and set up shop in different places? What's the main tool?
Shit, the main tool is the politics.
No. I'm talking about the main tool, like as far as like what are we on right now?
Well, yeah, they're using the internet.
Thank you. And niggas will sit on the internet for 8 hours.
And talk about absolutely nothing.
Talking about bitches, and you females sit on here for just as much time talking about dusty niggas. So y'all just a bunch of black people wasting time.
They listen. But
and you know we use the tools that are given to you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dre.
No, I'm saying like you're right, and but here's the thing, right? I've seen women sit up there all day, run their mouth and gossip and make money. I'm talking about in the hood, right? Men can't run their mouth and gossip and make money at the same time.
Well, I mean, yeah, you talking about
yeah. I'm just saying.
I mean, we going from the Uber economy to the OnlyFans economy. I feel you.
I'll put it this way, like don't you know, like over the course of this last election, that Biden just won. Don't you know they were using code speak? So whenever they talked about the working class, they were talking about the red rural states specifically. As a matter of fact, Biden said just that whenever he spoke in Ohio. About
hold on, Cerulean. Sean, I think you need to hotep somebody real quick. Somebody wants you. Yeah,
you just messy, Dre.
No, I'm not messy.
Verbal. Hey, baby, it's good to see you again. It's been a minute, since we've touched each other. Hey, I'm still waiting on my check though. I didn't get my last check, Verbal. You know what I mean? I didn't get my last alimony check, baby. You know what I mean? I need my money. All right, you said you would take care of me, Verbal.
Look, man. I'm not messy, my nigga. You know I am reactive, right? Right. This ain't the time nor the day.
Yeah.
Petty Ghost is up. I've been saving this all year. I've been nice.
You ain't gotta keep telling me that we're divorced, baby. I just want my money. I don't want no drama. I don't want no arguments. I just want peace in my life.
So you already know that, huh?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. You used to make deposits in my PayPal, and then you changed something up. So I need to go.
The money ain't coming. The money ain't coming.
Are we doing MoneyGram now? What are we doing, baby? I just need to know where to get my money. I need my money because I got cards to play, I got gambling to do, I got real shit to do, baby, and you're not holding me down. You said you would.
Hey, fellas, let me say good night to everybody. Appreciate you being on the panel here. Thank y'all so very much. Great.
Well, Elder, go ahead and give us the announcements for the rest of the week and next week. So promote the show and everything.
I will be on. I think our next On the Beat with Char and Ruby will be next Wednesday. We start at 8:00 with On the Beat. Of course, Char and I cut up about this and that, and then Ruby and Char comes on with some music and some entertainment from that. And then you can catch me on Sundays or at the Sunday Backyard Barbecue Jam. Since it's the cuffing season, we're gonna play some cuffing music.
Ooh, cuffing season. You know, a whole bunch of people, they're gonna be sitting in the house crying by themselves in the corner.
There might be some tear jerking music in there too. So if you're sensitive, you might not want to show up.
All right, brother. Hey, all right. Elder, good to see you.
Yes, indeed. Always a pleasure, young warriors. Great to see y'all, and thank y'all so very much for having me. Peace out, and hey, you know what they say? Don't take none of them wood nickels because there's nobody spending them these days.
Hey, Saturday night is bingo night, and I'm trying to be fly. You know what I mean? So you can send me something verbal. All right. I'm trying to step on these. I'm trying to hotep on these hoes, nigga. Can I get fly? I'm trying to get me a little Horace hat. You know what I mean? A little ISIS tie. I'm trying to be fly this Saturday. Can you hook a nigga up?
Conscious mind.
I'm trying to step in the. I'm trying to go to the community center like hotep bitches.
you listen, what y'all was like, what you was saying is, man, the way the economy is going, even globally, right? Even globally, shit is fucked up, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really fucked up. Like, now, people that was teaching that SYSBM stuff, and
Bunch of bullshit.
Sean probably seen it over there in Germany. The people that's not on base, right? That's not working on base. Those expats that are living off the economy working. A lot of them probably done dip back because they in this weird zone where they're not a citizen, so they're not going to get the benefits, but they're going to be the first ones to get kicked out of their job, though. See, a lot of people don't understand that portion of the next thing with this economic thing with this COVID thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and they done cut back a lot of people's what I heard in the government. They done furloughed a couple of people with their positions, or they can't get reliefs because they're supposed to travel back. Like a lot of people, PCSs was pushed back.
There's a lot of funked up shit going on in the government right now. It's a lot of instability because of this orange guy, and the people he's putting in charge right now. But it's only temporary. January, this shit all go back to normal.
Jay Sean, why you gotta call him a 6-foot Oompa Loompa?
Say it again.
He told me that.
Why you gotta call him a 6-foot Oompa Loompa?
That motherfucker's that's a sick bitch right there, boy. That's a I ain't never seen this shit. It's crazy. What we watching? I mean, I don't know if y'all pay attention to the news like I do, but this motherfucker's a trip. I mean, but it's only right if it's all right when it's all white, because if a nigga, no black man can act like this. No man, but no black man, no black people can act like this. You know what I mean? The level of violence.
Well, Jay Sean, you are fake news. You are fake news.
I mean, we talking about straight insurrection. We gonna sell people houses armed. We gonna, plot to kidnap people. We gonna talk about shooting motherfuckers. Ain't nobody getting arrested. This shit is crazy. I mean, no, this is. If you don't understand that white supremacy exists, then this is. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
no. Here's the crazy part, right? Here's the crazy part. They plotted to kidnap the governor of Michigan, and she's a white woman. Becky was catching the work. They don't care. Becky can get that work.
And that's what people don't understand about white men. When it comes to white power. When you look, we got to go back to slavery. When we talk about slavery, we always talk about the abuse of black people and the exploitation of black bodies. But to keep that system in place, there was a lot of chin checking of white people. Even, just to keep the money right, to keep systems in place. You know what I mean? There was a lot of business conducted to keep shit in order. That's why you see white people talking about lynching other white people right now. That's just the way they do things. That's the culture of America. You're looking at a real America right now. That's what it is. With no fucking no chaser, no ice, no chaser, just straight down the shaft, man. So one thing that comes with white supremacy is hardcore patriarchy. That's why the fucking Proud Boys are running around talking about patriarchy, chauvinism. They call themselves chauvinists. You know what I mean? So, they're not making any bones about what they're trying to get done and what they're trying to do. And that's why I call these so-called street conservatives bitch niggas. Because, the real street conservatives was out in fucking D.C. doing the MAGA Million March, stabbing motherfuckers. Those are the real street conservatives. Talking about our streets. Those white boys are about that life. Y'all not. Y'all sitting at home with your fucking tight Republican shirt on, with your belly button out, with your fucking pom-poms, talking about I'm a street conservative, nigga. You a bitch nigga. You ain't organizing nothing. You ain't touching nothing. You ain't about that life. And the reason why these fucking Republican politicians are bound down to all this fuckery is because they know the white people turn up. They know who they really are. We've glossed over America and made America with this beautiful, shiny city on the hill when it's not. This is what America really is, what it's always been. Mob rule. All right? It's a mobocracy.
Look, I want to show y'all this. I put it in the server.
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat.
And this was another one. I did these last year. I might have did them earlier this year. But you're talking about many Americans. They're talking about like 40% of Americans struggle to come up with $400 in emergency funds.
God damn.
That's 40% of Americans. Nowhere in either of these articles does it say 40% of niggas. 40% of Americans.
It's probably worse with black people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably a higher percentage with black people. That's just real talk. And then these stupid motherfuckers out here are just draining their black people with these platforms. Like, think about the loyal people who just give money. I mean, there's people who give money every day to some of these niggas. Every day. You know what I mean? Even at the height of my support for any man, I never gave money every day. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? These niggas are giving money every day. Just to hit, just for an emotional fix. That's all it is an emotional fix. You know what I mean? You know, I'm a virtually and verbally kick these bitches down the stairs. That's right, man. That's right. That's right. Tell them. Tell these hoes. That's right. Trump will fix it. So I'm gonna get I'm gonna scream a white man's name, and then if he gets in office again, he's gonna fix our problems, negating the fact that he's been in office for 4 years and nothing happened. So it's like we're not even dealing with reality.
Yeah, but you know, like at least
Trump because cuts.
Yeah, never happened.
But you know,
never came. Well, actually, they did come, but you don't make enough money for you to be taking a part of that.
That's right. Yeah, you're right about that.
You know, but the funny part about it, right, is when they screaming this and that, is if you think about it, it's like a drug dealer, right? But at least with a drug dealer, you actually get the drugs. They ain't getting nothing. They giving money, but they ain't getting nothing but the emotional, but they don't even have, you can't, like, look, like, like I said, man, it's a sad case.
It's psychosis, man.
Yeah, and the only thing that you can do is move on. Only thing you can do is move on and try to deal with a different group of people before they get to them. Yeah. Right? Because leaving or not saying anything at all actually puts you in a position of you being derelict in your duties to you know, be the first line of defense before they get to that. Right. Because let's be honest, right? Most black people that peruse YouTube are perusing YouTube and other platforms and sectors. You have to actually, by chance, fall into this sector. Like by chance. Like you gotta, like y'all started in Blog Talk, so everybody moved over. Like Cerulean said, he came from the conscious side of things, right? And moved over, right? Like you have to be introduced like some Amway shit. Right, you know, before everybody.
I came through Blog Talk and Facebook. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you have to come through a different avenue. It's not like you can just type into the YouTube something and they just pop up. Someone has to recommend it to you. It has to be in that tier. You got to go through several filters. And now what YouTube is doing by basically demonetizing or sucking away the monetization money off of live streaming and actually setting the algorithm where they want more pre-recorded content, which these dudes can't do. Right? A lot of these dudes can't do pre-recorded content. A lot of these women, for quote unquote, they can't do pre-recorded content. Because you actually have to present something and you have to wait for a comment or a like or something. And then YouTube, before someone flags your channel down, YouTube can flag you down if you don't meet the requirements of what they say on their platform. Like, and here's the crazy thing. YouTube really holding people out now, right? And I know y'all have noticed this, right? Videos that you know that aren't monetized will have an ad pop up in the middle of it, right? Like, remember, like I would listen to music on YouTube, right? I'll wait for the ad to go by. I'll be listening to music on YouTube and an ad will pop up in the middle of the song. That never happened before. And YouTube sent out a thing. We got the right to put ads wherever we want on our platform. And you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
You don't like it, go home. Or get YouTube Premium if you don't want to see it. Or you got to get to so basically the viewers have to pay now not to see any ads in the middle of your video, even if you're getting paid or not, and you can't say nothing about it. And if you do that, just kick you off the platform. So these dudes are actually stuck in live streaming. So what's going to happen when they take away the ability of live streaming? Well, they're not going to do it. But what if they put that paywall up? Where for you to live stream, you can have StreamYards, but you got to have a YouTube Premium
Oh, that's
subscription
coming, man.
for
That's
you to
coming.
live stream.
That's
Yeah,
coming. Let me tell you something, man. I don't agree with it, but this
but I
is real
understand.
talk, man. I mean, look, you know, these women now have a politics behind them with this new administration coming in, and the way it's going to be set up is that there's going to be some things, some words that women can't say, but for the most part, they can say what the fuck they want about men. But you're not going to be able to do the same in return. That's coming. All right, that's coming. All right, I'm telling you, they tried to do this shit a few times already to black men. So whether I agree with black men or not, I
Yeah,
do agree that you should have the same freedom of speech that women have. But what you don't understand is that women are considered a protected class politically. So there's gonna be and then there's not gonna be enough men combined together to say, this is wrong. There's gonna be a lot of men on the other side caping for women. We got those men too, right? Men who work against their own interests. But that's coming. You know what I mean? That's coming. And you do not develop an economic base. You did not use this tool to build your own platform. See, what I could say about the red pill white boys, man, they take these shits out to 4chan and you know what I mean, and all these different other spaces where they work together and they build up money. They don't use YouTube is not their primary location.
yeah,
It's not. I mean, we're talking about hardcore white supremacists talking crazy online, and YouTube is a place they come to every now and then. You know what I mean? But they make all their money. Look, Trump is raising hundreds of millions of dollars off of YouTube, man. He's not
yeah,
doing it on YouTube. These people are not running around YouTube hiding the records. So you think you're going to be a street conservative, you fucking gnat. You know what I mean? Think you're going to get something out of this. You know what I mean? Like you're a fucking, you the lowest of the low, man. You late to the game. You're not doing this shit right. People like ABL and Brandon Tatum mostly have a white built-in support base. All right?
yeah,
They built that shit up over years, though. You're not going to just run in and get that. All right, you're not gonna just run in and get that. Plus, when you think about it, their channel is PC. You don't hear Baby L cussing and all that kind of shit. None of that. He's a nice Steven from Django. He's a real nice Steven from Django. Calms them down. I mean, you go to his channel, his white boys calling in, sound like he's got through doing some meth. Man, this is crazy. Trump loses. They taking it from. They sound like they're about to kill themselves. And that's what ABL is over there doing. He's fielding those kind of phone calls from white boys.
yeah.
Calls, I mean, he's Bag of Vance over there. You understand me? You know what I mean? He's driving Miss Daisy over that bitch. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker, that's what you can't run into that. You got to be a pure, unadulterated, uncompromised. I mean, not compromised. Excuse me. What's the word I'm looking for? Unthreatening coon.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, they're not going to need them no more. Now they're going to keep ABL and Brandon Tatum for now because they're probably going to let them rock for the next 4 years. But this fucking white supremacist movement is not going nowhere.
Oh yeah,
it's not going nowhere. It's not just a Trump thing. Trump just gave them the ability to feel bold about the shit. They was like, God damn, we got a president candidate talking this way. Oh, now we got a president talking this way. Oh, shit, it's on.
Well, what the problem was is it was a way of trimming the fat, and it was a way of what Trump did was three things, right? He basically brought them out in the forefront, right? Then he actually put targets on their back, and he was actually teaching the new group of white supremacists that are coming up that you're not supposed to be shown being a white supremacist. You're actually supposed to do it behind closed doors. And this is what will happen to you if you do X, Y, and Z. Right? Like it's this thing, like Trump was hanging around niggas for years, right? Right? Niggas kind of figured he was racist, but he was Trump and he was always hanging around niggas. He was always a nigga's favorite.
And Democrats.
And Democrats, right? He was a Democrat.
He gave money to fucking Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you know what he even said?
He gave money to Kamala Harris when she was AG.
You know what Trump said? If he was to take down the Republican Party, he would run as a Republican, and he was Democrat. That was that 60 Minutes interview. Like the birther thing didn't start from Trump; it started from Hillary Clinton. He was actually giving Hillary money. They was sitting at the same table when Barack Obama was roasting.
Yeah, this
Niggas
is
don't realize, what actually was going on. So just Trump, when he figured out he won, he wasn't trying to win. He was actually trying to give Hillary Clinton a slam dunk, but the bitch tripped at the goal line at the Super Bowl and lost the ball.
yeah.
Like she lost the ball because she forgot how much strength ignorant, racist white men got and how much they word mean power in America.
Oh shit! Hold on, Chaos is in the chat room. Shout out to Chaos Rain. Hey Chaos, I was just picking at you earlier. No malice. You know you the cameo king, nigga. You the cameo king, nigga. So I was just fucking with you, Chaos. He's my homie. You know, Chaos the homie. But and what's weird about that? Let me digress for a second. I was on this panel, and I ended up having a back and forth with Edwin Anderson, and it made me realize something. How long some of us been in this space. Me being on that live stream with Edwin Anderson took me way back to the days where we used to call in Angry Man show.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because Edwin Anderson was one of those cats that just called on the show. You know what I mean? It wasn't just me. It was like people like, Cerulean, Nigerian Nurse. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm trying to think of some other people who used to call in back then. Fuck it. It's 7 a.m. Forgive me. But anyway, it just took me back. And it's funny how we having this conversation now about this whole time wasted. You know what I mean? Going back to the kind of the beginning of things. We wasted a lot of fucking time these last 4 years. All these arguments, all these debates, all these stupid ass disagreements, and then all of the sitting around talking about shit that don't fucking matter. And what's happened in 2016 to 2020 politically, and for black people, what's going to happen in the next couple of years is just it's a tragedy that black men wasted this much time.
You know what? You're right. I would say 3 years because black people, we're a little bit behind when it comes to everything, right?
Yeah.
So I would say it took a year to fill out the space and see where stuff was at and technology was ever changing, right? Because remember this was a call-in show. Like people still do call-in shows now, right? You know what I'm saying? They got a whole device made just so you can do a call-in now. You know what I mean? But I would say this is me in retrospect. When I came around, and this is I came around y'all in 2018.
Yeah.
I thought y'all had y'all shit together. So between 2016 and 2018, y'all had y'all shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It just that summer to that fall of 2018, niggas just lost their fucking mind, and niggas been on a fucking downhill spiral of nothingness. But what you expect, where I've learned this about black folk, if we don't have an in-face enemy to bring us together against a mutual target, we'll turn on each other. For nothing. Right? For nothing. Like we'll turn on each other for fucking nothing. Like it's for scraps, right? Like that perfect example, the opening to that movie The Warriors. That's what niggas are. Nigga, Cyrus was right. You know what I'm saying?
Can you dig it?
Can you dig it? And they shot him. And the nigga said the white man shot him and blamed it on the niggas, and every nigga there thought that the Warriors killed the nigga because the white man said so. That movie, the opening part of that movie, basically breaks down the black American experience on a daily basis. Nigga, you can get niggas to meet all day. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a Million Man March. Niggas wouldn't marched all the way from Mobile, Alabama to goddamn Washington. Like, you can get niggas to meet and talk all day.
Yeah.
But when shit hit the road, it takes one white man with a bullet and a gun to take out the dude leading the charge, and niggas scatter like roaches.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what's fucked up? Look like over all our civil rights leaders, and that's the shit. That's the repeating shit.
That's the repeating shit.
Malcolm, Martin, Fred Hampton.
Yeah, and think about it. When the police pulled up, All them gangs that were there, they outnumbered the cops, even the ones that was pulling up. The cops couldn't handle all them gang members flipping over cars and acting a fool. And if this ain't the case, look how white people act when a sports team win a championship. Look how they act. They flip over cars, set shit on fire, act the fool, bust out windows. Oh, they just celebrating because the sports team won.
Yeah.
Kill a black man dead in the street, head in the gutter.
Yeah, burning shit. They don't
Burning
care.
shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they should peacefully protest. You know what I'm saying? But see, and that's where it comes with the agency of it. But here's the thing. Most black people are law-abiding citizens that just want their little piece of peace and be left the fuck alone.
Yeah, most niggas just want a little something to drink, a little something to smoke, a little something to fuck, and that's heaven. They ain't trying to ruffle the feathers. They're not even trying to compete in the industry. They're not in nobody's way.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Shit. You know what I mean? They ain't trying to make no waves. They just want to do them, and that's just most black people, but we get fucked with a lot, and these cats out here will make excuses for that shit.
Yeah.
One of our residence guys here, Obsidian, he's from he's from Philly, and he have a lot of smoke for black people turning up and protesting the death of a black person. Regardless of the black person is right or wrong, doesn't matter, but won't say nothing about when the white fans were destroying Philly after the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. He wouldn't call that parqueism. He only calls it. So we got a problem with us. We have a built-in. I call it petrified. We petrified. We got this petrified psychosis where we've been programmed, to just not even make sense in some of the shit that we say on the internet. We're gonna really get mad about, you even see it with the women. Women get mad about some dude saying, "Get the fuck out of my restaurant," but they have no smoke for all these women getting their asses whooped in Chinese stores, or that's ridiculous. That's a psychosis.
That's a psychosis. Yeah, and it was
that makes no sense at all. None. You can't explain that shit to me. You can't explain why a fucking Dallas restaurant owner, a black man who owns his shit, owns a building, a quote unquote, let's just, for lack of better terms, a high value black man, right? Or a black man who's not a dusty. He raising up in his own shit. And so there's just a lack of respect for the brothers, and there's a lack of respect for the women, and we're gonna have to clean this shit up, because at the end of the day, there's no future without either of us. We can't build a black future without black women, and black women cannot build a future without us. And that's just the truth of it. So all of this fucking sniping and going back and forth with each other in social media, spewing our hatred for each other, is unhealthy. It's unprogressive. It's stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense, man. And and sisters will never take that L, which means they're gonna spiral more down. So what I say now, my thing going forward, I'm not even arguing with black women no more. If you ain't making sense, get the fuck out of here. All right. I argue with you for what? I'm not even looking for you for leadership, to be honest. All right. I'm looking for black men to step up. So I want to really converse with black men and get them together, and so they can step up, because arguing with some of these sisters is a waste of fucking time. If she wants to be in bitter land and hate black men until the day she die, oh well. That's her life. That's her choice. At the end of the day, we got to start doing shit that makes sense. Because that whole thing that went down this last week with the Dallas guy, I still can't wrap my mind around it. I'm like, how the fuck does that even become a big deal? You telling me you gonna die on this hill, sister? Like, you dancing in the fucking restaurant, twerking that's the hill you gonna die on? Like, it didn't even make sense on so many levels. But bigger than that, I had to step back from look at the psychosis of it. I was like, hold up. You telling me this is something y'all gonna fight about when we got video black women getting stomped out and kicked in their back and smacked up and punched and stuff? When y'all go back to those stores to spend money? Hold up, time out. We dealing with something else now. And it's the same thing we see with the brothers, man.
Yeah.
See black men getting murdered and shot down, and now you want to, and you got white conservatives running around here talking about black lives don't matter, and they stabbing niggas, but then you still want to line up with them politically for what? Because you think that's going to help you with your black woman. That's some bitch ass shit. And it shows a psychosis that's going on with us, man. And I gotta be aware of that. Like, you know what? Some of these arguments, like y'all talking about 2021 going forward, some of these debates and the conversations we having, we gotta understand we dealing with a deep deep rooted psychosis with our brothers and
Yeah,
sisters.
and
Right?
and that's,
Well, part of that psychosis, right? I showed this on Cerulean's panel at one point. I will pose the question: does this these talking points, these thought processes, do they put down black men and women? B, pedestalize white men and women or other races? C, show how stupid we are? Or D, all of the above?
Yeah.
yeah, and is and that's
If D, then it is a white supremacist talking point, thinking point, acting point, and we need to remove it from our vocabulary, our thought processes, our conversations.
Yeah.
and that's real, and what you're saying is really real. Like people thinking, like Sean, did you see that interview with LeBron did on the road tripping podcast thing?
No,
Where
you know what? And it's paused on my desktop. I've not watched it. I want to
Okay.
watch
All right. When you get a chance to watch it,
it.
of course they asked him about the NBA bubble thing and about the protests, right? About like, when they didn't do the game. And he said, and I did this for a reason because me and Cerulean was in the back chat and you weren't around trying to talk him off the cliff, so I had to do it. But Cerulean had this diabolical scheme that I had to talk him off the cliff. He just threw his hands up.
Y'all need to stop getting on me about that shit too. By the way,
No,
you
no, man,
really
we
need
know
to
you
stop
busy.
that shit, man.
No,
I
we
look,
know you busy, man.
yeah, look, man. No, it's not that, man. Y'all be getting on me about trying to talk niggas off the cliff. Look,
No.
man. Look, I got genuine love for my people, man. Even
Yeah,
niggas even these fugazi niggas, they still my brothers. You
Yeah,
know what I
I
mean?
know. No, but I had
These
to,
fugazi fruit booty niggas, they still brothers.
but I
I
had
mean,
to. I had to do it because you wasn't around to talk him off the cliff. The person that's usually talking to nigga off the cliff, you was busy, right? So I had to talk Cerulean off the cliff, right? You know what I'm saying? And we'll talk about that later. You know what I mean? But I brought this thing up with LeBron, and LeBron said that he was asleep, getting ready for his game, and he woke up to watch the Bucks game, right? And when he woke up, he missed all these calls because he didn't know what was going on because it was 20 minutes after the tip off and he wasn't on the court. So then he found out what happened. Now, the problem he said was, we are a brotherhood. We stand together. If my brother is feeling a certain type of way and he's in the right, I'm right there with him. But I would like a heads up, right? Because we sure as damn can't go out there and play after they done boycotted. So we all got to boycott. But no one reached out to Chris Paul. No one said anything to the Players Association leader because they all black people, right? It's a sister there, it's a brother there, it's what I'm saying, it's players, right? So he said I'm the face of the league. So in so many words, he had to go talk to David Stern and the owners because he's the face of the league, right? So then he said, well, they said, man, you up and left out of the meeting after. He said, listen, because I'm LeBron James. He said, I was sitting in the meeting. Everybody was in their emotions. No one was coming up with solutions for 4 hours. We was just talking. And emotional people are not going to make rational decisions when it comes to stuff. So he said, my time is valuable. So I got up and left and slept on it, right? And I was going to decide if I was going to play. And everybody said, LeBron, if you didn't play, nobody playing. I know that. That's why I walked out of the meeting. Because if we protest, then what? Then what?
Yeah, then what? Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen.
You know what? He did the right thing. Let me tell you why he did the right thing. Because the protests would have mattered more if it wasn't COVID. Like, say, for instance, you're talking about shutting down stadiums. So stadiums are not getting any money. Local economies are not making any money. Local bars are not making any money. Local stores are not making any money. And then all of the food chain and the pipeline of supplying those events. Because these cats are playing 82 games a season. Yeah. So that's 41 games in their own stadium. Yeah, and playoffs. And that's 41 games alone. That's 41 events in their own home, stadium. Every home stadium at least, it's 41. And then you take something like LA, that's more than 41. So that's a lot of bread. You know what I mean? So that's a more powerful movement. But, they already spent the money. They already got the contract with Disney. I mean, the money's already spent. So they wasn't hurting nobody but Disney. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or themselves. You know what I mean? So boycotting that. You know what I mean? It would have hurt the TVs, stations a little bit. But the real shutdown is this year, and I think that's why they decided to go back and play in the empty stadium. See, now look, the local economies, when they start coming back, and there's going to be a rush of money coming back. If something happens again that is this George Floyd level,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They have the power to shut them fucking arenas down. That's where the real power is at. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? That's when you really have a bubble in the bubble, and not even all the NBA teams are not even there. It was like 20-something teams. You know what I mean? So it's like
that kind of mattered, that was marketable.
Exactly. The ones that will play off, contention, and a few on the outskirts so they could play in. So all the teams weren't even invited to the bubble. So it was like, it's good to show this reaction. We shut it down for 2 days, but let's go back to work because we need this money. Because if we have to shut down next year. If we have to react next year, and I love it. Because at the end of the day, what else they supposed to do? Like these niggas talking about they not doing enough. Nigga, you ain't doing nothing. Nigga, you ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck you want to tell these millionaires who are not politicians, who are not fucking civil rights leaders, what they should be doing? To me, they doing more than enough. All right.
Yeah. And here's the crazy part, right? When he broke it down, he said we got the owners to get on board. Yeah, we did the thing with the jerseys, but he said we got 30 teams in the NBA. Voter suppression. Every NBA arena should be a place where people can go vote and not sit in lines for 3 to 4 hours. So they got that done, right? They got that done in major cities that they could get it done in. Some owners wasn't opposed to it because they didn't own the arena because they in a small market or whatever, right? He said we got them to donate. We got help to where it's going to go to. We got this, we got that. And then LeBron said something that was crazy that Cerulean's been saying, you've been saying, I've been saying, people with sense been saying. He said, the presidential election, but it's your local government that's going to directly affect you. So he says these down ballots that y'all need to vote in these congressional runoffs and in these cities and stuff like that, because that will affect you greater if you vote in those places for those candidates, Republican or Democrat. Now, he said this on the Road Tripping podcast. On Uninterrupted, which is a platform that he owns. That's his media platform he owns with his homeboys that he cool with their own show. So he's empowering his own people, being a guest on it, and no one's actually getting a correlation that this dude pretty much single-handedly runs a league by himself. Like single-handedly, even through the media, he controls. He doesn't have an interview with somebody unless he wants to have the interview with a particular person. That's control. You can talk about them all day. Like if you look at the news cycle right now, when it comes to sports or whatever, it's LeBron James. If you ain't saying LeBron James in one of your titles, you ain't getting no views, no clicks, no likes, no nothing. Right? And that in itself shows you the power, but he's directing this. Now, here's the crazy thing, Sean, and I said this earlier, right? LeBron James, if I told you that LeBron James, who was his parents, you would think he had these wonderful parents, mother and father, right? His mom was a strung out crackhead that actually strung a teammate out and fucked him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This man was going through, but he never threw his mother underneath the bus. He never did that, and he's got kids of his own. He's taking care of his kids. He's with his wife. He's taking care of his people and whatever. Is he a perfect individual? Nah.
There's no such thing.
No such thing, right? But is that a high value man? Not because he's rich, but because he's doing what he needs to do for his community.
He's maximizing his position. You know what I mean? And that's really what a valuable man brings to the table, maximizing your position, for the betterment of others. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're just a businessman, being in a position to hire people, take care of other people, lead other people so they can feed their families, man. These are valuable people. Just having money doesn't make you valuable.
Doesn't make you.
Because I'll tell you, I'll give you the flip side of that. Because it takes some athletes who don't give a shit about nothing. All they do is take their money and buy Lamborghinis and buy houses in rich neighborhoods. So basically, they're just a conduit to white wealth. You know what I mean? So they have no effect on the black community at all. You know what I mean? None. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They have none. They have no effect on the black community or to do nothing for the black community. All their money, and that bitch that's laying up with him was right there with him. You know what I mean? Spending his money, spending her money at fucking Louis, spending her money. She's just a conduit to white wealth. That's why I don't like women in my life like that. You know what I mean? Like I can't be with a chick like that. You know what I mean? I can't be with a chick that's talking about she wants red bottoms and this and that. When I didn't work my ass off and make all this fucking money so you can give it to some crackers. All right? I'm on some different shit. You know what I mean? Now we can find some black, people who make some shit. Then we support them. You know what I mean? Like we was playing in the back chats, Ramamar and all that. That's where I got that Hotep shit from. Me and Neek was playing with that. But anyway, and I supported the brother. I bought some paintings from him. I bought some t-shirts from him. His shit is overpriced, but I touched the waters a little bit. I'll support black businesses. I'll go to them first and try to find some gear or find some outfits. There's no fucking reason in the world why we should be out here being conduits for Gucci, and Vendi, you know what I mean, and Louis, and that's plantation shit. You know what I mean? And so when I see black people doing that kind of shit, no matter how much money they got, I'm like, this motherfucker has zero value to the community. None. Zero value to the community. You see this chick right here on fucking the carpet, and she's bigging up all these fucking designers from around the world, from Italy. We got all these black women out here who are trying to be designers. That bitch has no fucking value to the community. You understand me? And they doing it right in the face of other black people, which is very, and we don't, and our response from the soil is not appropriate. We should be throwing them away. I don't give a fuck how much. I love Taraji P. Henson. I love that sister. She has so much soul, right? I love that sister. But if she came on the carpet and was bigging up nothing but, white labels, if I was a black woman, I'd be done with her. Mm. She don't care about the soil. You got all these sisters. That's what I'm saying. We cut our nose to spite our face with this bullshit. And it's like Cerulean says, this high value argument has no fucking value, because as a group, we need to be coming up, whether we poor or middle class or rich. And the way this pie is going right now, and the way the wealth gap is going right now, if you're not making 100,000 or 120,000, as a joint income in the home, you're not even in the middle class no more. What I'm saying is that $80,000 is not even middle class no more, based on the amount of wealth in the country. I look at properties all day. I'm looking at inventories in Arizona, Georgia, Virginia. I'm seeing the type of money that's being left behind, or while the white people moved on to something bigger, or they got priced out of their own shit. They were living high on the hog and they downsized. I'm looking at all of these fucking properties, man, that are 700, 800, 900,000. So it's like visually, I live in a different world, and I'm looking at all these different properties, right? So I'm looking at this heavy inventory in America, and I'm like, how the fuck did this shit even come about? And that I gauged it. By gauging that, I'm seeing, like, I'm looking at how much wealth is in the country. So then I go to the stats, and I say, all right, how much money is being made and how many millionaires are in the country? And you look at like Barack Obama's term, he created 7 million more white millionaires were created under him. 7 million more white millionaires. You know what I mean? And then Trump comes in and gives them a tax cut and calcifies that wealth. There's no way you catch up to that, man, without working with each other. So the fact that anybody's sitting on the red carpet with some fucking with a label, man, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
But see, that's the thing, Jay. Even with that cut, you watch twice as many of that literally lose all of that wealth
during COVID,
which is what calcified those that were left over. So
you know what that is? It's making the wolves hungry. Remember like the play on that term, the wolves of Wall Street, is making the wolves hungry, right? So, all right, this is how this works. I'm gonna give trillions of dollars to these corporations, no strings attached during COVID. I'm gonna give trillions of dollars to these corporations and rich white people. The other ones who have businesses that were making them millionaires, they're gonna fall. But once COVID is lifted, they're gonna be the ones right in line again to be rich again, right? So we're gonna make them hungry, which makes it harder for those who should have come up behind them to come up. You see what I'm saying? So now you're gonna even have a wealth gap that's gonna be even bigger when this is all said and done. When the economy spins up in 2021, 22, it's going to be bigger, because the people who were knocked down, those rich people, they're going to come right back up. They're going to be the buffer class for those trying to come back into the wealth class. You see what I'm saying? And then the rest of y'all going to be out here fighting for a fucking $15 hour job.
Yeah, we're going to be fighting for scraps of potatoes.
Exactly. Of potatoes. And that's how this game is set up. And cats don't see it that way. You know what I mean? And I see it's vicious. And the only way you make it through that is if you have a group of people who are on code with each other. See, groups that come over to the country who are poor, who come over to America, and even with the little bit of money they get from the government, the help they get from the government, it still doesn't jump them into the rich class. What makes them jump into the rich class is that two things. One, they practice hardcore group economics and they on code with each other. And two, they have a fucking class of black people that they can fucking extract wealth from. Which means, what I mean is, when they bring these people to the country, they put them right there in black communities, and we feed them. We feed the Chinese restaurants. We feed the fucking bodegas. We feed all these fucking immigrants. We feed them. We feed them. We feed them. We feed them. Whether with our hard work money or we feed them with welfare money, it doesn't matter. They're getting fed. You know what I mean? And then they take that money and they build themselves out of the community, and that's how they keep the game going. Meanwhile, you never move, black people. You never move. You haven't moved since 1900.
No, since before that, designated underclass. Designated underclass.
You don't move. You just a conduit to these other groups of people. And that, and then we sit here and fight with each other. You know what I mean? To spend our money with these with these people. And it's insanity.
You ain't got that Margilla, nigga.
Yeah, it's insanity, man. Yeah, and all that stupid talk. So the whole, I'm gonna keep, quoting Cerulean. The whole high value argument has no value. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I don't give a fuck if I was sitting on millions. It's not my place to sit here and talk about my high value black man. It doesn't matter, because without the group, I have no real power. If the group is fucked up, so I don't have any power.
Well, kind of like DeAndre said earlier. How you high value when they could sit on your neck for 8 minutes?
Exactly. Yeah. What does it mean that you have a LeBron James? What does it mean he's the greatest of all time when I could just go out here and kill somebody who looks just like him at will?
Yeah.
Well, at will. And that's the situation that we're in. And niggas want to talk about, I'm Democrat, Republican. Nigga, y'all is crazy as cat shit. I mean, we're supposed to be our own group, our own party, and we use those parties against each other to get whatever we can get out of them. That's what we did in the 60s. We were Republicans. And then we flipped the Democratic Party. And then all those racist white people went from the fucking Democratic Party to the Republican Party because of what happened in the 60s.
And what's funny about that is that you don't ever see the small hats getting criticized, and they have their own party, libertarians.
Yeah.
Not at all. And we should be spread out, man. Black men could have made a power move in 2020. And when it came to the election, we could have made a power move. We could have, because black people should be the unapologetic swing vote in this country. But that the window's closing. See what's happening in Georgia right now. And I told my sisters listening to me, y'all think y'all got all those judges and mayors and all that. That's temporary. All right. All y'all doing is helping gentrify Atlanta. Right now, Atlanta's being gentrified. So what does it matter? They're moving all those black people out to other counties. So what's going to happen is the same thing they did in Virginia. They start making those other counties that used to be red or soft red blue, because they moved all the niggas out there. They keep Atlanta blue, by moving all these young white people in and immigrants in. You know what I mean? And in 20 years from now, it's going to look like Harlem.
Well, let me ask you a question, Sean, right? Because you was over there by the Pentagon, right?
Yeah.
When you was over there, when you was active and not active, right? You saw. So remember The Wire, right? Remember in the season when they took down the towers, like the projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
They moved the motherfuckers out to Upper Marlboro, Maryland, DC, right? So all of them hood ass, Baltimore ass, ignorant ass niggas were uprooted and moved to a nice neighborhood outside the outskirts of DC, right? What does that neighborhood look like today?
Well, shit, I'll take it further. There's a place called Woodbridge, Virginia. And they was pushing black people out to Maryland. They was pushing them out to some parts of Virginia too. And now Woodbridge, Virginia is called Hoodbridge, Virginia. That's the nickname for it. All right. So niggas don't get the game. You know what I mean? So this is the playbook they're gonna keep running. You know what I mean?
But what's interesting is, right, every time we move, right, we lose resources because we don't have property. Every time they move us with these projects or with gentrification, We lose property value every time. I mean, look at this. If it's $40,000 on a house, right? The house is $160,000, but because it's a black family living in it, the property value just went down to $120,000. Bam, $40,000 of instant equity to the white person who buys that house next. And every time they move us, they make profit on us.
Right.
Every time.
Yeah. The only way if you're not going to bring money to the game, you have to have an organized effort to shift an election, just like they did in Florida, right? So in Miami, there was a concerted effort by the Cubans to make sure that Biden did not win, right? You know what I'm saying? And and that's why they're getting rewarded. So for instance, you got black people who voted 80-something%, 85% for Biden. But if you look at MSNBC, the talk of the town is the Latinos. And they lost Florida because of Latinos. And they're still getting respect and, from the liberals. Because it's not because of what they did, because they voted against the liberals or the liberal party. It's because they have the power to shift elections. And if you're not going to show you have the power to shift an election, nigga, you can't get anything. That's why when you ran over to the Republican Party with your pom-poms and your belly button out, nigga, you know what I mean? You wasn't going to get anything out of that because you didn't help them shift anything. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta it's like the lotto, man. You gotta be in this shit. You gotta be in it to win it. And motherfuckers are not doing that. You're not organizing anything. You're not.
Yeah.
You live in Philly. Shout out to Obsidian. You live in Philly. Did Obsidian organize brothers in Philly? No, he did not. See what I'm saying? So it's all talk. It's all emotion shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all emotions.
Well,
And that's not going to shift anything. You're just a joke to them, and they use you as a moniker just to stick the, everybody in the country knows the divide between black men and black women. Everybody knows it. All right. So when they sitting out there touting black men and showing black rappers and all that, they doing that to spin black women up, to cause a wedge and cause a chasm in the Democratic Party any way they can. They know it's not moving anything. They know black men ain't coming over. 50% of black men coming over to the Republican Party is not going to help them win unless they do it in Pacific places like Atlanta or Philly. You know what I mean? So outside of that, what are the fucking Republicans really gaining? What are they really gaining? They're not gaining much. You know what I mean? That's why everybody's fighting over the Latino. That's why everybody's fighting over the Hispanic, because they will come out and vote. They will split their vote, and they will shift an election.
Well,
and they outnumbering us.
I mean, you're looking at it, and if you notice, they're splitting that vote, and they're still treating those that go over to the Republican side like dead weight. I mean, think about it. When's the last time you heard a peep out of Candace Owens?
You know what? She had a show. She had a show apart because she was interviewing somebody, right?
Sad, man.
And I was watching her show that she got or whatever, is sponsored by somebody. It's on the network or whatever. And I was watching it on YouTube, right? And when you usually watch these people, like what's that white chick that was Tommy Lauren? Tommy Lauren, right? Yeah. So I'm expecting Candace Owens
about to hit the wall too. You seen her lately? She's about to hit the wall hard.
Yeah, they about to get rid of her.
Now I'm talking about her looks. She about to look straight Agatha. That's going to be her new name, Agatha.
So I'm looking at Tommy Lauren, right? So I'm looking at Candace Owens, how Candace Owens came off and how she got her claim to fame of being the way that she was. So I'm expecting her show to be the same way, because usually when they post you up, they present you in the same way or more concentrated way that you are, right? I look at Candace Owens and I'm looking at her show and it's like, wait a minute. I thought she was a conservative bed wench. Why is she acting like someone that is on some whole equal opportunity, everybody can catch this work in a controlled, concise manner? Right? Where she's up here like black people should be, no, it doesn't matter what party they're in, we need to do X, Y, and Z. Or for black Americans, oh, that's because they didn't let you into the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, they shut it out. Yeah.
So now you're a bed wench without a
look,
bed.
you got your white penis. Go shut up and be a bed wench and shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? We got a new black chick from Baltimore with big titties. Be quiet.
Yep, we got her.
Oh, but you haven't even heard shit from the black chick from Baltimore.
I mean, at least she got to go to the convention. That's all I'm saying. But they dismissing all of them, man. Diamond and Silk has been retired. Ain't that a shame? I'm a Miss Dominant Silk. You know, I mean, look, this is a cold game, man. This is and to think that you will go to a party that will put two women out there like that, just a fucking minstrel show. I mean, the lack of pride that I'm seeing amongst black people is out. It's alarming to me that you would think that'd be a healthy place for you to go. So if you're not going to them to do business, right, to do transactional business, then you have no fucking business over there. To go over there and say, yeah, you belong over here, and this is the best place to be, when they calling you nigger behind your back, and they in their chat rooms calling you all kinds of monkeys, and they have the fucking audacity to put a Dominant Silk out there, or have Kanye bouncing around the Oval Office looking crazy, and you think that's a good look for you, black man? I mean, you're out of your mind.
Nigga, you will never see any of those parties let the Golden Girls speak on their behalf politically.
None at all. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm gonna break in. Black women, Cardi B, word. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, these parties, y'all keep running to these parties, man. Like, black women think the Democratic Party is a safe haven. They're using you. They're using you against your own men. They're using you against yourself. All they do is take your vote and gentrify your dumb ass. And all you do is set your older black women out, because in these cities you have older black people where black people live. So whether it's Brooklyn, New York, or Atlanta, you're going to have older black people, mostly black women, older black women. And they're the ones getting stressed out by gentrification the most. They're the ones that get stressed the fuck out by gentrification the most. All right, because they don't have any more wealth. They're on a fixed income. They can't just pick up and bounce like that. So now they're at the complete mercy of the state, the complete mercy of socialism, any social programs. And those social programs are now going to start shifting to what? The Indian immigrant, the Hispanic immigrant, or the Hispanic new income is coming. They start taking over those offices. They start taking over those programs. So hating black men is not going to help you, sister. All you're doing is cutting your nose to spite your face. We should be one party, one family, one group together. If we don't get this shit together soon, we're done. It's a wrap. And you can have your little red bottoms, you can have your tongue out and shake it all you want, but you're going down the fucking tubes, and your grandchildren are going to be done, mama. So I'm just saying, I'm pointing at the black woman right now, because you have a say right now. Anybody has a say right now politically is you, coming out of the black community. Black men, we could if we were united, but we're not. So, look, we're going to have some real hard conversations with sisters, man, for the next 4 years. You know what I mean? Because, they're the only ones who's really going to have a seat at the table, so it just is what it is. You know what I mean? And if they don't do the right things, man, they're going to help take us up out of here. They're going to help get us out of here. They're going to help destroy Atlanta. They're going to help destroy, you know what I mean? And Atlanta is one of, we need to fight for Atlanta. We lost Harlem. We can't lose Atlanta. And we're going to lose it.
Yeah.
We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it because sisters, you know what bugs me out is because we had that black man that was down there this year, ran an election, and it was a black woman and a black man running against each other. The black woman is taking money from the police department. The black man is trying to fucking put police people in jail. And they voted him out just because it was a black woman. Y'all can't keep voting identity politics. That black woman that's in there right now, that's a fucking district attorney, she's gonna shit on y'all. She's going to sit on black women and your sons in Fulton County. That's real talk, man. See, I vote in identity politics, man. And this brother over here was trying to get justice for this black woman's family. It was a black woman that was standing next to him, talking about she wanted justice for her son. But y'all didn't identify with her. Y'all identify with a black woman that looks like Olivia Pope. So this is the bullshit we got to call out. Because this is life or death right now. And if black men are not going to stand in the gap and keep it even and call what needs to be called out, then we're going to fucking die, man. And I'm not going to risk not hurting the fucking feelings of a black woman just to see us die. Fuck that. That's not going to happen. Especially when we're talking about politics. All this other personal shit, who you fucking and all that, I don't care about none of that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about politics. If you're going to be in the politics game, then it is what it is. If you're going to be a leader, you're going to stand up here and hold the gavel, hold positions of office, you're going to get that work. And all I care about is a black future. So if you helping other groups come up, I'm going to say something. And black men need to say something. Other black women need to say something. You know what I mean? Because this is where we are right now. Look what happened in California. Look what happened in Harlem. All you have left is Baldwin Hills. That's it. In Oakland, and not even all Oakland, like a small part of Oakland. That's it. You have no more black strongholds in Cali. It's a Rizzy. All that shit. Oh my God, man. I can't believe what happened to us in California. And those liberals did that.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter, right?
So it doesn't fucking matter. So stop arguing about parties and stop arguing about all that. Let's start talking black. All right. If you're a black man, you're a black woman, let's talk. If a black woman's running for office, let's see what she's about. If a black man's running for office, let's see what she's about. And then if they're about some shit that we can deal with, let's put some money behind them. Now, if there's a white person out there running for office and they talking right, let's put some money behind them. It's business. You know what I mean? But if we're not doing that, then we're not serious. These other groups are serious.
Yeah.
These other groups are raising money. These other groups are spending money. All right? Cubans put a paper. All right? Just being 100. The Hispanics out in Colorado and Arizona, they organize and they put up money.
Like, how is it that a person that can't speak English, right? A person that can't speak English, a person that come over illegally, can get a license, drive a car, get employment, right? The employer can't ask, does he have proper paperwork? Sean, in what country in the world can an illegal immigrant apply for a job, walk around in broad daylight without proper paperwork and agency, and get employment over a natural born citizen?
Nowhere in the world.
Only in America.
Only in America.
Only in America.
That should be infuriating. And most of that's coming through the Democratic Party. So we between a rock and a hard place. All right, and that's just real talk. We're between a rock and a hard place. You know what I mean? And any brother out here disagree with me, or any sister for that matter disagree with me. Look, the Clinton administration came in 8 years. They promoted black employment in government and all that, and they gave a lot of those jobs to black women. Okay, they did the same thing under the Obama era. Okay, so then what are you complaining about in 2020? Black women should be good, right? But you're not. The majority of black women are still in poverty. The majority of black women are still having, issues, high mortality rates with their kids. The black women are still seeing their kids being pushed from school to prison. You know what I mean? There's no job programs. There's no nothing. There's no economy that's being afforded to your children or your people. You need your man. You know what I mean? You need leadership. You know what I'm saying? And we need our sisters, man. So it's like all of this stupid shit that's played out in this space for the last 10 to 12 years. It's a tragedy and it's a waste of fucking time. Dusties, you got a bunch of single moms in fucking apartments talking about dusties and shit. This is crazy talk. Then you got a bunch of broke niggas over here talking about their high value men. It's like, come on, man. We in bizarro world. We're in bizarro world, man.
Let me now. I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna ask this, Sean. Right? Okay. According to the stipulations put forth by the people that broached the subject, you make six figures. You have your own home. You are a single man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you are, in retrospect, you are a high value man, right? According to them, right? Now, Sean, how much time in the day, let's just exit out that you are a father and you have custody and you take care of your daughter. Let's just take that out of the equation.
Right.
How much time in the day do you have time to entertain anybody?
Not much. I mean, the reason I haven't been around as much as I have in the last, this year is because of COVID. I'm teleworking right now. Since I've been online. I've been at my desk. I'm looking at work email right now. I'm teleworking. You know what I mean? So I have the ability to do this. But if it was normal times, I have to go to the building and work in a secure facility. I don't have access to YouTube unless I go to a commercial desktop. That's never mind. But we have some computers we can use. But most of the case, I'm in meetings. I got things going on. I don't have time to sit on YouTube. You know what I mean? And busy people don't have time to do this shit. And But my value doesn't come from, you know, my economic prowess. My value is the fact that I got black women who work for me, and we building together. I was just on a conference call last Sunday. I want to keep in mind Sunday, I'm on a conference call with one of my property managers, strategizing for what we're going to do in 2021. She's put me up on game on properties and stuff we're going to do. I'm telling her where I'm at with my VA shit, because I'm trying to get my fucking funding fee wave so I can really go gangbusters. You know what I mean? So this is what it takes. You know what I mean, to build wealth. It's not a 9 to 5 thing. It's an all day, everyday thing. Life is business. You know what I mean? That's why I say business is life and life is business, because that's how life is. Let's take it off what we know now as modern work. Let's go back in the day. You know what I mean? When we lived down in, say, a township in Georgia, all day a woman had to get up, right? She had to get up, get the kids fed, cook. You know what I mean? It was no fucking microwaves. You had to cook breakfast. Get the kids dressed. You had to wash it by hand, cook lunch. You know what I mean? Oh, make lunch, a sandwich, whatever you had to do. You know what I mean? You had to stir shit. Some things you had to stir because it wasn't this preservative type shit that we have now. You had to continue to stir certain shit and put it in jars and shake it and stir it again, to get it ready for dinner. You had to cook dinner. You know what I mean? You had to get the bath water ready. You know what I mean? Heat that shit up over a fire or a stove, wash all the children. And then, you had to do, clean the house, sweep the floors. Next thing you know, it's fucking 9 o'clock at night. And you doing this shit, and you had to, what she had to do? She had to get the next day and do it all again. What were the men doing? Getting up early in the morning, you ain't seen this nigga all day because he's walking fucking 5 or 10 miles to a job. Or he's, or he's walking 12, 15 miles to a job. This is what we live through. This is what we come through. So I don't want to hear nothing from these lazy ass bras and these lazy ass niggas that be on YouTube today. All right? Because I've seen it up close. My grandparents were the last remnants of that shit. I got to see, I know what a wash rack looked like. The same shit they use in the church to make a sound when they playing music. They also use that shit to wash their white clothes when they were ushers at the church. And it would be a stain on their fucking outfit. That's how thorough those women are. So I've seen what real women do day in and day out. Women who never wore pants and women who cooked every goddamn day. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I had a conversation recently with my cousin, my grand cousin, Val. Val is my grandmother's cousin. Well, no, she's my aunt's cousin. And and so she's not my my level cousin. So she's about to turn 60. And she's like, why are you still single, Jay? And I'm like, look, because I take life so goddamn seriously. And I take my lineage so seriously. And the things I want to do so seriously. I just can't have anybody with me. You know what I mean? She's like, well, you gotta stop being so hard. I said, well, shit, you the last one should be talking. It was you, your mother, man, and all my aunts and grandma, y'all the ones that scarred me. Y'all set a hard fucking level. And she's, y'all the ones that did that to me. It was you. You know what I mean? Y'all the ones that cooked every day. She's on WhatsApp right now, video phone with me, cooking at 60. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, what are you talking about? I can't live through that, see women who sew, see women who do that kind of stuff, and then grow up and then say, you know what? I'm gonna climb out of Bushwick, Brooklyn, climb out of the hood and just give it to a fucking trifling bitch that's lazy. No. Yeah. It's not gonna happen. It's not, so it just is what it is, man. And if I have to do shit in the house by myself, if I gotta cook and clean, what the fuck I need her for? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
but see, here's the problem with that, right? And not giving you pushback on that. You're right. This is your standard, right?
Yeah, it's a standard, right?
But you also understand that for you to reach that standard or to get a woman that's willing to do that, then that means you have to make enough money in this economy for her not to work, because that was a job.
Yeah, that was a job.
Where did she had to work? And then here's the
hold up. I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there, Dre. Black women always worked.
Yes, I know. That's what
if you look at let me tell you something. I come from that real shit, man. Look, when I saw that scene in Ray, right? The movie Ray.
Yeah.
And that sister, when he first fell in the bucket and he lost his eyesight and all that stuff, his mother just watching her day. That was my grandmother.
Yeah.
Money in her fucking bra, going from job to job, cleaning houses, whatever she had to do, and still was cooking. So this whole notion that you have a 9 to 5 where you sit on your ass at work and you still don't take care of your home as a woman, I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I just don't. Now I will say this though. I'm not trying to piss no man off. Yeah. If your woman is working 10-hour 11 shifts, 10 hour 11-hour shifts, nigga, and you want her to come down and rub your feet, you bugging. You're not being reasonable. You're not fucking being reasonable. You can't have a working woman out there like that that's doing a hard work day in, day out. That's a nurse or some shit like that. And and then she got to come home and deal with your bullshit when you've been home. That's nonsense. You know what I mean? So any woman talking that, I'm on it. I have their back 110,000%. I even take it a step further. If y'all both two working parents, work with her. I like to cook. So any chick fucking with me is lucky because I like to cook anyway. And I don't like chicks washing my clothes. You can wash socks, towels, and all that shit, underwear. But as far as my clothes, my shirts, no, don't touch that shit, girl. Because you fuck it up, we're going to have a problem. You know what I mean? I clean my own shit. You know what I mean? So any chick, like, I got things with me that a chick will luck out with because I just like to do anyway. You know what I mean? I like to cook. I clean my own shit. I clean my own. I maintain my own space. I'm not a sloppy dude. But anyway, the bottom line is that there's certain things we're gonna have to do to work with each other in this new millennium. But a lot of excuses that a lot of sisters make, I'm just not buying. You know what I mean? I just don't. I'm sorry. I've seen it. My experience is just different. I don't want to hear it. And I'm a single parent.
And you know what? You know what?
I mean? Hold on. I gotta say that. I forgot that most. And I'm a single parent. All right. I'm a single parent too. So I don't want to hear it. So I've been a single parent for 16 years.
And,
all right.
and you know what? Each generation, you know what I'm saying? Each generation is something, whatever. I'm like, there was, I would say I think the 80s, I think the early 80s between 80, I think about 85 is where a single income household was done. That was the last year that you could have a single income household and a housewife. Like, she had to go to work. She had to work somewhere because of the way the economy was, it wasn't plausible to raise just for two people to take care of each other or to raise a child in that type of environment.
It's a cold-hearted capitalist system, Dre. It's a cold-hearted capitalist system because they attack the family. Yeah, you know what I mean, the system attacked the family, man. The family structure. You know what I'm saying? They want this division. They want. Look, man. Let's get out of Black America for a second. You see it in the movies. Look at. I was talking about this on Chaos panel the other day. I gave this example because everybody loves to watch comic book movies, so everybody knows what I'm talking about. Look at Ant-Man. This man couldn't even come to fucking visit his daughter on the birthday. She's stopping him at the door, closing the door behind him. You can't be here. You know what I mean? This shit is not germane to Black society. This is what they've crafted, you know what I mean, in American society. You know what I mean? Where they create the division between the men and the women. And so now this is what happens. This is how it trickles down. So now he has his own apartment, Dre. So he has his own light bill, his own phone bill, his own rent or mortgage. She has her own rent, her own mortgage, her own light bill, her own, you know what I mean? Her own car note. He has a car note. She has her own car insurance. He has car insurance. She has a fucking refrigerator full. He has a refrigerator full. You see what I'm saying? This is not something they want to go away.
No,
this is just a windfall.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Jay Shine? You mean to tell me that I would really sacrifice the well-being of the whole of society so I can make a capitalist dollar by splitting the household in two? So you have to buy double of everything that I provide, or tell you that I am providing as a service or good?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Exactly. So you know what's funny about some of these niggas that complain about the gynocracy and all that? Capitalism created it.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers say, I'm rank capitalist. I'm a rank capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. Capitalists created the problems that you had with your woman.
Thank you.
Exactly. They incentivized it. You know what I mean? And at a minimum, incentivized it, but it created it. She lives in the mall. Women live in the mall. So they're going to make sure she has a job. They're going to make sure she gets some type of income. They're going to make sure she has a job and welfare. If they can't give her that, they're going to give her your money.
Wait a minute, Deshaun. How dare you accuse me of things that naturally happen according to history? You mean to tell me that I intentionally keep a division between the genders just so I can make a quick buck off of females by selling them a lifestyle that they would never be able to live up to because all of the images of themselves are unrealistic?
Yeah. And then you know what we're going to do? Yes. And you know what we're going to do, Cerulean? We're going to start putting it in TV shows and magazines early, playing on her emotions and playing on her insecurities. So then she just feeds those insecurities by
How
spending money.
dare you accuse me of
I do. I
creating
accuse you, sir.
of falsified images of unrealistic body types
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
virtually have
Yeah.
caused women to starve themselves just so I can sell a better product by telling them if they only had this body shape, they
Yep.
could fit into this overly priced but yet mediocre name brand that I am selling them. No, I am. How dare you accuse me of such idle things?
Exactly. And then we're going to let the boys look at the papers. I accuse you. And not only I accuse you of that, I accuse you of putting these fucking magazines in front of these boys too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You are accused, sir.
How dare you accuse me of that? Those boys pick up those magazines of their own volition. I have no,
Blasphemy.
I
Blasphemy.
deny all accusations that I have somehow encouraged the rise of some kind of pornographic generation that gives men the unrealistic expectation
Faces
of a
of
perfect
dumb.
body that they see.
Sir, I accuse you of creating a society of frills, sir, and feeding desire, sir. Yes, you are accused. You are the devil.
I give nobody any such desire. Those desires, all I do is I put out a certain unrealistic thing that I tell them that they need, but they don't have to get it. If they get it, that's their own fault.
See?
Sir, you told them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and you were wrong. You knew what you were doing. You are a charlatan. You are a flying ointment. You are anti-family, sir. You are the devil. I accuse you. I accuse you for
How,
the evil you
how
have done.
dare thee?
The evil you have done.
I have done no such thing. I did not put a gun to their head and tell them to pick up the pornographic magazines
Yes,
or
you
the
did.
mist
Yes, you did.
magazines
And you put the
or
drugs
the.
in their hands too. You drove them to do drugs too. You drove them because they've been depressed and they half crazy and they oversexed and
Look,
you've done this.
it is not my fault that market conditions which govern the economy have caused it to where companies that exploit their labor laid them off to save a buck so that their top executives can get the top dollar. It is not my fault that they got laid off because of those factors which I wholly choose. No.
Enough. It is your fault that she's working at Burger King and wearing a weave. It's your fault, sir. Enough. Enough that she's working at fucking Shoppers, part
If
time
she's
and wearing.
working at Burger King, that means she can at least afford the weave that is provided inside of the stores out of one of my capitalist outlets, which provide those same unrealistic expectations of image.
Sir, I beseech
See?
you. I beseech you in the name of Jesus. I come with the blood of Jesus. You come to hinder. You're a wicked one, sir, and I accuse you of the evil you have done.
Yo, look, see this now, y'all. Now, for all of y'all that are watching this and cracking up, and for everybody's in the chat that's cracking up, we normally do this, but y'all never witness to us doing this, except for the people that are in the back cave. But this is normal. Like, and this wasn't scripted. This is the stuff that we do all the time. We just don't show you this shit a lot of the time. But since you're here, we just want to give you an early Christmas present.
Anyway, you know why you're not going to get it? Because as soon as you hear this real shit, you're going to go back to doing the fuck shit because you need your
There you
fix.
go.
You need your fix. You need your fix. You're no different than a meth addict. You know what I mean? You're going to go to your YouTube church and get your fill of the day of how black men ain't shit. And then your sister, you're going to go over to your YouTube church and then get your fill of the day of how we all dusties and we ain't shit. That's what you're going to do. You're going to feed yourselves this poison, this mental poison. All right?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you right now, that's how I feel about you. Die. Dying. I'm not going to save you. I'll tell you right now. I mean, I'm only going to work with sisters who of like mind, sisters who are progressive, sisters who are about that life, sisters who can be led, sisters who can advise me, sisters who got something. You know what I mean? That's only sisters I'm rocking with. You know, you got sisters out here going through the most. Sisters who they taking care of their parents, they taking care of their grandchildren, they doing the most, man. They're not living their best life. I don't have time for your selfish ass. I got brothers out here like Darkman Jeff who taking care of his mother. I don't have time for selfish niggas.
Yeah. People people, and you know, what I'm saying there was, and there's sisters out here that are actually doing something and giving information, like the sister you told me about. They got the YouTube channel with the guns and stuff, right? I catch her streams and stuff like that. Like she'll go live and I'll see the notification, but I'll go back and watch the replay.
Yeah.
And she's always giving some type of knowledge, understanding, and and she ain't super radical with it. She's just giving you brass tacks and facts. And she ain't in there bashing black men. She ain't bashing nobody. And she's not overly like, she trying to be like quote unquote what these niggas say masculine. She's a woman. She was in the military. She just happened to, it's the thing she liked to use. Like that's her thing with the guns, and that's her thing, and it's cool. And there's people in there that are watching her content. White people, black people, whatever. What if you have? Whenever I look into this space, right? When I look into this space and I look around, if I want to find something out, I cannot look into that space to find something pertinent. And when I mean pertinent, I'm not even talking about social issues or us just talking out the side of a neck or just saying something. I'm talking real information. Like I give you a perfect example, right? My my computer was acting up. My hard drive died on me, like right. So I switched it out with another hard drive on the fly, right? So I went through all the steps of everything, a problem solving, doing the engineering thing, right? Saying okay, this don't work, this don't work. Found out it was a cable from a YouTube channel that and several of them backed it up. And I got it got the table the next day, $20, Amazon delivered, blase blah, right?
Mhm.
I got it, but there was nobody, no black person, period, out there that was going to tell me this, right? That was going to put up the content and say, hey, if you got this type of Mac, this is a problem with this, source the thing, bam, 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 right? Nobody, right? I just looked at Marquez Brownlee. He just talked about Apple's got the iPods Max, $500 headphones. He just did a review on it. I watched it before I went live while I was cooking breakfast and stuff earlier, right? And he basically said, my Sony, this dude is a multimillionaire. He employs people in New York. He's got an office space in a skyscraper in New York City. Black dude owns his own business. Just crazy. Reviewing tech ever since he was 16 years old. Since he was a little kid doing YouTube videos, right? This dude just said, I don't think you should spend your money, $500 on these headphones. They're not worth that. But I'll do more, whatever. He's doing content. He's giving you a review to save your money. Right?
Yep.
He's giving you a review to save your money. But I mentioned all these YouTubers, but we have to diversify what we're doing. And there are black YouTubers out there that do this. We just can't find them because we're wasting our time dealing with them over there. And I'm done with it. This is the last time I'm going to address any of the foolishness that they're talking about. Because even if...
You sure, Dre? You sure? Because this train is never late. The fuckery is always...
Oh, no.
Hold on. Fuckery in an hour and 15 minutes. More fuckery. Coming on time.
Okay. Yeah. No. I said me personally.
Never late, nigga.
Yeah. No. I say I know it's there, right? But I'm not going to publicly address the fuckery like this after this, right? It's 2 years. 2 years, right? And I really never really addressed it to public fuckery. I would talk about something on a level of the subject matter, but I'm talking about we was up here roasting. Like it was tea. It wasn't tea being spilt. It was coffee being thrown on the floor. Like, because we just got tired of, people disparaging our reputations and throwing us underneath the bus. But then everybody's acting above board. But then the same motherfucker is sitting up there acting like everything's sunshine and rainbows, and acting like the shit don't affect him because he's sleeping on a bitch couch.
Right.
Because he can't talk shit because he's sleeping on a bitch couch. You know what I'm saying? He can't say a motherfucking word because he's sleeping on the bitch couch. So nigga, if it's not a motherfucker told you what a person said, it's the receipt was there in your face, and this was the plot and the scheme, and this is how your information got out into the ether because of this person, and you gonna act like everything all cool, but you gonna go at a dude that you would go to and publicly try to embarrass him, but you knew the shit wasn't true. You knew it was a setup because for some reason in your ego, you was trying to fill shoes you damn sure couldn't fill. And we all see what happened to the motherfucker's platform after niggas left.
Yeah, this shit is garbage.
We all see what's going on. I'm like, the proof is in the pudding.
Still trying to get that whole thing back.
You know what I'm saying? And the thing is,
you know what? I gotta give a shout out to the Gone, Mike V, and MOT for banging on that nigga.
yeah.
I've been loving that shit. I've been enjoying that thoroughly.
But see, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like
bang on that motherfucker, man.
Like you know,
banging on that for a straight month.
And that's what I mean.
Hold on, what? This is news to me.
Oh no, MOT on this channel, they've been banging on these street conservative and angry man for the last month.
Oh yeah.
What happened with them?
Now they've been banging on the street politics and calling conservatives. They just been dissecting that whole bullshit they trying to pull over there. Because it's not just him. These other motherfuckers running around that I ran into on X channel too. And I found out all those cats that were actually being disrespectful to me in the chat room. That's been them hood conservative, street conservative niggas. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So a lot of this, red pill, with a passport, because conservative red pill with a passport type nigga. Those cats, those disrespectful niggas, and they run over there hugging the nuts of Trump. So they just been banging on that shit from a political level, reading articles, all kind of shit. Just every live stream, they come back the next day and bang on that. You know what I mean? And it's been brutal.
We'll see. Somebody, and that's what I mean. Like somebody got to do it, but that's their space. Like I'm not a part. Like like I said, no disrespect to when I first came into the space. Right, yeah. I'm married. I got kids. I never been on child support. Never had to go through the court system. Like my kids are grown. Actually, I got grandkids now, and my youngest son, he's 16. He actually go to work. He got a job. Like he got a job, right? He's going to work. So in 2 years, he's going to be an adult. Nigga, I'm almost at the finish line, nigga. So even if, let's just say worst come scenario, my wife was to leave me 2 years from now, she can't get no child support from me. Because my kids is grown, right? So what I'm basically saying is I don't even meet the qualifications or the criteria of being a manosphere nigga just off of my lifestyle as it is. Right? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I never did. I never was that guy.
It needs to go back to being a space where it used to be, where it was just a bunch of black dudes putting up different content. You know what I mean? That's all. Yeah. That's how all this shit what happened with Obsidian and fucking O'Shea and Angerman, where they constituted and try to create rank and all that needs to go.
Yeah, I'm like, look, man.
Even O'Shea is done with it.
He been done with it. Like he doing his thing, right? Like he's an entertaining ass dude. He's funny. He's entertaining, and he jumped on his niche. He jumped on the celebrity thing and says his piece. Jada Black. Like I brought up the article, right, of the the boxer that beat up or killed her husband and stuff, right? And I saw that article and I was like, I wonder who gonna speak on this, right? Like who's gonna speak on this article? Who's gonna bring it up? And Jada Black brought it up, right? He brought it up, right? And I saw what he did, his thing, and he does that red pill stuff, but he holds men accountable. He holds women accountable. He holds everybody
Black used to be in the chat rooms, man. He wasn't even the content creator. He comes from the space, man. And that's why every time I go over there and I'm in the chat room, he sees me in the chat room. He just sees me in the chat room. What's up, Jay Sean? Because we go back. We go back. And Donovan Shaw, all these motherfuckers, all that shit came from the space. And the lesson is just do your shit. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Like everybody who's just sat back and did their thing and getting caught up in none of these beefs, they've been blowing up. Kevin, Donovan Shaw, Jada Black, all their channels doing hundreds of thousands of views. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the fucking lesson. This stream team shit and this panel shit, that's not the way. It's gonna just keep shit going, keep niggas caught up in bullshit, keep niggas caught up in drama. You know what I mean? Because you know what it does? It feeds the feeling that you got to be a part, you got to be down, you got to have a side,
Yeah.
you got to support this person over that person and all that. And the truth of the matter is, we're all different men. We're gonna have different opinions. Me and Cerulean have heated arguments. You know what I mean? You know, we differ on certain opinions. You know what I mean? But our goals are the same. You know what I mean? And you know, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, niggas are gonna disagree, man, and that's okay. We gotta get back to that. We gotta get back to that. Where you can just go to somebody and get something, and then go to another person and get something else, and go. That's what it needs to get back to. All of this shit where we teaming up and posseing up. Those of us who are clicked up and really cool with each other, and because we've known each other for a while, that's different. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I'm glad Discord is there, because then that could be nurtured offline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the online space, it should just be a meeting of the minds. If you're gonna step out here and talk your shit, talk your shit. If you're in the chat room talking crazy, bring your ass up here and express yourself. Be a man about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, and just have this. It should be an arena of ideas, man. If anything, you know, and those who make the most sense make the most sense. But this click shit, you know, this click shit. That's the reason why I went over the X panel when that shit happened with Game Changing. And because he wanted to address Taz, that's between him and Taz. What the fuck I got to do with you? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But you with us, man. And you, what do you mean you with us? I'm with you.
What are you talking about?
Y'all didn't make this shit some gang shit. Like, you know, what the fuck y'all niggas doing?
Wasn't with me. I was shooting in the gym, nigga.
Like now, I will say this right now for those of y'all that heard me or whatever, and I was on Kuda's panel, and I kept bringing up the stoves and the bunk beds and shit with the SYSBM niggas, and me and Game Changer finally ran into each other on Bomb Cherry's panel and yada yada yada. You know, there's a reason why I did that, right? And I'm gonna clue y'all in on why. Other than Jay Sean, but me, right? Because Jay Sean, you know what I'm saying? Me, all the criteria, except for one piece of criteria that they put out that you should be a SYSBM nigga, I meet all of those criteria except for one.
Them niggas said if you turn on a fire hydrant and saved your house from burning down, you SYSBM that. Them niggas, I don't know what SYSBM.
Yeah. So basically, is you supposed to not be with a black woman, right? That's one, right? Yeah. I meet that criteria, right? Mm-hmm. My kids are black, but they're mixed, right? I live overseas. I didn't just travel, nigga. I live here. I ain't lived in the United States of America for since 2001, since January 2001. Yeah. Right. So that's another thing. So that's 2001. Coming up January, the first of the year. Well, actually, that's wrong. This month, December 2020 has been 20 years I've lived outside. I've been outside the United States on a consistent basis. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's 20 fucking years. I am 39 years old. That's a little bit over half of my lifespan of me living on this planet. I have lived outside the confines of the United States of America. Yeah. So if anybody, and when I mean that, I've been to South America, the Caribbean, goddamn all over Asia, and all over goddamn Europe. Me and Jay Sean have, and the northern part of Africa, and the east coast of Africa, and and me and Jay Sean and Cerulean have these conversations in the back chats all the time about certain places and shit and whatever, right? But what I'm basically saying is this:
Cerulean be unfair to the motherfuckers. Cerulean unfair as shit.
Oh yeah, it's really be unfair. You'd have been places, there.
Shit on places and shit like this being unfair.
And the thing is that I do not come. I have never been on a panel. I have never been anywhere talking or directly talking to or going at any black women. American black women. The Jessica X shit didn't matter because you don't count. But I've never done that, and there's a specific reason on why, right? Because I still fuck with my people. Now, the greatest compliment I was ever given, I asked BGS, right? Because he pushed the whole SYSBM thing and he was championing the whole thing and stuff.
Mhm.
And I asked him, well, am I SYSBM? And he told me, and it was a compliment to me, wasn't denigrated to me. He said, well, no, you're not SYSBM because if you was in America, you would be with a black woman, right? So what that basically says is he basically told you something.
Yeah.
That means a woman ain't of another race isn't going to want you if the women of your own race don't want you. I'll say it again for the retarded niggas in the back. If you can't get a functional woman of your own race to see you as a worthy person to procreate with and build a legacy with, then how the fuck are you going to expect a woman of a whole different culture, speaks a whole different language, with their own men and agency to see you in the same light?
Yeah.
Right? And why would you rag on your own women? Because if your women are fucked up, then don't you got to take responsibility for that?
Yeah.
Because it's your fault.
Outside of just being your outside of it, I'm sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we get.
Yeah, outside of it being your fault, outside of that is a pride thing too.
Yeah.
You know, for instance, black women throwing themselves at white men, swirling, that undermines you. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it per se, but it does undermine you. When other men are sitting out here looking at your women, everybody understands what the woman is. That's why they even came with the term booty. You take somebody's island, you take their women, it's part of the prize. And, even women know that because we all been to high school. We know what it means to get a kiss from a girl. Then we know what it means to get a kiss from many girls. Then we know what it means to get a kiss from a beautiful girl, one of the pretty girls. And then we know what it means to get a kiss by many pretty girls. You see what I'm saying? There's levels to the shit, right? And the women know that. The women know the politics of sex. You know what I mean? So, I'm gonna give the swirls a break right now because I can't stand a swirling bitch. All right, y'all know how I feel about that shit, but I'm not gonna go in on swirlers. I want to talk to men, the other side of it. It's not a good look. It's not a good look to have ghetto gaggers out here. It's not a good look to you to have your woman throwing herself at Brad. Not only does she look crazy, it makes you look weak as men. And sisters don't understand how crazy they look, but that's another conversation.
Yeah.
We come through something, you know what I mean? And the dominant societies that have impacted us and the ones who are competing with us right now and trying to stand on top of us, these immigrant classes, you know what I mean? They're not our friends.
Nah.
You know what I mean? They're not our friends at all. You know what I mean? So when you as a man in this world, you step out here, you have on one hand, you getting murdered by the police in your country. You have no respect in your country as men. Then you have the situation where you have your women throwing you under the bus and then throwing themselves at other groups of men and publicly talking about how you ain't shit. And then you have niggas running around here talking about sex tourism. So they running around here being tricks. Now that's all falling on you as a black man. And cats wonder why I snapped all the way out when Suspend popped up. I snapped all the way out.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here as a man in the world competing against other men, and you niggas, y'all impact my perception, the perception of Jay. Just like I impact the perception of you. When I go out here and I tell these German what the fuck to do, I'm standing there as an ADUS man, a black man that comes from the fucking soil of America. Yeah. I'm not sitting here as a Nigerian. I'm not sitting here as a Jamaican. I don't have that accent. I come from Georgia. My people come from the southern United States. Even though I was raised in Brooklyn. You understand me? That's what I represent. I represent that experience. Now, when they look at me outside of work, they seen a goddamn simp. They seen a trick. They seen a man that doesn't have the respect of his own women. They seen a man that don't have the respect of the other men. It's being dominated by another man in his own country. And you think you can run around the world and get respect? That you sit out here lusting after Becky or lusting after another man's woman is going to give respect. And not only that, you lusting after the fucking lowest of their women.
Yeah.
You getting the leftovers. Never mind. All right.
No,
Let me stay. Let me try to stay on message because I'm gonna go somewhere else.
dirty.
You know what I mean? I'm
Dirty.
gonna go somewhere else with this shit. You know what I mean? So my point is, I mean, as black men, we have to grow a sense of pride.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck where black man put his dick. That's not what the argument. We can't have immature arguments, especially when you're dealing with men in the world. You said you've been out in the world for 20 fucking years. You've been in a whole nother country with men over there doing things a certain way. You know what I mean? And you see how things are done. And you see how they operate. That's an experience that other black men do not have. So why would I sit there and argue and debate with you? You know what I'm saying about that? I can't tell you nothing about Japan. You talk about Japan, I gotta shut the fuck up. I don't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? I can say, hey, I saw this documentary. I saw something about that. I can jump into the conversation, based on some stuff I watched. You know what I mean? Just to keep the flow of the conversation going. But the last word, as they say, in that conversation is going to be DeAndre.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I ain't live in Germany. I gotta ask Jay, what's going on over there?
Exactly. So you got niggas who are out and about in different places of the world. And the thing is, the difference between me and you is that you're an expat. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm on assignment. I'm only here temporarily. You know what I mean? So that's two different missions and two different, life patterns. You know what I mean? And two different mindsets. You see what I'm saying? You're an actual expat. You set roots and built a family and a life over there with a high value Japanese woman, by the way. But anyway, put that aside. You know what I'm saying? And I'm over here just temporarily, I'm just traveling Europe and got my daughter with me, and I'm doing, the daddy-daughter thing over here. You know what I mean? I'm doing a whole different thing. So, and then you got different black men around the world doing different things. So you got all these different men in the world, either expats or they're military or they're actually businessmen traveling abroad, and they have different experiences. And the fact that when I come to the manosphere, we just call it that. I just call it the sphere because there's not a lot of men in it. But I digress. So, I come to the sphere, and there's supposed to be men sitting around talking about, passport this and traveling abroad, and it just boils down to pussy. I'm looking at you sideways.
Yeah.
That means you're not even getting a full experience of travel.
Looking crazy.
Looking crazy as cat shit. And I have to call that out. That's not caping for black women. That's me being a responsible brother and being a responsible man saying, this is bullshit over here. What one master teacher over there is doing is bullshit. All right, it's nonsense.
I will say this: it's two places that I thought that I would go back to, but I haven't gone back to, and I can't tell you. Like as I got older, I say, "God damn it!" Right? And you know what? It was two places. It was a small place in Kosovo. We went to Slovenia. We went to a big place. We went to Sled Rock in Kosovo, and then we went to another place in Kosovo. The place was beautiful, but I only saw it in the evening and nighttime because I was getting some pussy. I was getting drunk. I was hungover. Recovery, rinse and repeat. Right,
Yeah.
and that's one of those things that I have a regret to of rinse and repeating. And the place has got so much of a rich history, especially us being the first U.S. military unit to actually set foot in the place right after Bosnian and Serbian War was over with. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know it was a piece of history that I was stepping on because, hey, it's hoes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, hoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit. You know what I mean? Like, but I did make an effort in every other place to see a piece of history. And that's because we had, we call them sea daddies. Remember them Cerulean on the ship, the old heads? Man, who your sea daddy? Right? You know what I'm saying? And that's a term of who's your OG. Who's going to show you how to get that salt on your collar or get that experience of you not fucking up your money, not fucking with these bitches, not getting a nigga can't go home disease. Your dick look like a whole goddamn old avocado and shit. You done fuck some dirty foot bitch. Yeah, shit coming out of it. They got you in quarantine for life. You know what I'm saying? They done dropped you off in whatever dirty foot country and kept you at the embassy fucking internment unit and shit cause your shit looked like a whole heroin addict's foot after you know what I'm saying? Like we even, and Sean, you can say this, and Cerulli can say this. even when we would go to these foreign countries, what we would call liberty, or you would have your personal time, right? Your time off in these visiting countries where you would go to, they gave you a brief of where not to go, what not to do, who not to fuck with. Stay away from this. So how are you going to send these dudes to places where they're listening to your advice, and you're literally, by me listening to it with my trained ears and my savvy and know-how, or having these young men put their life on the line? You know this motherfucker stopped going to Brazil when that one SYSBM YouTuber black nigga died. Got set up with one of them bitches down there.
Man, these niggas are the one to die for this pussy, nigga. I don't know.
Yeah,
I still been hearing in Brazil out of these motherfuckers' mouths. I mean, I don't know if they're going though. That's different. So maybe you're right. But I know these motherfuckers are willing to live and die for hip hop, nigga. They want to live and die.
Actually, remember them niggas was talking about? Niggas was really talking about the Brazil shit when the Zika virus thing was popping off, right?
To keep his name out of it. There's a motherfucker that been out here, got robbed in DR, and still.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, but
I
nigga,
mean, in this space, Drake,
still giving it shining reviews and shit.
You got
hold on, you go to another country. Yo, didn't Big Poppy, he Puerto Rican? Mm-hmm. Nigga, David Ortiz gets shot and he Puerto Rican in a club, nigga.
Nah, he's Dominican.
He was in he's Dominican. He was in. Oh, hold on. He was in Dominican. He was in DR. Everybody knows who Big Poppy is. That
and they don't like dark skinned niggas in DR neither.
They don't like dark skinned niggas.
They been giving him a pass for a long time anyway. So it was his time.
Yeah, because he stopped giving that money. You know what I'm saying? He stopped giving them stones and them bunk heads.
Yeah, exactly. He pissed off the wrong one, and they snapped out, reminded him he was a nigga.
Yep.
In their culture, David Ortiz is a nigga in that culture.
But that's
the culture you want to go to get women from. I got you, bro.
And here's the crazy part. The only reason why they found the niggas and shit is because the pressure from the international community was so bad that they had to go serve these niggas up.
You know what's funny about that? I'm gonna do my next video. I'm actually gonna do a video. I haven't done one in a long time, but I'm actually gonna do a video because these niggas force my hand. It's gonna be on this travel abroad shit and get women. Because I was in O'Shea's chat room, Greenwood. He was doing a response to AMS, and I was like, I agree with AMS, and niggas went in. It's still up. That video he did response to AMS about a week ago. And you go in the chat room and niggas is I'm going through it with niggas in the chat room.
Hold on. Like, what was he responding to? Like, about
AMS was saying that foreign women and they're all the same. You know what I mean? It's no different.
Yeah, they ain't.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So I'm in the chat room and I just asked a simple question because some dude in the chat room was telling me in the comment section. And it's not a chat. I said the chat room. I'm at the comment section. If you go to the comment section, it's Jay Sean all day, just getting into it, motherfuckers. And I was just in the mood. So the dude said, yeah, you go over there and you get them, but you just don't bring them back. You gotta go over and stay. So I said, all right, player. So why can't you bring them back, player? If they different, if they're not the same, then why can't you bring them back? That's a simple question. It's a fucking simple. I'm just using logic now.
Yeah,
if they're so fucking spectacular and so different, you should bring them right back to America and get it and be that dude, right? But you telling me you can't bring them back? Why?
Listen. You know what it is? You know what it really is? Everybody's got that favorite auntie house, right? That you want to go to, right? And you go to your auntie's house because you're able to do things that you're not allowed to do in your own house, right? But you know you gotta go back home. And the one time when you slip up and forget you ain't in your auntie house, you gonna get your ass whipped and you ain't gonna be able to go over your auntie house for a while.
These niggas are spending LLC corporation startup money to go get pussy.
Listen, man, look, man, I'm telling you, we doing this wrong. Sean, we doing this wrong, right? Listen, you already know how I feel about the articles of prostitution need to be put on the table, right? You know me.
Black women It is what it is.
It is
All right,
what it is. Listen,
whole culture is what it is. Y'all laid up under this white chick, and y'all followed this white chick right in the whole culture. So it is what it is. I agree with Dre. I second that motion. He has my vote for all.
listen, the articles of prostitution. If I want to bring the black community back from the brink of destruction for numbers is alike, all black women will be put on a pedestal. We're gonna put y'all in sheets and little veils and shit. Have your head tied up, like some shit. You know what I mean? And then what we gonna do is we gonna have the articles of prostitution on the table. We gonna have quality hoes. No black women.
Dre, you going too far now.
No,
All the
no,
politics with you.
No.
You trying to get your throat slit now by one of
No. I'm dead serious, right? We're gonna put the black women. The black women are not to be touched. They're only to be wedded and married for
But she
whatever,
wants
right?
to be touched, Dre.
She wants to be touched. That's totally on her, right? That's totally on her, right? But if she's watching her girlfriend get this dude that has been thrown through the whole thing of the initiative, right? This militant nigga that's about his community, of course she wants to be touched. But she realized that her value is in her chastity. I'm not talking about the black women that already know this. I'm talking about the black women that don't know this, right? That don't
value chastity.
No, but it's cool because that's what
the Sims are kissing prostitutes in the mouth. They're tonguing them in the mouth, man.
Yeah, but that's cool. Because look, listen. This is how it's going to work. We're going to get the Linglings, the bottom shelf Linglings, the bottom barrel Marias, and the Beckys, right, and the Karens, right, and we're gonna have them in this section, right, and then the simps are going to pay, right? They're going to pay, right? But guess what? Guess what, though? We're going to do a mind fuck. It's going to be like Total Recall, right? We're going to put a head thing on their head, right? And they only going to see a black woman when they fuck it, right? They ain't going to get to see what the Ling, the Becky and the Maria doing, right? So they're paying into it. The proceeds are going to go help the black community, right? So even by hook or crook, they are forced to help the black community. We will get the best of the best. It will be a great thing. It will be a fun time for everybody involved, right? Not the people that don't need this type of what they call that, re-education in all those end of the world movies. You know what I'm saying? Is re-education. Listen, people, these dudes are paying top shelf money, like you said, startup money for pussy, right? And the reason why they say don't bring the woman back is because, like I said, they want it this way. And what I mean they want it this way is we can't bring the women back because we don't have enough agency over our women to have them act like the women over there. Because the men got their shit together. So we just going to dig all in their pots.
These niggas want agency over black women that white men don't have over white women. Make that make sense.
Who you telling? Man, who you
make that
telling?
make sense.
Who you telling?
Becky's a slaw. Becky is cucked her man a long time ago. She fucking niggas at will too in front of him. I want y'all to take your mind, since y'all want to be white. Just go ahead and think white for a second. Just be a white man. Come on. Get your white boy on.
Oh, by the way.
Look at him in his position, all right? So Big Dick Bragg is getting all the pussy, first of all. All right, you get no dibs on Becky. And then Becky gets to high school and then she sees Jamal. And then now, Big Dick Bragg getting all the pussy for the white girls who don't go over to the brothers, but then the ones who are open to going to other men, fucking Antonio Banderas Jr. and LeBron Jr. Dicking the shit out of Becky. You know what I mean? Now you wondering why this motherfucker shooting up a goddamn school or shooting up a goddamn auditorium or a theater or a fucking a church. You know what I mean? This is real.
Antonio Banderas Jr.
For real. Listen. I'm gonna say this, right? Here's a perfect example. Right? Here's a perfect example. Has anybody been following this? Because we're gonna stop ragging on niggas for a minute. Let's go to the root of the problem, right? Because we're dealing with the symptoms. Niggas are the symptoms of the problem, right? Because we are American, right? We are American, right? We are American, right? So we follow the majority mindset of society, right? Just black people are so in a microcosm that whatever construct they want to initiate and whatever initiative they want to put forth, they just do it with niggas. Niggas are right there. Niggas are resilient. If it works on niggas, y'all don't stand a chance, right? So let's just do it. Let's just do it. So look at the Johnny Depp and the Amber Heard situation, right? If you look at the court documentation, this bitch and her girlfriend literally took shits in this man's bedroom, in his bed, right? This man he's a musician. She threw a bottle and cut his finger. He's a guitar player, right? It's on notice that this woman lied, got this man fired from multi-million-dollar fucking movies on her way out. And everybody saw that she lied, but the courts upheld her ruling of him suing her. But women start saying, "Nah, bitch, you fucking up for all of us." So this man, Johnny Depp, known for doing all this charitable work, everybody loves Johnny Depp, and Elon Musk is a goddamn simp because he was over there believing the bitch, and he got a whole wife and kid. And she was sneaking in and out of her penthouse apartment that Johnny Depp was paying for with James Franco. Right? Now, Amber Heard, you never heard of her before the Aquaman movie. You know why? Because Johnny Depp digged himself up a bottom shelf goddamn Becky that looked like something. It's crazy.
And the bitch wasn't shit.
And the bitch wasn't shit. This bitch got meth head tendencies. Her sister line, her fucking nigga. Who takes a? They say the bitch crazy. The bitch crazy. Who takes a shit in a man's bed and he did shit to you? Just out of spite.
Man, and you took that bitch back to the Oregon Trail. That bitch would have
nigga dysentery. Hold on, I think Cerulean dropped off. But real talk, what you guys are saying is absolute facts. Wait, Cerulean come back. But what you guys are saying is absolute facts, man. They are not taking agency. You know, she would have had dysentery, man. Like it's crazy.
Bitch would have died of dysentery on the spot, nigga.
Like, and that's just a little bit of the shit she was doing. She was doing all types of shit. And he tried to sue a tabloid for lying on him, saying he was a woman. That's cost him. He lost the role in Fantastic Beasts, the latest Harry Potter dude, and the dude that played Hannibal in the show Hannibal and in Doctor Strange movie and shit. He took over for Johnny Depp as Voldemort and shit, right? Him that shall not be named, whatever, right? So the issue and the problem now, to his credit, he only did 6 hours worth of work and they had to pay him $350 million because they voided the contract on some shit. But at the same time, white men are catching hell and flax. They're catching it, right? So what I'm saying is this. If you're saying get a woman and don't bring her back to the States because your country will change her, then that means that you don't have agency over your own environment. That means you are at the whim and the mercy of the environment. You haven't conquered anything, right? I don't hear Poppy, the Latino or the Asian guy, having these problems with their women.
Of course not.
They don't.
Even when they don't control shit in their own country,
they don't got this problem. You have never heard a Chinese dude said, "Hey, Mr. Yang, yes. What do you want, Mr. Yang? Where's your wife and kids? No, I left her in China because if I bring her, you going to Americanize her. Mr. Yang, man, he will put on that Chinese wife beater and kung fu box this bitch and dare to say something. Now, I don't condone just beating on women and smacking them up, but that's just their culture, what they are, right? That's what they do. That's their thing, right? What you have to understand is for you to have agency, for you to make power, you have to compete against other groups of men. White women will listen to the men that's in charge. That's it. And they realize that you're not in charge. The state is in charge. The government is in charge. And they will wield and use that shit as they see fit. Now, the problem is that they're losing their power because they're not doing their end of the bargain and they're not spitting out kids to put in the grinder of the system. The birth rates are down. The birth numbers are down. Right? Their birth numbers are down. That's why they're losing their power. Remember, you know how they're repealing all these old school abortion laws that gave them all that power that, body, their body shit. No, you can't have abortions, bitch. You got two choices. Stop fucking.
Why do you think you're seeing the mass relocation of the white kids? They are subtly coercing them back into the southern red states where mostly abortion is now made illegal.
Yep. Yeah. And this and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's their birth rates are going down. Like, they're forcing them, like, oh no, like, no, Planned Parenthood. No. What? I'm telling you, it's going to get to a point where they're going to make white women, a single white woman is going to have as much trouble as getting welfare as a black woman trying to get welfare back when welfare really started back in the 70s. And what is that going to do? She's going to be forced to be with Jim Bob. She going to need Jim Bob in the house. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. See,
they think these white boys is playing though,
No, they look, they ain't playing. They ain't playing. Listen, they ain't playing. They look. Listen, I'm gonna tell you how these white boys ain't playing. They doing too much. Just for them to rehear Bill Cosby's case, tell you a lot.
Yeah.
Just for them to rehear his case, that means they have to set a precedent and then don't be surprised if Harvey Weinstein get out next.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised he ain't out yet with the
COVID.
Well,
no.
Why do you think they're running the test trial on Cosby? Because once again, if you could exonerate a nigga on that shit, you're gonna open up the motherfucking flood doors.
Well, think about it. Well, think about it.
Here's the thing. I hate to say this, but Cosby shouldn't be in jail.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
it's like, I mean,
legally he shouldn't. He shouldn't.
Yeah, the shit they did, they bent all kind of laws to put that man in jail.
Yeah,
that's why that fucking repeal is going so bad for the prosecution right now. I don't know if y'all been watching it. I've been watching Nicole. She's been covering a live coverage. I like watching shit like that, and I watch those judges. Those judges are ripping the case apart.
Yeah,
because it was so fugazi. Yeah, it was bullshit. But you had a prosecutor and a judge that ran on putting Cosby in jail, which is fucking corrupt in itself.
Yeah,
how you gonna run on a campaign, get votes and get voted in office, and talk about and part of your campaign? Yeah, we're gonna come and go after him. That's crazy.
Now, Sean, I'm gonna show y'all this, right? And this is something.
I'm sorry. Before you go, Joe, I just want to say this for the record. I don't give a fuck what he did to white bitches. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I don't give a fuck what he did.
How about that? So check this out, right? Check this out. Now, this news article was December the 2nd, 2020, right? Okay. Supreme Court to maul change to convictions under racist jury laws. Jerome Morgan was in prison for second-degree murder in 1994 after 10 out of 12 jurors voted to convict him. The two jurors who wanted to acquit Morgan were Louisiana's jury's lone black members, and they were right. The then 17-year-old was at New Orleans' birthday party in 1993 and hid when gunshots rang out. Before help saving the life of a victim who later testified in Morgan's defense, still it would be nearly 20 years before the Innocence Project, New Orleans discovered evidence that led to Morgan's exoneration in the murder of a 16-year-old who died in the shooting. The Supreme Court ruled April that laws allowing for felony convictions based on non-unanimous juries are in violation of the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote in the 6-3 majority opinion that non-unanimous jury laws in Louisiana were designed to render black juror service meaningless in a concurrent opinion. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote, now these are Trump's picks. These two are Trump's picks. Wrote, the law originated as a pillar of comprehensive and brutal program of racist Jim Crow measures against African Americans. Morgan, now 44, said the finding would have prevented his convictions, and the lawyers set to argue in a separate case before the Supreme Court on Wednesday said it's time to afford the right to a new trial to hundreds of people still in prison on non-unanimous jury convictions in Louisiana and Oregon. The latest two states to have such laws. Had the law had been corrected back in 1993, I would have never gotten convicted and ended up wasting 20 years of my life. We have a lot of racist laws here in Louisiana that should have been corrected a long time ago, and it burns you. Now, this is this one, right? This is a black man. This is the system already, right? Now, this is a major thing. This is Supreme Court, right? This is some Supreme Court shit. This is some worthy motherfucking news. Is that not correct? Like, I would want to know about this shit. You would want to know about this shit. We all would want to know about this shit, right? We all would want to hear about this shit, and people speak on it and speak on behalf of this. But there's more. There's more shit that popped off, right? Now, it was an article that I dropped. I think I dropped it. Let me pull it up. Where they're talking about how they were giving black boys that got into the system juveniles maximum sentences. Right? Right? And maximum sentences, right? And you're not supposed to give a juvenile. You notice when a black boy is involved in anything, they always give him, they try him as an adult. Like, matter of fact, the DC sniper, the one that was actually pulling the trigger, he's supposed to have been tried as a juvenile. He wasn't supposed to have been tried as an adult. He wasn't supposed to. It wasn't supposed to try him as an adult. And that's and you see what I'm saying? Like, you see this shit that is done to black folk over and over again, right? It's amazing. It's sick. It's sadistic. It's fucked up. But yet we kicking the can down the street. We kicking the can down the goddamn street because we sitting up here going in on our own goddamn people. We going ham on our own fucking people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, and for no reason, but we will dox, we will put other people's information out because we disagree with whatever they have to say, right? But we won't put out information about a Supreme Court.
It's no different than watching. See, you motherfuckers sit back and watch, dudes, from the hood act out, right? Buy all these fucking jewels and, sport, all the bitches in front of other dudes and talk about how many bitches they hitting and what kind of cars they driving, even though they rentals, whatever. But it's all about stunting. But that's what they're doing in this space. They're trying to stunt on each other. A fucking virtual space where these niggas never met anybody. You got niggas running around to I am the manosphere. What the fuck you talking? Nigga, you crazy? It's not a real place. Like, what I mean? Like, instead of you don't own a home, but you own the manosphere. I mean, like this is crazy. This is insanity, man. This is insanity.
That IPO, right?
Yeah, I got fucking children, no house, but I'm the manosphere. I'm a legend. I'm like, nigga, if you don't go kill yourself, you know what I mean? If you don't go to the nearest store, go to the fucking, detergent aisle, open a bottle of Clorox bleach and drink that shit. I mean, these niggas is crazy.
What do you mean? That person got rid of all the homeowners.
Fuck out of here, man. Look, this shit is nuts. This shit is nuts. But all they want to do is stone each other. So instead of covering real shit, niggas arguing and talk about dumb shit all day. You know what I mean? That's why I can't stand next to a lot of these dudes. And niggas get mad at me. Jay Sean, you think you this. Jay Sean, you think you that. Jay Sean, you da. Jay Sean, you care for black women. Jay Sean, you a simp. Nigga, I will punch you in your fucking face. How about that? In real life. And I will laugh. I come from a fighting culture. I like to fight. I'll punch you in your face. How about that? What you gonna do?
No. Check this out. Right, just in. Y'all want to hear this? California is going to hell in a handbasket. This is today, right? This is wife of convicted California congressman seeks divorce. San Diego, right? The wife of Representative Duncan Hunter has filed divorce after both were convicted of corruption, and prosecutors allege the lawmaker had used his funds for extramarital affairs. This is Becky, mind you. Margaret Hunter filed for divorce on November 20th in San Diego Superior Court, according to online records. Margaret Hunter stated in a filing that she ended their 22 years of marriage because of irreconcilable differences.
Yeah.
The request joint custody of their 17 and 14-year-old daughters, according to the San Diego Tribune. Their oldest son is an adult, right? Last year, the couple pleaded guilty to a single corruption count of misspending more than $150,000 in campaign funds on a variety of purchases, including trips to Italy, hefty bar tabs, airplane tickets for the family's pet rabbit. Nigga, what? The pet rabbit, nigga? What? Not the pet dog, nigga. The pet rabbit. Nigga, you got a pet rabbit?
Nah, never had one.
Have you got a pet rabbit?
You know niggas don't really fuck with rodents.
I mean, nigga, yes, they do, because like me, they grew up eating Chinese food. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I got you. But a pet rabbit, my nigga? Okay, cool. Pet rabbit. Nigga, airplane ticket for a pet rabbit for Fluffy, nigga? Why you taking Fluffy on a family vacation? Wouldn't it have been cheaper to have somebody just go and see and feed Fluffy? Okay, all right, whatever. Prosecutors in the court documents suggested, nigga, the pet rabbit, I'm still hung up on that. Nigga, prosecutors in the court documents suggested the congressman also spent the money on weekend getaways and outings with at least 5 women, 3 lobbyists, and a staff member and a congressional aide. That nigga was using taxpayers' money to buy pussy. Articles of prostitution on the table, nigga. We need that pronto. Look at that, nigga. That's money that could have went back into the community. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, this is $150,000. Think about it. Lobbyist. What is a lobbyist? A motherfucker that gets shit done. That's what you call a lobbyist.
Well, or legally binding and professionally mandated briber.
And that's what gets shit done. You know what I'm saying? Duncan Hunter resigned from his seat in January 2019. Margaret Hunter had faced a maximum possible sentence of 5 years in jail, but prosecutors said her cooperation and agreement to testify against him. Now, it is illegal for them to force you in a court of law to testify against your spouse. Right?
What should get
a divorce.
Yeah, well, and that law needs to go away. By the way,
you know what I'm saying. But here's the thing.
I disagree with that law. That's fucked up.
Becky threw him underneath the bus so quick, and I want joint custody.
You know. I'm sorry. You know why that? You know. Before you go any further, Dre, I just want to say something about that law. That law This is what I'm talking about. Will and creating an environment. That law only exists because of all these rotten ass, corrupt ass white men, criminals. You know what I mean? Who was doing all kinds of shit back in the 1800s, 1900s. You know what I mean? Mafias, all kind of shit. You know what I mean? And so the wife can keep the wealth, keep the house, and keep you. You don't punish the wife, even though she fucking benefited from all the crime. You know what I mean?
She don't act like she ain't know what the fuck was
Yeah,
going
exactly.
on.
So they can keep their families intact. This is a soft shoe law that white men have been getting. Meanwhile, you getting your fucking skull broken over fucking a bag of weed, or you smell weed in the car. That's what's happening to you.
Look.
Racketeering, fucking killing politicians, buying judges, all kind of shit. When all that shit falls down on top of a white boy's head, oh well, we leave his family alone. What the fuck you mean? She was up with hot money. She got jewelry on her fucking body that comes from this shit. Like, what are you talking about? But they put that in law to protect their families and their white women, just in case something happens to them. So even if I don't get caught, cool. If I do get caught, at least my family's good. So that's what they built into the laws for white people. Meanwhile, what's built into your law for black people is that you lucky you breathe. Yeah, you lucky you breathe. Yeah, you lucky you breathing law. Yeah.
Yeah. You lucky I allow you to walk around.
Yeah.
But that's why SBM. Here's a question. Where are you running, nigga? So, but think about it. We just talked about a black dude, right? That was at a party, shooting occurred. He jumped underneath the table. Someone got shot. He actually administered first aid. That alone would say he wasn't the shooter. What shooter shoots somebody and administers first aid to the goddamn victim and sticks around until the cops come around? Nobody. He should have been a fucking hero. But you know what? He was in Louisiana. You know what they said? That nigga ain't smart enough to do first aid.
You know what happened to some of these brothers who actually stopped active shooters and stopped criminals, and then the cops showed up and shot their ass.
Yep.
How many times that happened? Recently.
You know
what I mean? Like, these niggas don't live in reality, man. They just don't live in, some of these dudes don't live in reality. And, that's your problem. That's your situation. And instead of dealing with that, what you want to do is escape it through, sex tourism or running to another man's country. And I just think that is so fucking weak. You know what I mean? And that's just my position on them. I'm mad. And plus, here's a dark part of it. Part of, cis men and a lot of these passport niggas. Here's a real dark part about it. Most black men can't do that. So what you're saying is black men who do have the funds to go do that. I'm not talking about go visit in sex tourism. Fuck that. I'm talking about being able to pick up and move to another country. Black men who have the economic ability to do that, where they have a job, a retirement, whatever the case might be. That's only a few of us.
Nigga, that's nigga, it's so minute, it's ridiculous.
That's minute, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have a whole mass moving for a few niggas that is gonna go do this shit. And your dumb ass, you haven't even started your career. You in your 20s watching this shit, thinking this is a fly shit. You know what I mean? And you don't have no fucking way of making this shit happen. No way of making it do what it do. And you're being circumvented from your true cause and purpose, which is taking care of your family, your community, and your people. You know what I mean? And that's what men do. And if men are not doing that, then that's why the fucking people are done. You know what I mean? They go down the drain. So other groups of people who are third world countries, yeah, you can go out there and say they third world countries and they selling their kids, whatever the case might be. Well, they have no economy. So the only economy they have is their pussy of their daughters or their nieces or whatever the case may be, or their wives. So they do what they gotta do to get by. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it is what it is.
It is what it is.
You want to go over there and take advantage of that. Think about it. So on every fucking level, you know what I mean? I gotta look at you sideways.
Now, here's the thing, Sean, right? Now, remember when I just read that she flipped on her husband with getting a sentence of the possibility of 5 years, right? Do you want to know how long he was going to jail for?
How long?
Well, his sentence was 11 months.
Oh.
But it has been delayed until the coronavirus pandemic.
Is he still in custody or he's free?
No, he's in the house.
Okay.
So he can't go to jail because the coronavirus pandemic. So it's been delayed. So, motherfucker, you might as well just put him on 11-month house arrest. You're wasting taxpayer dollars sending someone to jail for 11 months. If he stole $150,000 fucking dollars, Cerulean, Sean, in the military, civilian or not, if you steal anything over the access from the government as a public servant, right? Or as a military member, which is actually a public servant also, of anything over $30,000, it carries a major sentence of what, 10 years, right?
Yeah. Rather worth, guaranteed.
Guaranteed, right? Not
or
for no
they
11
do
months.
some other shit like, because they got these other things they do now too. They do things like, instead of putting you in jail, they fine you. You have to pay the money back. They put a debt ring around your neck. They take your clearance and they borrow you from the government. So that means not only you can't work in the government, you can't even do business with the government. So as a contractor,
you can't even contract. Yeah,
exactly. So you just got to go out ahead and go, go to OnlyFans. You know what I mean, and get it popping. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hong Kong media tycoon Jimmy Lai charged under national security law. Right, hey man, old dude over there, that that President Mao don't play, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you ain't hearing about no free Hong Kong no more. You know what I'm saying?
Of course not. Nigga, it's the party, nigga. The party above everything.
Exactly, right?
Niggas is not playing.
Now, here's something crazy, right? I'm gonna read this one too. I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put this one up on the screen, right? Because I gotta actually show the niggas don't believe what I gotta say some shit, right? Okay, so here's another one, right? Now, hold on, I'm gonna read that devil worshiper one later. Now, remember old girl that was doing the Trump thing? She was saying that there was voter fraud.
Yep.
And she came unhinged. They even did a Saturday Night Live skit about this, right? Right? Now, okay, so, right? Now, and this is why these niggas are enamored with this chick, because she was unhinged. So here we go. Melissa Carone, Giuliani, star witness in the Trump campaign election fraud case, harassed her fiance's ex-wife by sending her sex tapes. A witness in the Trump campaign election fraud lawsuit in Michigan was recently on probation for harassing her fiance's ex-wife. It emerged on Saturday. Over 2 years, Carone harassed the woman and sent her tapes of her having sex with the boyfriend. Carone told the Huffington Post that it was her fiance who had really sent the sex tapes, and she agreed to a plea deal to avoid further court appearances.
Damn.
Yo.
It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't hire good whores these days.
Nigga.
Damn, boy. What has happened to the time? Oh man. Is this guy's white, right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, DeAndre muted up.
He must be.
Yeah, the Japanese prime minister must call that nigga. All right. Yeah, man. But anyway, shit, man. It's fucking almost 10 o'clock over here. I might have to hop off in a second. I'm looking at this goddamn emails. And because I gotta finish this contract, and then
man.
The rest of my time this afternoon in the building. I gotta go to the building.
Yeah, but But you know what? Oh shit. Well, man, we're going to get closing thought. Man, it's like goddamn 8 hours, nigga. We've been up here like it was a goddamn Saturday
No,
roll or some shit.
y'all been up here. I ain't don't put Jay
No,
Sean.
this that payback from last time you waking me up at 3 in the goddamn morning. Yo, we
I did
gonna
no
do a
such thing.
live stream. Dre,
I
where
did no
Dre
such
at?
thing. You lying ass nigga. That's all you, Dre. But anyway, it's good chopping it with y'all brothers, man. I'm gonna go ahead and cut loose, man. I need to make some phone calls anyway. I gotta call some people, put them on some instructions. But it's always good, man, and talking to y'all,
No
man.
doubt.
Wish y'all the best. Happy holidays to you and yours. Well, it's not gonna be a next one. I guess I'll catch you 2021, right, Dre? Oh, he's on the phone. He's back on the phone with the Prime Minister.
Oh no,
All
no, here we go. Yeah, so no, I was muted and shit. No, but yeah, man, this is the last one for the year. This is session. We'll probably do what I'll do because Cerulean he's on strike and shit, right? So we're gonna bring him back in. You know what I mean? He the Godfather, so we gotta keep bringing him back in and shit.
Yeah,
So
Cerulean, aka the Professor, aka Captain Capitalism.
listen, I told Cerulean, see everybody joke, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I got the niggatry crystal ball and I'm Notre Dame. I told Cerulean, like, your predictions take too long, nigga, for niggas to see them. So we gonna call you Doc and shit off of Back to the Future with your DeLorean and shit. Because that nigga said
Doc
2 years
Brown.
ago, yeah, Doc Brown, nigga, old Rick and shit, old Pickle Rick over here. You know what I'm saying? Cerulean be making predictions that are
Great
so,
Scott.
that are
What
so
you're,
far
going,
in the future,
what you're
man.
going to see 9 months down the line is these heroes are going to come clean. Like quick to the DeLorean.
Yeah.
I got a prediction. My prediction is that no more diplomacy.
Yeah.
This shit has ran its course. There's no more diplomacy. You know what I mean? So when I pop up, there's no more diplomacy. I've tried to be cordial and just work with other brothers, no matter where they are, beat them where they are to a certain extent. But now, after what I've seen, especially with this election year, no more diplomacy. You know what I mean? Fuck it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And
You
no more
know,
diplomacy. And the same thing go for some of you chicks too. All right.
hey,
I'm gonna tell you something. This whole divestment shit, that shit pisses me off. That shit
listen,
pisses me
man.
off. You fucking raggedy bitches. That shit pisses me off. You raggedy. All right.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna tell you raggedy. I'm gonna tell you something about Jay Sean. All you sisters that employed Jay Sean when I was going at certain niggas, make sure we clear on something. You can't placate a brother like me. I'm a proud black man, a real brother. All right. I'm proud. You can't placate a brother like me. You can't come in with some fucking divestment shit. We need protection. We need this. We need that. And then turn around and tell me you storing your options. Get the fuck out of here, you raggedy bitch. I'm going to tell you something right now. No more diplomacy. All right? I keeps it all the way even. I have no agenda, and I'm not fighting no fucking gender war. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You understand me? And that's where I'm going to be at until I leave this bitch. I'm not even going to be in this place that much longer. If I'm here from a year from now, that's going to be a shock. I doubt I'm in here up until the next summer. But while I'm still in this space, it's no more diplomacy.
Hey, you know what? Listen, look, I'm gonna let him live. I'm gonna let him live because I'm like, look, I'm married. That ain't in my wheelhouse. Listen, I can't like.
I'm saying, like,
I'm like, no, you can do it. Like, you can do it. Listen, bro. Listen.
I'm saying, like, dog. I mean,
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna listen. When it comes to black women,
I'm not starting live streams specifically for black women. I'm saying, if I catch your ass in these YouTube streets talking crazy, I'm gonna light your ass up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead. Like, listen,
I don't give a fuck who it is.
Yeah,
I don't care if man, women. I don't care if you have a click or a dick. I don't give a fuck no more. No more diplomacy.
Yeah, you see,
all right. This shit is outrageous, out of line at this point. All right. Yeah. There's no such thing as just black men. There was a sister that we had to kick off the panel on Chaos Channel because she was in the chat room talking about the raising of children, and I flipped the fuck out because I'm like, hold up, what the fuck are women supposed to be doing? I mean, everything the black man's supposed to be like, get the fuck out of here.
Now I'm gonna say this, right? And this is I'm gonna just speak on women and child raising, period, right?
Period. I don't give a fuck what race is, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna this ain't directed at black women and nothing like that. So now that I've made my public announcement and gave you that, right? I'm man, kids, grandfather now.
Well, hold on, time out. I only deal with black women. So mine's is
I'm
directed
just
at
saying
black
women.
women.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying. But I'm just
I
gonna say this.
only deal with black women. So mine's is
Yeah,
directed at black women. Jay
yeah,
Sean
yeah,
directed at black women. I don't give a fuck about other women.
yeah. So, but just women in general, right?
Yeah.
The first scientifically proven, the first teacher of a child is a woman, and that's because she carries the child for 9 months. She's already attached to said child. The man does not become, he doesn't imprint on a child until it's actually out of the womb. This is scientific facts. So it is a man's job to make the environment conducive so a woman can give the best
Dude.
things
We got a
possible.
brother. Shout out to Ricky Smiley and all the other brothers supporting that brother in Dallas. Because you got
Yeah,
idiotic bitches talking about boycotting that black man down in Dallas
yeah,
because he's controlling his spot. That's his
yeah,
spot. If you're
yeah.
telling me a fucking wealthy brother who creates an environment specifically for black women and black people in general, and he can't lay down the law in his own establishment, you do not respect black men, period. All right?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
And if you
yeah,
out here
yeah.
talking crazy against that brother over that, when black women getting their asses whooped in fucking Asian
No,
shops, you are a fucking enemy to me. Period. That means that black men like myself, if he can't get respect, that means I can't get respect, Dre.
no. But then these would be the and this is what I was. And let's preface
These
our
motherfuckers are
conversation.
making live stream after live stream. They really going down that hill. I'm like, you fucking kidding me.
Of
Oh, y'all
course,
kidding me, man? Y'all serious with this shit? The misinjury and the hatred towards their brother is ridiculous, man. Now we could talk
yeah,
about the black men, but right now we're talking about
yeah,
their ass.
yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm not
You
holding
got the
back.
floor.
Now
Hey,
that I see that
hey,
shit,
floor for
now
you.
look, y'all have used black men deaths to do live streams. Should we cater for black men on the heels of death for black men? You know how disgusting that is. When Aubrey got shot, should we be catering for black men? When Floyd got killed, should we be catering for black men? You're using the death of a black man. So I saw that, and now you fast forward everything up to this point. I'm clear now. The whole fucking group is bonkers. I'm not taking no sides. I'm not fighting a gender war. I'm fighting a righteous war. And if you want some bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. Period. I don't give a fuck. You played yourself. Don't get mad at me because to tell you the truth of the matter is you're not hurting the disrespecting the brothers who you're not hurting the Tay Diggs. Y'all not hurting the Terrence Howards. Y'all
No,
not hurting them. Them niggas are gone.
they don't care.
They
They're
don't
gone.
care about
They
black
don't
attack.
care.
They were straight white girls. They don't give a fuck. They were non-black women. They don't care. The cats that are out here on some real non-black women shit, you're not offending them. You're not hurting them. You hurting the brothers that are still with you. You
Yeah.
understand me? And I'm gonna tell you right now, as a man in the community, you're not gonna disrespect my manhood. I'm not responsible for womanhood. If y'all want to twerk in the fucking middle of a goddamn church or a goddamn restaurant, that's your fucking problem as a woman. If y'all want to defend that bullshit, that's your problem. I'm not standing for that shit. A brother working hard and having his establishment, that chick break the glass, he gets sued by the same bitch that he let dance.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna
I
say.
mean, like you're not even dealing with fucking common sense and reality no more. I mean, I can't believe what I've seen in the last couple of weeks. From the sister side, they are hell bent on fighting a gender war.
Well, here's the problem, and here's the issue, right? And this is where I say it's a loud minority, and what I mean by that is,
No, it's not, brother. No, it's not.
I'm like, well,
that shit went viral, and it was women. Nah, it was women who did support the brother too.
yeah,
All
that's
right?
what I'm saying. Like, their sisters, like I
It's
saw a
not a
couple
minority.
of
No, it's
that,
not.
yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
it was like Lord of the Rings when they lit them fucking those fire janks, and he was trying to get the
Yeah.
fucking Rohirrians to come fight for Gondor.
Yeah.
Nigga, all them shits lit up.
Oh my God.
When this shit happened. You understand me? And I
Oh
sat
my
back and
God.
watched.
You know what?
Back and watched. I didn't do no live thing. I sat back and watched this shit.
Hey,
I was
you know
like,
what?
this fucking sister's crazy.
Hey, you know what?
This what y'all want to fight over?
Hey, you know what? Hey, listen, I'm gonna let Sean riff. Look, sisters. Hey, I tried to give y'all
I
like
invested
cop out. Nigga. I
I
can't.
invested in
You
black
got
women.
it.
I
You got
invested in black women. I'm invested in sisterhood.
Yeah,
I support. Fuck all that. I ain't gotta throw my credentials. My credentials is clear, and my motivations is clear. But that shit right there threw me for.
I watched the tape, man. I thought like
if you go to Chrissy's channel, she came up with a fucking video where it's not even the fucking dude saying, yeah, they had another party, he's dancing on the tables. What about that? It doesn't even matter if it was him and it was his spot. It's still his spot. He can decide who the fuck does what when he want to do his spot.
But see, the thing is that he's the fucking business and the building owner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even if it was a private party, because Like, if it's a private party, and these motherfuckers, and I know what it takes to rent out like buildings and
Man,
venues
who you
or shit
telling,
like
bro?
that.
We all do. Me, you, and Sean.
And if these guys are dropping, $2,000-3,000 for the night, right?
Yeah, probably like 10, 15 G's, yeah.
As a business owner, you're going to give a little more leeway
right?
than to some bitch that thinks she deserves
hold
the
up.
same.
Here's the thing. When you look at the spot, if you go to the website, you look at the pictures of the spot, and you look at that video of Chris he put up, it's not even the same venue. And it's not, and then even Tanya TKO she even admitted it. I don't think that's him when she was playing Chrissy's video on her channel. You know what I mean? So look, the fact that you would go through the process of trying to make it, just to justify what the women did, that you would go to these lengths to discredit this brother. It doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't matter if he had fucking Moulin Rouge going on there on a different night and they paid for that. That's a business. This is a restaurant hour. In this time frame, he might have different permits, whatever the case might be. And at the end of the day, it's his establishment. He says no. That's the end of it. But you don't respect black men. So if y'all can't respect this brother who created a place like this where you can go to a fly ass spot, they in here taking selfies and we at this spot, we at the true. I mean, god damn, man. And then look, and then we gonna talk about we're gonna boycott it, we're gonna cancel him. So Ricky Smiley and other groups of other people in the diaspora, now you can't even get a reservation in that bitch, and I applaud that. If I was in the States right now, I might even fly there just to go to the spot, just to give them my money. You know what I mean? Because this is the kind of shit we gotta stop. We gotta stop trying to tear down black men for any fucking reason.
Yeah, bro.
That shit is crazy. When you got motherfuckers out there, they got that much at stake. He got millions of dollars at stake in that place. That's a hard business to run, man. I mean, I don't want to hear it. There's certain things y'all can criticize black men about, but that wasn't one of them.
No, check this out. Right? Check this out, right? When you go looking for the post of the video, Facebook removed it of them twerking and him telling them to get the fuck out. Now, if you do notice, now I'm just going to point this out. This is not a slight at black women. This is just a slight, just at debauchery and fucking.
I'll say it.
Go ahead.
What you need me to say, Dre? What you need to say? Okay. So
what I'm going to say is this, right? Is they were by themselves because there are other black women there and they're with a group of people and men and women. And if you can see that one sister, when she turned around and look and see them twerking, she like, oh my God. And she turned, and like she clutching the pearls in church. Oh my God.
I'm going to give a shout out to Tiny TKO. Tiny TKO, some of her content is cool. Some of it be on some feminist shit. But look, she was even on this one though. You know what I mean? And I went over and that's what I'm saying. Guys, I looked at every platform on this one. I sat back and watched this shit. Like I said, they lit up the goddamn buoyants for Verharians. They made the call.
They called it in.
Yeah, this is the Great War.
This is the Great War.
They went fucking down this hill, man. That's idiocy. Y'all getting your asses whooped in stores over fucking hair care products. This man just said that you can get the fuck out if you don't like it, and that turns into that. To me, this cuts at the heart of black men authority. All right, they talk about they want us to lead. They're lying. They say they want brothers to do better. They lying. All right, it's lying. It's bitter fest. They don't want us to do better. All right, they don't. Some women, they just don't want it. They don't want it. Liars. They're sitting out here throwing dusty this, da da da. They want black men to lead. Black men should do this. Black women, and then when one fucking man steps up in his own establishment, takes leadership, this is what happened that didn't go viral that people should see. If you watch the whole video, these broads are arguing, and the cops had to escort them out. That's how that shit ended.
Yeah, they didn't want to show that they
because they got no fucking home training, mama. No one taught you how to act in the place. No one told you how to go to a restaurant and fucking act like a goddamn a citizen,
a human being.
Human being.
So this cuts to the heart of womanhood. I'm not responsible for womanhood.
But you know what?
When a kid turns out well spoken, appropriate dress, well presentable. Matter of fact, Irene Yvette. I'll give you an example. Fuck it, I'll throw her out there.
Titties.
No. Real beautiful sister, right? But she's done. So anyway,
Titty.
Irina Vet, she had
That's all I see.
she had her two mixed daughters, right, on YouTube. Her two mixed daughters on YouTube, and she did a video with them, and she put it up. It's probably still up on her channel. And everybody congratulated her on how well spoken her daughters were, how they mannerism, how they, you know what I mean, the poised. Like, you're doing a great job with them. Okay, who the fuck raised that bitch in that restaurant? You see what I'm saying? This is hypocrisy. A woman, look, man, look, if you want men to be in a position where they're taking care of the women, they're out working all day, and they're providing and protecting, in a traditional setting, that means the children have to be with the women, boys and girls. I spent a lot of time with my grandmother as a child because that's what we did. My grandfather was out and about, whatever they're doing, get money, and we spent time in the house with who? The women. That's just the way it goes. All right. That's why it was weird when a nigga came in my chat room when I was talking about my grandmother and he told me I'm a fucking maggle, down 6 maggle, because I'm talking about my grandmother. Like, nigga, you don't want a healthy situation. You don't want intact families. You don't want that because that's what happens when you're in intact families. You know what I mean? Especially now. You know what I mean? When you got both parents got to work. So guess what the kids are going to be with? They're going to be, if they're not with the mother, they're going to be with the priority grandparents or aunt or something like that. That's how intact families operate. The kids are always going to be around the women. My point is this. If the kids are around the women most of the time, and that's the way it's supposed to be, the crowning jewel for a woman is how the fucking kids represent them. You can't take credit when they turn out good and then don't take credit when they don't turn out good. You control how they dress, how they talk, all that. And guess what? When the women were doing it in our community, I'm going back to black women. I come from some black shit. The black women who raised me and the other black women in the churches and all that raised the kids and had us straight and minutes, make sure we dress a certain way and all that. Those black women were living in poverty.
That's true.
So I don't want to hear nothing about no projects. I don't hear none of that. This is about who you are.
Man,
period.
And
y'all want to die on this hill. Why is Kristen Carrison making videos about this at all? This has nothing to do with swirling. You see what I'm saying? Let's go deep. Why is Kristen Carrison doing this? Because her whole channel is hinged on the fact that black men ain't shit. It has nothing to do with going where you celebrate it. That's bullshit. She's going to dip her fucking toe into some black shit with some black male. Has nothing to do with her fucking movement. Has nothing to do with swirling. It should have never came up on her platform. But she brung it up and went in because this is another example where you're not celebrating black women and they're giving mixed signals. Why they're playing this kind of music? They like hoes. They this, they that. So basically, you're a fucking idiot black woman who can't think for herself, and everything that you do wrong or do right, or no, she's not do right, because you do right, you get all the credit. Anything you do wrong, black man's fault. You know what I mean? That's what she's pushing over there. And that's propaganda and it's bullshit, man. And it's got to be called out.
No,
this is a good brother. I'm not going to stand by and let him be taken down. Now, if they just had their opinion on it, I probably would have had nothing to say. But this movement to cancel him, fuck no.
What they're trying to do is because they saw it work for white women, the cancel culture.
Yeah,
right?
Fuck that. We ain't doing that.
So
let me this brother down for this bullshit.
Well, I'm like they did it to the Shea Butter moisturizer dude, right?
Yeah, he had to sell his shit.
Yeah,
we got a track record to this fuckery, but this is where we got to draw a line in the sand. All right, we got to draw a line in the sand somewhere at some point. And the good thing is, I think we have enough sisters. It's not, it's not the majority, but enough, a good 30 to 40%. If I was just using my little wisdom, that this is bullshit. You know what I mean? So I think we good. You know what I mean? But I think there should be no waiver on this. Like, fine, I get it. That brothers got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of fucked up shit going with the brothers. Brothers out here not treating sisters right. Okay, legitimate arguments, legitimate conversation. This ain't one of them at all.
But here's the thing, right? And this is one thing. Would y'all like to? I put the article in the chat. I put it up on the screen for y'all. Would you like to hear the clapback that he had?
Oh yeah, he was. And the brother's so well spoken. You saw it happen on TMZ too. What TMZ tried to do. So he he gave a great response to it. Show respect to black women. Even gave a slight apology, which he shouldn't have to give. You know what I mean? And then the motherfucking white boy came again because this is how they see us.
Yeah.
So you have a problem. So all that being said, I guess you have a problem with twerking. Tried to gaslight the brother.
Nigga,
and the way he handled that shit, man, I'm like, you know what, man? God damn, man, this nigga need to put a GoFundMe up.
Listen, this is what he did, right? This is what they said. After conducting a thorough investigation, we have found that the spices, seasonings, and recipes of our food mixed with the magic of our chefs are what's making a few guests want to twerk. Read the post, right? We have had numerous discussions on the matter and have agreed that we will not change our spices, seasonings, and recipes or culinary magic. However, we can't allow standing in the seats and twerking regardless. We do encourage all to come to
He's on some man
kitchens
shit,
and
Cerulean. I
cocktails.
rock this brother, man.
Enjoy the music, enjoy the vibe, and be careful when you're eating out tasty food.
Oh man, he ain't backing down, man. I rocks with this brother. Fuck that, man. We can't have businesses falling over dumb shit like this. We can't. We don't have enough businesses like this. And the weird thing about it is, like, some of us is to be the most self-destructive motherfuckers on the planet. He's creating a place where the so-called high-value man might want to come to. But if they watching fucking viral videos of bitches twerking and line dancing in this fucking establishment, I'm not going there. I'm not going in. I can afford to go there. Going to his restaurant I go to his restaurant 3 nights a week, but I'm not going there because fucking Keisha and Taquisha and them down there. And guess who's going to come in? Her breed of dude is going to come in because that's the only dude that's going to allow you to be the way you are, sis. Is those kind of niggas. So when the men say, nah, don't do that, chill. I talked to you 2 or 3 times. Now I got to come out here and cuss at you. That you don't die on that hill. You got to be deep in misandry. You got to be deep in self-hate and black male hate to die on this hill. Mm-hmm. And you will die on this hill. Because now you targeting black men like me now. Idiot. You're not targeting a fucking cisbim nigga. You're not targeting incel. You're not targeting Dusty. You're targeting brothers like me. And we're not gonna allow it. We're not folding for this. So you can twerk. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then, you know what I mean? These so-called classy sisters are fucking riding for this shit on Chrissy's channel and Sinji's channel and fucking Crystal's channel. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. I've seen enough.
Hey, man.
So there's no more diplomacy.
Hey, bro, I'm with you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And the thing is, it's not like you don't give equal opportunity to both sides. Actually, I've seen you multiple times bark a dude down, and it takes a lot for you when a sister come in with the energy, try to pacify and try to get to.
They undermine this shit. They undermine everything we're trying to do. I'm gonna tell you something else though. I'll give the sphere. I can't call it the manosphere. I'll give the sphere this much credit. At least there's dudes like me, Cerulean, and other cats like me that was in this space challenging shit. Yeah. Jay Shines don't exist over in the female space. Period.
Nah.
Period. So I don't want to hear it, sister.
I'm like, and
all that fuckery that's going on with black women, y'all never address this shit. The only time y'all go at each other with some personal shit. When y'all dox each other and going on some personal shit. That's the only time y'all go at each other. When it comes time to addressing shit, behavior, and issues, ideas, y'all don't do that.
Or when there's some miscellaneous dick up for grabs that you want access to.
Yeah. See, at least on this side, with all the incels and fucking maniacs we got over here, at least there's brothers like me that do exist, that call this shit out. Even O'Shea calls shit out. He spanked these niggas in the street. He spanked Mad Bus Driver and the Sisbem niggas. You know what I mean? We have that in this space. We do that. I'm not saying it's a healthy space. We got some maniacs over here. I get it. Well, but at least we have brothers like myself and others who challenge this shit in this space. Where's yours?
Well, you know what's funny is that O'Shea originally came into YouTube trolling Bad Bus Driver X. Mm-hmm. At the time, nobody knew, like, niggas didn't really know who Mad Bus Driver X was. Well, people knew who his alter ego was, but nobody really knew Mad Bus Driver X was. And now when I look back at it, like, maybe that wasn't such a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because now that you see what this dude's about, is like, shit. Why should anybody be mad that he's getting trolled?
Right. I feel you. I don't have the time to do it, but if whoever out there listening, go ahead. I mean, because I don't have, I mean, I'll drop it from the clouds and listen to these goofy
But
niggas from time to time. I'll go to Mad Bus Driver channel and listen to that shit from time to time and just shake my head like these motherfuckers is gone. These
Yo, the
niggas
only
look,
lost. This
what
shit's like a religion.
like this dude is literally like gargling the whole sack
I know it's
of
ridiculous.
white society.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, man. King Sigma, King Sigma is a smart dude, man. But their emotions and their hearts are fucked up. And I'm gonna tell you something. They're weak. All of this Becky worshiping and looking for other groups of people to save you is weak. And I know what it really is really about. First of all, you don't give a shit about Jay Sean or any other brother. You don't, because this is individual shit. This is individual. This is rugged individualism. It has nothing to do with the collective. What I care about right now is to save us because we're running out of time, and we need to organize right now. Black economics and black politics, and we need to do that shit at light speed. We don't have time to be out here with niggas talking about saving up their last dollar. This nigga, One Master Teacher, you listen to the song on his channel, the lyrics is literally saying, save up, let's go. That's the lyric, you know what I mean? Let's go. Like this, like it's a happy thing. Like you saving up, you getting your fucking sack on your stick, nigga, and you ready to go, and you're happy, and you skipping down the road, and you get on the fucking boat, and you sailing, and you leaning over the goddamn ledge and looking at the sunset as you sailing to your new destination.
And he's snorting coke off the tip of a white man's cock.
I mean, this shit is crazy, man. This shit is nonsense. And,
like,
alpha male strategies.
It's so funny because these are supposed to be thinking black dudes, right?
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're as emotional as the black women, if not more. And you know, alpha male strategy. I disagree with most of shit. When alpha male strategy said, male strategy said, you know, when he was giving game and doing his, his what's that shit called? PUA shit, right? Yeah. And he was like, yeah, and he said it was okay to a lot of bitches, you know, to get sex. And I was like, hell no, that's some super simp shit. So he lost me a long time ago. You know what I mean? But when the video he did on this shit, because he's doing the dating stuff and he's dealing with different groups of women, he's absolutely right. He's telling the truth. Just because I disagree with him on one thing doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and stand against him on this one.
But what is he saying though?
He's saying that these foreign women are just the same. Female nature is female nature. And then he doubled down with another video talking about these white bitches all the same. Because niggas got mad at him about the foreign shit. So
I'm like, nigga, Sean, since you know me since I was perusing in the space, when they would talk about it. Remember when the first time they brought that shit up and I was on BGS channel and the nigga was talking about, yeah, man, he was a stewardess for the airline, right? And he was talking about, yeah, man, SYSBM, we should go over there, fuck these hoes. And I was like, yo, I got a question for you. Like, I've been places, and I basically broke that nigga down to a decimal, and I said, yo, I'm going to give you examples of foreign women taking niggas to the bricks. Literally. Like, do you know how many mixed kids are running around here in Japan without their daddy? And that nigga was a stand-up dude, and I know about fucking Cerulean. How many dudes do you know that you serve with that married a Japanese thought bitch that was out in the haunch, that went back to San Diego, up and dipped when he came back off deployment, and that nigga still paying goddamn child support while the bitch living on fat on the haunch?
What did you say? I thought you were saying that he was paying with pieces of his soul.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then she got, and then this is worse, Jay Sean. This is worse. Sean,
he's counted in blood, Cerulean. God damn.
Man, yo.
Sean, it's so worse. I'm going to tell you how worse it is, right? Imagine, if you will, right? A foreign woman go to your country, realize that you are treated lesser than dirt. She's not even treated. She's not used to this treatment. You go on deployment, you're doing what you need to do. Not only is she fucking niggas in the trophy lounge and you hear about it, but when you come back, she ups and dips. And she takes your kid back to Japan where they ain't got no street signs and shit for you to know where the fuck she's at. And you are getting hit with backdated child support out of the ass. You haven't heard from this bitch. And guess what? She has access to the base. So she's fucking all these other niggas running in and out of your house, right? While your son and daughter growing up thinking this nigga gonna be his daddy, this nigga gonna be their daddy. Then they find out their mom is a hoe, and then the kid loses a sense of self because it's treated like a second class citizen. Because guess what? They can't really speak no fucking English because you're not Japanese. Because they go by who your daddy is in Japan. They don't go by who has the citizenship and where you live at. So all these half black, half white Japanese kids that's running around, they daddy ain't Japanese, so they ain't Japanese regardless of their mammy.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So now you got all these mixed kids running around and they got Japanese mannerisms, but they're not even fucked with by their own. They don't have no sense of self.
Right. They ain't even fuck with their own culture like that. I seen those videos too. I watch those. Those videos are painful to watch too.
Man, I see it all the time.
Yeah.
So why these
that brother BEJ?
Yeah, black.
He put a couple of videos up to interview a few. Let's call them sisters, man. They're some half sisters, man.
Yeah,
these are dark skinned Japanese girls, and and they sitting there just petite and as calm like a geisha doll. You know what I mean? They got the whole mannerism of a Japanese chick, but they black and they just talk the pain out their mouth. How they just not accepted.
Yeah.
And they don't really know American culture like that. So it's like, God damn, man. And this is the shit niggas want to create because all they care about is themselves, man. And look, men are builders, supposed to be builders, right? So when those motherfucking white boys came over here and they were catching chicken pox and dying and 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 the Indians had to help them. I give white people this much. They pay the cost for America. Right? They paid the cost. They died on ships. They got sick. They did everything. They caught, diseases. They went hungry in America. They kept trying. They kept trying. And then they said, you know what? We got these niggas down in Africa, man. We got these niggas out. Even got some of these black Indians over there. We need to go ahead and put them to work. Wink, wink. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? And then you got America. It wasn't working. It wasn't happening until they put this shit into effect. But my point is that they did all these different things to put things and to make they wanted a white Wakanda, and they created it. And they created it for their great grandchildren. You see what I'm saying? America is what it is for the white people of today, created by their great great grandchildren. Laws, everything we talked about tonight, it was created by their great great grandfathers. You see what I'm saying? And niggas don't think that way. They can't think past their dick. And it's really gonna hurt what I'm gonna say now.
Go ahead.
It's really gonna hurt.
Hold on, man. Hold on, Sean. Hold on. I gotta put you on the front screen so they can. All right, go ahead.
It's really gonna hurt. All my brothers, man, who just think that your happiness is what matters. You sound just like these broads. Same fucking black women you judge and call black female fuckery. You exhibiting the same goddamn selfishness, nigga. She don't care about the community. You don't care about the community. She cares about her happiness. You only care about your happiness. You're no different than her. You sit here and judge her, and you no fucking different than her.
Matter of fact, you're worse than her because you're actually stepping into her lane, really.
Yeah, because that's not your lane. Your lane is being a builder. And if you want things to be different, then you make it so. I ain't say you had to be nice. But see, now talking about building and nation building and picking our people up and building our people up and building the black future and building the future that's better for our grandchildren, that's simping now.
What you talking about, Jay?
That's simping. So look, I'm going to be who I'm going to be in any space that I'm in.
Talking about building. What you mean build?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, this shit should have been done before we got here. The community ties should have did this. You know what I mean? That's stupid talk. That's like a motherfucker, like I said, landing here in 1620, talking about, damn, they ain't got no well dug yet. It should have been a well dug here. What the fuck, man? I took a voyage over here. Ain't no well dug. This is stupid nigga shit.
Where's the cobblestone streets?
Exactly. Where the cobblestones, man? What the fuck? I gotta make my own tools. What the fuck? You know what I mean? And if they couldn't have it and they didn't have it, guess what they did? They went and took it. You know what I mean? They said, "Oh shit, the Indians over there, they harvesting corn and all that." Okay, when they harvesting? Okay, we gonna show up out of nowhere. We're gonna just pop up. Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, I'm so and so. Yeah, got the gap behind my back.
This is an awfully nice TP village you got here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, awful shame if somebody confiscating it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know?
no. See, white people don't do that. You forgot. Y'all being too nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, it'd be awful.
Yeah, they're the better culture. Yeah, they're better culture than us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. It would have been an awful shame that someone poured this liquor that we're drinking and put a fire. Oh, look how quick it went up in flames. So you just gonna give us this, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Motherfuckers uphold some of the most ridiculous shit, and there's no the problem is, brothers, there's no escape. There's no escape from this shit. There's no escape. There's only one way forward. And niggas keep arguing about and come up with these different other solutions. There's only one way forward. The only way forward is black economics, black politics, period. That's the only way forward. That's the only shot we got. And I'm telling you right now, we still have a shot because I know this for it to be a fact. Koreans will kill to have our numbers in America.
Oh yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, the Chinese will kill to have our numbers in America.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But these motherfuckers want to throw away the streets. But we just watch. Hold on, let me just say this real quick, Soon. They want to throw away the streets. I'm gonna give you right to you right now, Soon. They want to throw away the streets. They want to throw away Pookie and Ray Ray, while the white Pookie and Ray Rays put Trump in office. Go ahead, Soon.
I mean, if Koreans had our numbers, I mean, you wouldn't be able to get a Big Mac. You would be getting a mixed teppanyaki.
Yeah.
Man, who you telling, man?
Bomb too, by the way. That should sound good.
No, I don't, man. I had one of them shits.
Horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah, man. Nigga, yo, I just ate some nuggets, man, over here with some so I went to McDonald's, right? You know, Japan's different, man. Japan's different. So I go to McDonald's, man. I get some nuggets, man. 15-piece nuggets, man. And you know what I'm saying? I got my sauce, you know what I'm saying? My sauce, you know what I'm saying? Barbecue sauce popping because they don't got sweet and sour. They don't know what that is, right? So anyway, I get this third packet, man, and you know I'm just ripping off the thing, you know, getting these nuggets down, you know what I'm saying, enjoying my meal with the kinfolk, right? And it's different. It's cheese truffle sauce, my nigga.
That's what I'm gonna ask you. I watched the video, and I don't know if it's true. I'm gonna ask you. Yeah. I heard teriyaki sauce is actually an American thing. It's not even a real thing.
Yeah, it's an American thing. Yeah.
Same thing with mumbo sauce and duck sauce. So look,
duck sauce.
I disagree with you, Cerulean. I disagree with you both, man, because we're talking about over here.
America, okay, yeah.
America, yeah. A teriyaki burger in America is gonna taste good, nigga.
No, I didn't say teriyaki. I said teppanyaki.
Teppanyaki.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Like, you know, hey Sean, my wife, when we went to America, and I got a egg roll. You know, the crunchy egg roll. They ain't crunchy like how they crunchy from the curry out, right? We used to curry out the big ass egg roll, crunchy as shit. But you don't eat that egg roll by itself. Yeah, you gotta put duck sauce on that motherfucker, right? Yeah. So I put duck sauce on it. She said, "What are you eating like that?" Right? I said, "This," right? And she ate it, right? You know, she gonna try it, you know, bland. She like, "This don't taste right." I put the duck sauce on it. She then got a bag, said something to the Korean lady behind because they was having a good old conversation because she Japanese, lady Korean, right? So just like that, Asian people sticking together. She went in the back. She told her, no, don't get that duck sauce. She said, why? It's expired. She went in the back and got a fresh bag of brand new duck sauce and put it in a thing. And I'm looking at this Korean lady like, bitch, right? I'm like, bitch, right? And she looking at me. And then every time we went in there that carry out, I'm getting extra shit for free.
See, what you was watching was Korean Kunin. Because, you know, Japanese is to rule them motherfuckers.
Yeah, so. Just run their ass. But here's the thing, right? Here's the crazy part. Yeah. You notice, right? We couldn't tell the difference between the Chinese, the Korean, the Indonesian, the Malaysian, a Thai, a Hum, or whatever, a Hung or whatever, right? A Hmong or whatever you want to call them, right? We couldn't tell the difference when we were growing up with them. Because soon as they got to America, they was Asian. They knew it, they understood it, and they all was on code. Now,
even the ones that don't get along with each other, like the Japanese and Koreans.
We all together as one. Like we got a whole thing, like Uncle Lou.
They got a deep history. Koreans and Japanese don't like each other.
But they all cousins. They all come from the same thing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
the Japanese did a lot of foul shit to the Koreans.
but here's the crazy part, right? The Koreans did it first.
Oh, really?
Okay. The modern day Japanese, the pale Japanese, the modern day Japanese is actually a Korean.
I gotta do some more research. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like
Whoopsies.
the modern day pale Japanese, right,
Uh-huh.
is actually a Korean, right? The original Japanese are called Inus, right? You know what I'm saying? They look like Eskimos. That's how dark they are, right?
Right.
Like my mother-in-law, she's more of original Japanese because she's darker, right? She's darker, kind of like almost a Filipino Malaysian complexion, right? Now, what happened during the first, like, because we all know the Three Kingdom period, right? Of in
Mhm.
China, right? Well, Korea goes through the same Three Kingdom period as China because China was the big daddy, right? So this is during the Qin dynasty, right? So when the Shilla dynasty kicked off, they were getting taken over by the Gongoro period, right? Because North Korea is actually where all the resources at. South Korea ain't shit there, right? So South Korea is the absolute bottom tip of Korea, but South Korea became the Shilla dynasty, backed by the Qin dynasty. When the Qin dynasty fell, right, that instead of the motherfuckers fighting to the last man or doing what they were supposed to do with the new dynasty that was intact during the Gongoro period from Damdok, the Koreans decided to go to the next island over. They came to Japan, right? And what they did is when they came to Japan, they start killing off all the warlords and enslaving the locals, right? So with their servants, the Korean servants did was say, look, man, fuck these motherfuckers. Let's get together, right? And let's kill these motherfucking Korean motherfuckers because we low tier just like you motherfuckers, right? And they was like, yeah. And you know what they did? They killed the motherfuckers. And then the servants turned around and killed all the men from pretty much the local motherfuckers and basically pushed them north, Hokkaido, and south, Okinawa, right? And then what they did is impregnated all the women. And the modern day Japanese is a mixture of the indigenous Japanese and the Koreans.
Okay.
There you go. This is basically some Anglo-Saxon shit papped off, right?
Yeah.
So what happened is that Japan didn't actually get unified until after Nobunaga got ambushed with his black samurai retainer, right?
Mhm.
Sasuke, right? So the Last Samurai
Is that
movie was
movie
about a
still
black
coming
guy.
out, by the way?
Well, it was called Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, but instead of a black man, it was a white dude.
No. There's supposed to be another movie that was supposed to be coming out.
Yeah, they supposed to put it out, but the
Oh,
corona.
that's right. No. I think.
Yeah.
I think wasn't Chadwick Boseman going to do it?
Yeah, he was going to do it, but he passed.
Yeah.
But they had to stop something because of the corona thing. But actually, where I live at now,
Mhm.
the Tomei Pass is where Nobunaga got ambushed and Sasuke made his last stand. Right. So that whole thing with Tom Cruise in the Last Samurai movie, that was the whole thing of Sasuke and whatever. Right. So it's a statue of him around here. I gotta go find it. When I find it, I'll do a vlog about it. So now, when Japan becomes unified, is because Nobunaga is killed and Hideyoshi becomes the first emir ruler of Japan, but he still has to pay tribute to China. He has to pay tribute to China, so he wants to invade China, right? Now, he can't invade China because he has to land in Korea. So the Korean peninsula kept him out of China. Now, he, saying then Tokugawa get paid off by the Chinese and the Koreans. He basically assassinates fucking Hideyoshi, and then that's where you get the Tokugawa shogunate from. Now, speeding forward, in the Joseon period, the reason why Japanese write hiragana, katakana, and kanji is because by order of the Ming Dynasty emperor, right? The Joseon period emperor, that's one of the greatest Korean emperors known in Korea, basically made Japan, when they was under thumb by Korea, stop using kanji as their main language, and he made a whole different language for them, hiragana and katakana, to separate them, so they were lower class, because Korea actually ran Japan at the time, and the Korean language that you see now is what he had to come up with, because the Ming dynasty emperor wanted the Koreans to have a different language. So kanji was for royalty only. So only if you was high status did you learn how to read and write kanji first, right? So with this being said, that everything Japan was doing to motherfuckers, during the fucking Civil War, I mean, during like World War II, was coming to them over 400 to 600 to 700 years. There you go. That's their history. I just condensed it down in a nutshell.
Well, shit. With that being said, now I'm going to watch some videos on this shit. I'm pretty sure there's some videos on YouTube.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah,
So
it's a
let
whole bunch
that
of
shit
shit.
play in the back of that. I find Japanese history very interesting.
Yeah, man. The motherfucker.
And you
Listen,
know what?
man.
And for the bullshit they pulled, The Last Samurai, one thing I can say, that movie did represent the culture of samurai very well.
Yeah.
It was beautifully shot.
Oh yeah, man. It was
And I
beautifully
wish
shot.
brothers would look at shit like that and look at Aboriginal Indians, especially the black ones, and do
Yeah.
movies. And African culture. We need Kemet movies. We need Timbuktu movies. We need what's the name of the fucking Indians in the Seminole movies? What I mean. We need shit, and then let it be shot beautifully. You know what I mean? Like the way it really looked, because these people were very colorful. They wore a lot of artwork, especially Aboriginal people.
Yeah.
In the Americas, because there was a lot of what we call black people here in America already.
Yeah.
And they brought more over. So we have a mixture of the Aboriginal black Indians, Africans from the slave trade, a huge infusion of that, and then we started breeding in that, and then also of course the white cracker. So
yeah,
this whole argument about we were already here first. Oh no, we came on the slave trade. Like nigga, it doesn't matter which way you came. We were already here. We came on a boat. You were turned into a goddamn slave. And that slavery process created what we call the nigger. All right, the Negro. All right, and that's that. And that's all of us, and that's our fucking justice claim. And we need to
for your needs.
But well, you know what's a crazy part? Like if you think about it, Sean, right? If let's just say you take the best athletes in the world, right? Like after World War I, when they allowed niggas to compete internationally, Jesse Owens, right? If you take the best athletes in the world, when they allowed black people to compete internationally against white folk, the American hybrid Negro is at the pinnacle of physical specimen of the human genome. Just think about that, right? Think about it. Take a Michael Jordan, right? Take a Michael Jordan's body type, take the Dr. J's body type, take a LeBron James body type, a Shaquille O'Neal body type. Shaquille O'Neal was 300 some pounds, 7 foot something, and could damn near outrun a dude that was 150 pounds down a fucking basketball court.
He was LSU nigga and fucking Orlando Magic. That nigga was running like a deer.
Running like a deer, my nigga. Like running like a fucking deer.
Yeah.
He was big as hell. Think about it. Think about LeBron. Like I watched like that block that he did on Iguodala, right? That nigga was still behind half court when Iguodala was at the 3-point line and he hawked him down.
Yeah, you'll never see a white version of LeBron or Shaq. You never see it.
No, not that coordinated. And,
never see it. Even an Asian. I mean, Yao Ming had like 2 good years where he was like athletic. After that, it was a wrap. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna.
I'm talking about 1 year. His 1 year when he was young, before he came in the league, in his first year in the league. After that, he just started going downhill.
Well, think about it. Was old fucking Kardashian guy, right? They used to Bruce Joyner. They used to win all those medals for triathlon and marathon running.
Sorry, right?
Jenner and shit, right? Yeah. Think about it like this: the African, when they started allowing the Ethiopians and all of them, the Kenyans to run, the last time a white person won one of those marathons is when they forced them niggas to wear shoes.
Exactly.
you got to think about something like that, right? If you really think about it in its greatest spectrum, do you know there's a brother from New York City that is known in the Japanese Kirin circles as the god of the Kirin track of the dome?
Yeah.
He was a messenger, and he Olympic medalist, riding a bike around in the circle. Like he's a god of the dome, right? I had to do a commercial for a Kirin track. So for y'all don't know what Kirin is a track. It's like it's like guys on a bike, they on track bikes with no brakes and they ride around in a circle. You know what I'm saying? It's racing and shit, but you bet on it, right? And I was talking to the guy. He was the talent scout, and he was walking around with us while we was doing the older Japanese dude. And I asked him, did he know this dude? And he said, he said, I respect him, but I hate him. He cost me a lot of money because he would always win every race, but everybody loved him. And he worked hard. He told me he worked hard, but him waking up in the morning, he was faster than you. You just see it. You see he said his legs was like nothing you ever saw before. It was
what's that white boy who won all those swimming meets?
Michael Phelps.
Michael Phelps. Yeah, he's an aberration. And here's another thing too. The reason why he has so much longevity is because it's not an impact sport. So when you get somebody special like him, long like him, he has elasticity that he has. You know what I mean?
Wingspan. That nigga just
his wingspan and he's elastic. You know what I mean? His elasticity is ridiculous. You know what I mean? So, but the true measure is not even just having, somebody like a Shaq or LeBron. It's longevity.
It's longevity.
It's the endurance of it. Being that way. Look, LeBron's been in the league 17 years.
Man,
you're not going to see a white version of that. I mean, it's not even he was that way when he was 17, 18. It's that he still dunks and jumps out the gym now. You know what I mean?
But he take care of himself. Like they tell how much he. But here's the thing, right? Think about it. LeBron James went to 8 straight NBA finals, right?
Yeah.
That's including Olympics, right?
Right. Lost in Olympics during that stretch, everything,
Yeah. So then you think about it like this. His last year when he pulled his hamstring was his first major injury, and he didn't make the playoffs, so he had a year off. Now he played in a long extended season, and they starting the NBA season.
And he better be careful. He may be careful this season because it's a quick turnaround and he's trying to repeat. So if he's trying to repeat, he can't really.
Yeah, he already said he ain't playing certain games. Y'all just gonna have to suck it up. He said usually I show up to work with my lunch pail every day, but sometimes I'm gonna take some days off.
See.
Yeah,
we'll see. I know he wants to repeat. So
he gonna repeat. But he already told him there's certain games I ain't playing. Like they got back-to-back.
Trying to repeat already comes with enough stress and load in the body, and he's handling the ball too much. You know what I'm saying? They got Rondo too, so he's gonna have to carry the ball.
Well, they got what's the name?
Schroeder. But
he got a young dude to break the ball up.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Bringing us the time, but it's still gonna end up in his hands.
Yeah. You know what he gonna do? You know what he gonna do? Because I think what they're really gonna do is look, they're gonna go to that because you notice he start doing what Jordan used to do, right? Mm-hmm. And that will give you. And Jordan actually gave a lot of these guys that are athletic the keys to longevity, and Kobe actually expounded on that. And that's get your ass in the post, get that goddamn, put your back to that basket, back a nigga down, and give him a fadeaway and go about your business. Like, you know what I mean? And get it down on the block and let it work.
Take some, like they say, take some downs off. You know, they say in football. But But anyway, man, let me It's 11 o'clock over there. I gotta make some phone calls.
Yeah, get your final thoughts in, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
My final thoughts is simple, man. No more diplomacy. So, it is what it is, man. We're gonna just keep it 100. I hope the space devolves back to where it used to be, where black men just really came up, and I hope we get out of this groupie culture and stop kissing the ass and sucking the balls of other dudes, man. Like, if a man doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's talking about some shit that his fucking life experience doesn't reflect, then you shouldn't be listening to him. All right, you shouldn't be listening to him. I mean, it's just like we being immature now. Everything we fucking criticize the black women about and what they were doing in other channels and doing on their side and being delusional and all that stuff. Y'all niggas are doing the same thing now. This whole fucking passport shit is delusional. All right, it's bullshit. You niggas are being coached and coerced into being goddamn international simps and tricks. That's what you're doing. You know what I mean? At the same time, why it bothers me is because I don't want black men having a mind set on that bullshit when we got a lot to deal with in America. We got a lot to deal with. You know what I mean? And I'm going to do my part. I'm built a certain way. I know how I am. I know what I want to do in life. I'm going to get it done. You know what I mean? I plan on tripling my wealth in the next 3 years at least. You know what I mean? So, and that takes planning. I'm not saying it like it's a fucking church and it just happens and God's gonna get, no, nigga. There's planning being done. There's sacrifices being made. There's money being spent. You know what I mean? And that's what this shit takes. You know what I'm saying? And so this is the reality of the world we live in. And it's the reality of life. And as us as men have to get back to being builders. It's not about disrespecting you or knocking your fucking chair over. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to knock over your sandcastle, nigga, but it's a sandcastle, okay? I need you to build a real house. We need to build some real shit. And let's take back our community. Let's lead our women. Let's take over shit. Let's be in charge again, like we're supposed to, so we can have our respect. All right, so we can have our respect in the world. There's no way in the world that you should have the greatest economy built on the back of your ancestors, and you sit in the world with no respect. All right, 500 fucking years is enough of playing kids. It's enough of waiting for white daddy to fix it. I'm gonna run over here to the Republican Party. Yeah, white daddy will fix it. Come on, nigga, grow up. I mean, grow up, man. If you're not making shit happen and you're not doing certain things, I implore you to go watch the interview that Nicole Michelle did on C Boogie's channel last week, and she's keeping it 100. You know what I mean? She's not giving up on black men, but she's like, yo, look, if we seen y'all on the internet talking about video games and and arguing with women, and you're not organizing, and you're talking about fucking comic books, and we're looking at you like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If y'all, she's like, if y'all got y'all shit together, she'll take that weave out her head. You know what I mean? She'll fix her fucking attitude if y'all on some bullshit. But that's what it takes. Now, what I would say to the sisters is this: stop giving your broken sons to us. Stop breaking these boys, and we gotta fucking deal with these idiots out here online. Y'all raising these nutcases, all right? And we gotta fucking fix them, and that's not fair. Y'all holding us, y'all hamstringing us. So everybody's got a part to play in this. Mothers are very important, and men, being a man and having and getting your shit together and being a builder and being a provider and getting on code with other black men, that's very important. So we all got shit that we need to do. We all got shit we need to fix. Let's go out here and get it done, or we can just die out. That's what's going to happen. And I'm telling you right now, the Republican Party wants us gone. Democrats want to replace us with these immigrant class, and that's what's going to happen. All right, that's what's going to happen. We don't get our shit together.
White people like endangered species, so they keep a few niggas around. And
yeah. They keep ABL. They love it. ABL. ABL's a throwback. It's kind of like this is a
no. They don't want one of those. No, they want
a jolly, cheerful.
No. They really they want a nigga like hey. This is an endangered species. This is a niggerin in its natural habitat, right?
Trey,
like, throw the food stamp at them.
There's a company called Pulse, right? They do like low budget, like accessories you can buy. It's a Pulse Nation, something like that. You can look them up online. They sell a couple of DVDs. They sell war DVDs, Western DVDs, and Amos and Andy DVDs. This is a white company. I'll post it out right now. Every now and then I would get a promotion for LED, light, LED light for your desk, and the LED light for this, you know what I mean? And here's some lights for outside your house, and they're solar powered and all that. And then I get a promotion for Amos and Andy. All right. This is white people selling to white people. They selling Amos and Andy. So they got naval DVDs, wartime DVDs, some old Western stuff, and Amos and Andy. This is what they think. This is what they want. This is what they mean when they want their country back. Yeah. This is what they mean make it great again. You know what I'm saying? This is what they see you until you stand up out of that shit and say, nah, we're not that no more. Matter of fact, half the shit is ours. That's got to be our mentality and our posture. When I walk into rooms and I go into job situations, I go into that bitch like I belong there. You know what I mean? It's done very well for me. It's broken English, my Brooklyn accent. It's done very well for me. Because men respect men.
There you go. Right.
So anyway, let me run out of here, man. That's all I got to say. Shout out to the general. I see him in the chat room. Hi, this black man. Oh, my girl, Poetic Kells. And my sister Kylie. Anyway, everybody else, man, that was listening, you come across this, you don't mean no harm, but if it hurts your feelings, oh well. I'm out.
All right, bro. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Sean, coming through. You know what I'm saying?
Cerulean, my man. Indeed, man. Peace.
Indeed. So, you know what I'm saying? I hope, you know what I'm saying? So, really, you got any last words, any finals, you want to say? You know what I'm saying? Oh, damn, man, I done shit. Hey, hold on. Before you say something, look, yeah, we did this stream almost 9 hours. I'm gonna leave it up, but this ain't gonna be a reoccurring shit. This ain't happening. This is just this. We just having a year in
Oh man,
review party. We ain't
I
doing
didn't
this
even
shit
realize down
on the
there
regular.
fucking four in the morning my time. It's like, god damn.
Yeah, we doing this shit. This ain't happening like this. I'm not, I got shit to do. I just happen to be it's the year end of the year and shit. So I got shit to
Yeah,
do.
which means
This
it's
ain't
like
reoccurring.
what? See, what is it like 6 in the evening over there?
Yeah, almost going on 7. Almost going on 7 and stuff. So, yeah, my son he went to go eat lunch with go eat dinner with the family. They already went to the restaurant. I told him I'm good. You know what I'm saying. I'm just tired of eating. You know, I'm just. I ain't. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna say nothing. But anyway, but you know what I'm saying. We always eating out and having a good time, and you know what I'm saying or whatever. Um, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost people are waking up and stuff like that. But yeah, it's really go ahead, give your last thoughts.
Man, look.
Hey man, you got the floor, man. I ain't in no rush. Take as much time as
Look,
you
30,
need.
30 years before Blackwell reaches zero.
Mm,
Now, 30 motherfucking years ago, you thought you had all the time in the world, and now you arrive here,
here.
where 2008, half of black wealth is wiped out. That's everything that motherfuckers had built from Jim Crow all the way up until 2008.
Man.
And half of it gone in 2008. Tried to rebuild it some as the economy bounces back, and then bam, you arrive in a post-Obama economy that has been sunken in debt, and the only thing that is hiding the fact that most Americans right now are broke. Mind you, I did not say anything about race. I said Americans, where credit has been able to hide the reality of poverty for the last 30 years.
Mm.
And I want you to keep in mind that this economy, that we inherited from Obama is actually the remnants of the old Reagan administration. That's right. And Donald Trump's presidency was an attempt to go back to the Ronald Reagan economy. That's why you see a lot of the same things. He told you that there was going to be more cuts, yeah, for the wealthy. But what did he do? He expanded welfare. He expanded corporate welfare like you had never seen before. What is a company like Pfizer or GlaxoSmithKline or Bayer Monsanto doing, getting multi-billion-dollar tax breaks since the beginning of the Trump administration during by executive order, and yet whenever America is hit with a COVID-19 pandemic, it is ill prepared for said pandemic, despite having all of the corporate welfare that a corporation could eat up. Matter of fact, that's like just giving a corporation a blank fucking check. And instead of trying to get America prepared for any kind of natural disaster or unexpected calamity, no, they're going to do it to develop new technologies that they will high buck and gouge you, the consumer, for whenever you need health care, quadrupling, quintupling, multiplying your copay, especially if you're elderly folk, by 10.
Mm.
That's right. In today's economy, what you pay in copay, if you pay copay, is 10 times what it costed under the Obama administration. That's what a tax break does. If you don't make more than $500,000 a year, you don't get the benefits of Trump's tax plan. What did we learn? That Negroes would rather die than tell the truth. What is the truth? Is that for the most part, black folk as a collective, we are fucked up financially. Coming on to a multinational platform like YouTube, the biggest platform in the world, a platform that many other groups use to organize their political campaigns around, you use it to come on to mislead other black folk, especially young black folk, you know, the ones that have to go and interface with the new politic. And then you tell them that you're a six-figure nigga, which gives the implication that black folk are actually doing a hell of a lot better than what the data actually proposes.
Mm.
And mind you, over the course of all of this, Cerulean Grey, the Grey regime has been saying virtually the same thing over and over and over and over again, and the initiative stands for itself. You look at the initiative, and you can compare it to what's happening today. All with the exception of the teachers, you don't see them hurting in this modern economy. And whenever you look at all of those things, who do you see benefiting the most? Is the military.
Yep.
The military. That thing that in the initiative, which we have scrubbed our names because the initiative has grown so big, it has grown bigger than even its authors, to where we removed our names from it and just called it the initiative. And it has been subtly tweaked to where we say that we should make the military a part of black culture as a steady staple. When we go to the South, we already see it as a part of Southern heritage. And then whenever you look at what the recent pick for who's going to be running the Pentagon, which puts you, and I'm talking to black men, not only with your hands in domestic affairs now, but in foreign affairs. Which means you get to choose how military personnel are moved around the board and putting them into specific locations where they can advance.
Mm.
And that person can do that without his hands being tied and having to follow orders. Because if people don't understand what it means to be a Secretary of Defense, or to even be a Pentagon staff leader, you can tell the president to go fuck himself because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to military operations or personnel. In fact, the president has to listen to you, because people have this assumption that presidents are these omnipotent, godly beings that know everything and are everywhere at all times within Washington, D.C. Nothing can be further from the truth. The president depends on a massive staff to kind of prop him up so that he's aware of certain things. And if he is not aware of certain things, to be made aware of certain things and to run things the way that they're supposed to be run, because the proper people are in place to run them. But to have a black leader in the Pentagon, that is a significant thing indeed. What did you see the last head of the Pentagon do? You seen the last Pentagon take Donald Trump to task whenever he tried to use soldiers as personal bodyguard.
Oh yeah. Yep. Like they was fringing on a military coup. Like Donald Trump was like one step away from the military forcefully removing his ass out of office,
Oh yes,
and it
because
can be done.
one thing that the privilege of the highest ranked member of the military can do is actually depose a president, set himself up as the proxy government until a new democratically elected government is selected by the public.
Yep.
And a thing called martial law, of course. You know, the thing that most people have been misled to believe is somehow going to lock you down. But let's be honest, Black people in general have been in a state of relaxed kind of martial law
I would.
already.
I think if we were to do the threat calm condition, I think Black people have been in threat calm condition Bravo after 1965 and threat calm condition Charlie before 1965, and slavery was threat calm
We're going to
condition
get into
Delta.
Delta.
Yeah, we have yet to get to Alpha.
And what is Alpha? Alpha is complete and total liberty and liberation,
Exactly.
where you have true freedom of movement. And all
Yeah.
of these things are happening back to back. And yet you have been granted 30 more years before that financial clock reaches zero.
And that's only because the Greatest Depression was averted due to the coincidentals of this virus.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
We also learned that the former Confederate states, which are now considered the red states, which are trying to go back to the old Confederate ways and become blue states all over again.
Mm-hmm.
We learned that the majority of your young white working population is moving and remigrating back to those red former Confederate states because the cost of living is cheaper. And what that really means is an influx of cash, not from anywhere else other than government.
Yep. Incentivized to pretty much build up the infrastructure of the South.
We also learned that there are bigger things to worry about than the next piece of ass, whether foreign or domestic. We also learned that just because you cross the fence over into someone else's territory, and let's just be honest, to suck another group of men's dicks. Because every time you put foreign women on a pedestal, what you're telling yourself is that another group of men were able to create a product better than the one you're able to create.
Mm.
Does this A, worship white people? B, put down Black people? C, show how stupid you are? Or D, all of the above?
I think D is the proper answer to that. I think D is the proper answer to that.
And if it's D, then you have to go back to the drawing board. Luckily for the mass public, a drawing board already exists. And you can find that on grayregime.tv /the-initiative, where you can see it all outlined for you.
And if you don't want to do all that typing because you decided to cut typing class when you were in school, then take your mouse and click on the link in the description box because it sure as enough is right there on the video. Make it a little bit easier for you. You know, people are remedial. Right?
We also learned that we simply have to let shit go. Sometimes we have Negroes still running amok in these spaces because they what they thought was going to be a short-term money grab end up being a complete disaster that virtually ruins these people's channels and their well-being, because even though we, the initiators of change, by literally taking our own colleagues, former or those that we consider lesser colleagues, to task, leave certain camps because we won't allow them to ruin our good nature just by association.
Yeah.
Because not everybody's in it for the benefit of black folk. We have Negroes that can't let shit go from 2 years ago. Hell, you have Negroes running around in this space who we can really air out, but we simply haven't. In fact, we went rather light.
That is correct. That is, we still was above board. Like we still I'm like, compared to what was done, we actually stayed totally above board.
And now we're coming into 2021, the decade of decline.
Mm.
And I'm just going to say this, because this is what is going to tell you who you are. Understanding that you're going into a decade of decline. It is not going in with a pessimistic outlook. Yes, you've been knocked down. You keep getting knocked down. It's not getting knocked down that matters, is what you do after you get the fuck back up, or whether you will get the fuck back up at all. And I'm going to be honest with you, and then some of you in these spaces, eventually you are going to have to cut the dead weight. Eventually you're going to have to cut the dead weight and hunker down to secure you and yours.
Yeah.
And I want that. I want you to understand that you don't have to be ashamed. Don't let a nigga shame you into motherfucking giving them cash apps or other monetary support. Because if you're seeing your favorite content creators becoming dead weight, it's time to cut the mooring line and secure you and yours.
Facts.
And I'm saying that to pertain to include myself.
Yeah.
You find me becoming dead weight, cut support and secure you and yours. I'm not gonna force you to or shame you or guilt you into giving me anything.
Nope.
If I haven't earned your attention, then guess what? I haven't earned it. I'm not gonna shame you, man. You see, you ain't putting no money on the cash apps. This collection plate looking pretty light. See, we're not gonna do the whole, Southern Baptist church. We're not gonna do the whole Southern Baptist black, hustler preacher church. We're not gonna do that.
Will a man rob God? Sure he will. You have robbed him in tithes and in his offerings. Malachi. You know what I'm saying? They hit you with the Isaiah. God wants 10%. Pass his love off. I'm like, yeah. I'm in fully agreement with you. It's really.
And we also learned that where our strength lies is in the states. Our political power is in the states. You're watching your opposition literally mobilize to win, to completely win and monopolize the states. You watch that with Oklahoma. You're watching it now with Georgia.
Yeah.
This is a battle for the states. And guess what's going to happen if they win Georgia? You're going to see an influx of a white population that's coming down there to for surely capitalize on whatever political gains that is be had in the state of Georgia. These are facts.
These are facts, yes.
Because if they win it, well, you know what happens next. The federal money comes in to infuse Georgia with federal cash. And then in comes the young white population. up goes the Starbucks in the dog parks.
You ain't lying about that shit. They love them dog parks, man. Shit.
And we also learned that pretending that you're a six-figure nigga actually does more detriment, more harm than good to your actual financial well-being.
Yeah.
And that because people keep coming onto these large platforms and telling these literally kids that they all six-figure niggas, imprints the wrong message onto their brain, because now if you're really hurting, nobody's going to lift a finger to have apathy for you or to come to your aid, because you've already told them you're doing just fine.
Band check, nigga.
And we've also learned that this is no longer about gender. Like this is literally a race for the race's survival. Like this is where you're at now.
Yeah, that's true.
And I still have some contemplating to do on whether or not to even come back
Hey man, you know,
to YouTube, because I think the Great American Trick Bag stands on its own. If anything, I'll revise those, take all of the swear words out, and make them into 10-minute videos that explains everything.
Yeah, that is true. I'm like, like I said, there's no rush. I'm like, people don't even, like, it's crazy. Like, I appreciate the people that are watching and have been up this long, like watching consistently. So I appreciate y'all. We missed y'all too. The people that's in the clouds, the people that's in the chat, we missed y'all too. So the support is well founded. We're not speaking to y'all. We're speaking to the loud minority.
And the only reason why we don't really air motherfuckers out is because, let's just be honest, they need to die. And whenever you really air them out, all it does is generate, traffic to their channel, because people are stupid and predictable. So they go pile up in those other people's live streams to wait for a response, because we know that they watch from the clouds.
Of course, and that's why they was said. Like that's why it was said. Of course, like it's not a thing. No, I'll be back, y'all. So no, so don't. I'm going to be back. I moved and I'm just on hiatus until after the first of the year, because I actually have a real life outside of YouTube.
And so, I mean, so this is where we're at now. Speaking of video games, tomorrow there we are going to go live with that Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, you got it. Was ready to go.
Or that day one patch took a whole day one to download.
So you said check out the gaming channel, Regime Gaming. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, we actually got channels and we actually do content, bro. So, you know what I'm saying?
I think that, because I don't want to be that guy. But, look, I don't want to be dressing the same motherfuckers over and over again for 3 years. Look, if you mad about something I did to your ass from motherfucking 2 years ago or a year ago, well, now it's going to be 2 years ago, nigga, fucking eat a dick and die. And if you a nigga that possesses a name that you got from jail, because there's only two types of niggas that was in jail that were named a shortened euphemism for table sugar.
Yeah.
Those were niggas that either handled their business and those that were used as the bunk bitch.
I like you and I want you. We gonna do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
Nigga getting his ass blown out like a Dutch wife.
I'm a warrior. You know what I'm saying?
We also
Booty,
learned that these same type of niggas that run around here talking about they real menses.
men's.
I'll just tell you this: I don't know any motherfucking real motherfucking niggas that name themselves after fucking table sweetener.
I
I also don't know any real men that have the bone and muscle mass of a strong professional veteran meth addict.
I'm dead. He said the meth addict. Not the best strong professional meth addict. I was like, where's he going with this? Hey man, this is funny.
And so we're going into 2021, the beginning, the decade of decline, but it's also going to be the year of renewal, because this is like this decade is literally going to make or break black folk.
And here's the thing, right, Cerulean? Here's the thing. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm a I, black folk are a resilient bunch. So if black folk are in total decline where they're not coming back, America's not coming back.
Well, that's what I mean by the decade of decline, because that's why all of the examples that I pointed out, I'm showing you that this is just not black folk. This is America. So when I'm
America.
talking about the decade of decline, that is not exclusively limited to black folk. I am talking about the decline of America. But it's going to be the same decade that's going to make or break black folk.
Exactly.
But it starts with black folk being honest about their financial situation. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I've said so many times, I'm doing quite well for myself, and I'm not a six-figure nigga.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, this shit hit a little hard, but I'm doing quite well for myself, and I'm not a six-figure nigga. Like I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not. Like I'm not a six-figure nigga. And it is what it is. But I'm doing quite well. I'm shit. You know? People don't
And we
understand the shit that you gotta do to become a six-figure nigga. Like it's ugh.
and we also learned that the whole high value conversation is one that is without merit or value in itself,
It's true.
because it's one long ongoing infomercial from the 90s that tells you that they can literally teach you how to get into a certain market with only $1, but you gotta pay me 600 for it.
Yeah.
And if it sounds too good to be true, then more than likely it is.
Yep.
And what I would suggest to women that is entertaining these awkward conversations in which you go on and get a suspicious male denigrating you ad nauseum about how you're going to die alone, you really have to do some self reallocation into where the fuck your head is at, and do some deep reflection.
If you can
Because
pay it,
for you to let some suspicious male tell you you're gonna die alone, yeah.
well, here's the other part of that. If you got money to super chat somebody to go up on a panel that could be publicly humiliated and not given a recourse or anything, why don't you just take that same money and acquire about a professional and get some therapy?
Which is so much easier.
Yes. And you know what you get to keep? Your dignity and self-respect.
And to you young dudes, I'll just tell you, if you're letting some fucking suspicious limp-wristed dude fucking tell you this is all you need to be a quote unquote high value man, then you need to really reassess what value that man has to you. Always be weary and suspicious of people that tell you, well, this is all you need.
But wait,
Because that's exactly, but wait, there's more. If you call within the next 30 minutes, I'll throw in this useless pin that I just found on the side of my desk, and you can have that completely free, along with your $149.99 for easy installments. If you call within the next 15 minutes, we'll knock that $149.99 in half. That's a total savings of 50%. It's the same thing that the church tells you.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you hear these suspicious Negroes talking about, well, all you need to do, or the real reason why, it's the same motherfucking shit that a goddamn black pastor tell you when he said, God said. God said, you need to stop worrying about why I'm collecting these donations for a private jet.
Matter of fact, it's actually against God that I don't have a private jet. What are you doing? You don't want to. Let's see. But look.
God said I should have a private jet, and you are sinning and transgressing against the Lord if you don't help get me that private jet. It's the same shit.
Same thing.
Same shit. If you ain't cash apping me, you in the wrong. Let a motherfucker tell you that enough time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. There's demons in Coach. You don't want your pastor to be riding up in Coach with them demons and be tempted, possessed.
Business class. Oh.
So we also learned that 2021 is going to be the year not only of decline, but of renewal. Because you got to remember, to create something new, you have to destroy the old.
Yep.
And if you look at the space as it stands now, you could pretty much say it's destroyed. That's why you see the last community tab that I have up there is that the entire manosphere has died of dysentery.
Yeah. That is
on the old dereliction trail.
Yeah. But that's okay, you know. It was bound to happen sooner or later, right?
But here we are, end of the year. I want to say gratitude to my esteemed brethren, just DeAndre. Salute to everyone that participated. Our esteemed brethren, Jay Shine, Shadra Cursa. Our esteemed Lady Rice.
Oh, yeah, she was roasting today, boy. She was, whoo.
Give a salute to the entirety of the chat, the regime.
Oh, yeah, they was in full force.
Thank you for sticking with us this long. It has been a long 7.5 hours.
Shit, it's actually 9.
Well, goddamn.
Oh, goddamn. It's 9 hours. I'm like, you came in like, you know, so you be knowing it was 7, but it's been 9. It's been 9 hours. So,
it's been an honor and a pleasure and a privilege serving you all. Once again, salute to the nation. Long live the black nobility. Ebon Noblesse. You are the real MVPs.
Yes. Now that our esteemed Cerulean has said his last words, I'm gonna say some quick words, and I'm
Oh,
gonna leave.
one other
Go
thing.
ahead.
You know the niggas be like, man, hey, look, this is what I'm gonna do. I want you to send me a cash app.
Hold on, my bad. Hold on, let me do it. Hold on, I got it. Here's my impersonation because I left somebody out. Let me get it together. I'm up here on nigga YouTube bringing you the best in content. Now hit that Cash App and support your boy because I'm about to troll. Now hit that thing right there. Yes, it is the Grand Master Troll himself. All in everybody's business with this shoddy ass fucked up laptop and this fucked up background living in my mama's basement. Hit that Cash App. I'm going to keep stringing this shit out until you niggas at least give me $5. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
I know your life is a shit sandwich right now, but I want you to take that life, that shit sandwich that you have in your life, and I want you to ball it up and put it in a cash app and send it to me so I can give you more ingredients for that shit sandwich to put in your life.
Oh my god, man.
All because niggas.
All because niggas, man. Cause niggas, man, this is shit, nigga. Not even good niggas, just derelict, dysentery, dusty ass niggas, man. God damn. Dusty, derelict, dysentery. The triple D's. Man, this is crazy. So let me say these, I'm gonna say these 5 words real quick. And I'm gonna leave y'all with a song, man. I'm gonna leave y'all with a nice little song to get you up going in this morning. For those of you that are still listening, it should be at least 5:30 in the morning, East Coast time. To the people that's listening into the chat, no one's gonna beg you to be great. But we will hold you accountable. I hope that you have a happy, blessed, and safe holiday. Whenever you get upset and angry on these YouTube streets, turn the shit off and deal with people in real life. Because there's more important shit going on than what niggas is doing in YouTube. Real talk. This is the last that I will be speaking directly on these other content creators, so forth and so have you. If you are a content creator, if you felt slighted, if you felt as though that you would like to speak to me about it, or you have to have a retort, you can do it on your platform. I don't give a fuck. I've said what I said. I stand on what the fuck I said. 10 toes down, like you stood on whatever the fuck you had to say for a whole year, 2 years, or whatever the fuck you had to say it, while you was collecting cash apps and super chats. So I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Yes, I'm gonna leave the fucking stream up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. Case closed. Bottom line. I'm petty and I don't give a fuck if you know it. So here we go. So I'm gonna leave you with this. But for the rest of the fam, for the rest of the people, man, be blessed. Um, Don't wait until New Year's to have a resolution. Have your resolution today and now. Change starts the moment that you put the act into action. All right. Y'all have a blessed time. Enjoy the music as you go out. Salute to the regime. Salute to the panelists that came up here. Salute to everybody in the chat. Ebon Nobles, long live the black nobility. The 1/3 show will be back at the top of the first of the year with news, real content, and things that you should be paying attention to. All right? And that's how we're going to do it from now on. Let me play my song.
It's over, so let's go. Get the fuck out. 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 Diamonds in the house. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Diamonds in the house. Get the fuck out. 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 I said get the fuck out. 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 Get the fuck out.